Hello, hello, hello. Dum 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 dum. Siberia, you are first. Hello, hello, Alina. Hello, y'alls. Good morning. Hello from Romania. Wow. What's up, Gracie? What's up, y'alls? What is going on, peeps? Hello from Michigan. What's up, Tia? Good morning, Ozma. Look at this. I got all of the chats conjoined now. They're all combined. I love it. It is a beautiful day in Dallas. It is. What is it outside? 68 degrees and sunny, a high of 83. It's a beautiful beautiful day to be fricked by the long D of the tariffs. Today we have 104% tariffs on China, meaning just about everything on Amazon is doubled in price. And we love to see it. We love to see it. MAGA has never been happier. They think it's doing something good. They think they're playing 4D chess. Bless their little hearts. Number 2 like from second profile. Nice. What's up, guys? Today I get a new mesh router so that my internet doesn't disconnect all the goddamn it time. It's sad that this is what it takes for MAGA to realize how dumb Donald Trump is. What's going on, guys? Good morning, y'alls. Oh shit! Do you guys want to start the day off with a Pokemon? Ripping open a Pokemon booster pack. I'm opening Genetic Apex right now. I could open Space Time or Triumphant Light. I'm gonna open Genetic Apex. That's what I need. Chat, if you are a Trump supporter and you want to debate, hop in the box. Come tell me why you like Trump. Why is your brain not good? Why is your brain not good? All right. Let's go. Boop. We're going to open up a Mewtwo pack. Beep. Bop. Boop. Here it goes. Here it goes. I don't care about all that. Oh, it's an ugly pack. It's gross. It's gross. China's causing national debt for USA to go up. Wonderful. I saw that they imposed, or they're going to impose like 84% tariffs starting tomorrow on us. And we are very likely going to see at least farmers go out of business again for sure. Farmers, all sorts of industries just completely take a huge poop. They're going to take a huge dumpy on us. And then Trump's probably going to bail them out again to the tune of 20 or 30 billion dollars. Someone on YouTube goes, I bet you don't believe in God either. Oh my God. Must be nice to sit at home all day live and talk crap. It's okay. It's an honest living. Someone's got to do it. The GOP spending bill pass, it's unclear to me. I haven't checked this morning, guys. This morning I ate two protein packed Pop-Tarts and drank 2 cups of coffee, and this is what you're looking at. I just took a huge dump yesterday, pickles. It will be like that. Yep. Farmers across the country are flying their Trump flags upside down and half-mast. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Hello.
Hi.
What's up, Ty? How you liking that that wiener meat sandwich that Trump's feeding you today?
Can we have a conversation?
Sure.
Okay, great. How is that relevant to anything that we were going to discuss?
I'm talking about the tariffs.
So I don't get into economics really about politics.
You just talk pro-life stuff.
There are some panels of pro 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 life like abolitionists and everything. But one of the things I wanted to ask you is what happened with the Supreme Court?
Yesterday
I believe it was yesterday, right?
they told Trump he has to follow due process.
And is that guy that the whole thing is about, is he coming back to the US right now?
Um, they did say that someone must be returned within the next, or no, they said something like that they need to show proof of his crimes or something. Otherwise, they must return him in by the end of today.
By the end of today?
Yeah. Why? What do you think happened?
And so what if that doesn't happen?
I'm sure Trump will just say deal with it and whatever because he's above the law.
So what did the Supreme Court really can't do anything, right?
Are you saying that you're cheering for authoritarianism?
No, that is not what I'm asking. What I'm asking is, didn't the Supreme Court in a way give Trump immunity?
In the duty of his I guess like in what is it? In like
Like presidential acts or
in his
something?
acts? Yeah, I guess so.
And
Are you happy
is
about that?
and is this in this viewpoint, is he not allowed to do this?
I don't know. That I guess this is unprecedented. So I don't know, man. Are you for the president being able to do whatever the fuck he wants?
I'm saying it
Answer the
I mean,
question.
didn't the guy have like tattoos or something that could have been
The man from
associated?
Maryland?
Wasn't that the guy that was deported?
Dude, every single one of the cases we've seen where we've looked at tattoos, one of them was an autism awareness tattoo. You think that's gang related?
No, but I believe that we need to look into everything.
Another
And
tattoo that I saw was hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil, which like my grandpa has that tattoo. Is he fucking MS-13 or Trendeagra?
no, but we don't want to take any. We want to be sure that we take the time to vent everyone, right?
You know what? I'm glad you said that. That's all we want. That's all the left wants is for Trump to give people due process. And you're over here saying Trump gets to do whatever the fuck he wants.
No, what I'm actually saying is, and another thing that could possibly happen. Did you hear what the press secretary was saying about possibly deporting Americans that have done heinous crimes?
Yeah, to CCOT. What do you think about that?
I believe that people who are essaying people like Jeffrey Epstein need not to be here.
Okay, so Trump gets to go to CCOT
Why?
because he's an essayer.
Who did he essay?
E. Jean Carroll.
No, he did not. Prove it.
So what you're saying is Trump needs due process?
He was not found liable in a criminal court.
So
They had
what
to
you're
go to
saying is
civil
Trump
court.
needs due process, is what you're saying.
What do you mean he needs due process?
What does due process mean, Ty?
It means, in a general sense, that everyone basically gets their time in court to hear their case.
Now you get it.
Yes.
But no, I don't think any American should be sent to CCOT because guess who doesn't have constitutional rights when they're in CCOT?
Are you going to say Americans?
Yeah, and isn't cruel and unusual punishment against the Constitution? Aren't you guys constitutionalists?
I don't so much look at the Constitution. That's not one of the biggest reasons why I voted for him.
You're not a patriot. You just kind of like the gist of Trump.
I voted for him. One of the biggest reasons is because he put Supreme Court justices in to let abortion go back to the states.
So you would trade a completely wrecked economy and most of your constitutional rights to save a bunch of goop and multicellular organisms in women's bodies?
If there was a pro-life candidate who was running for office and had better economic policies, sure.
All right.
But I didn't see any.
Did you know that if you cut off your entire nose, you don't have to smell yourself taking a shit every day? Did you know that?
I don't smell anything in either way. What's the relevance of this?
I'm saying you're literally trading one thing to the detriment of like many other things. You're cutting off your nose in spite of your face.
And to the comment, I'm not pro-birth.
You are pro-birth. Name one thing Republicans do for children after they're born.
We want to fix the, what is it?
You guys defunded schools. That's pretty tight. You guys neglect children's ability to get free lunches at school. You don't like, you cut food stamps. That's pretty tight. Every year Trump was in office last administration, he cut food stamps and all that stuff by 10%. And then he yanked 80,000 people off of food stamps in general, or off of welfare.
I would say I'm more of a human rights activist.
No, you're not.
How?
You're a fetus rights activist.
No. Explain to me how I'm a fetus rights activist. Do you know the definition of a fetus?
Yeah, I guess it is human. Sure.
And so why is it wrong to
because you're not for people's rights their entire life.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not. You just said you don't give a fuck about like the Constitution. You don't give a fuck about like cruel and unusual punishment is okay with you. You want to send people to CCOT. How are you saying this thing in the same 8 minutes that you've been up here? You said the two things in the same 8 minutes.
For this conversation, no, I'm not.
No,
I'm not okay with that.
Oh my God.
So explain to me how I'm.
You're just throwing out a way to be right in this instance, meaning I don't care what you have to say after this.
So explain to me why it's okay to deprive someone of a future value.
Because people like you wouldn't come up in my box and speak incoherently.
How am I speaking incoherently?
Because you just had to retract your entire belief about people's human rights for the sake of having an argument and winning with me.
I just want to know why. What is the difference between a fetus or a human being?
Fetuses are human beings, but they're not sentient, so I don't care about them very much.
And what is the difference between non-sentience and sentience? Is it okay to pull the plug on a brain dead patient?
Yes.
Why?
How are you walking yourself into this? Because they don't feel it. They're not going to have any future experiences. They don't care. It's just a heartbeat. They're not going to
But
have any negative experiences.
any negative? Yes, it will.
Okay, what's the experience they're going to have when they're fucking brain dead, dude?
The negative experience is what they're going through, and they still have some sort of sentience.
If they're brain dead, they have zero.
What's the
I know you've
definition
had
of
this. I know you've had this conversation multiple times. How is your position on pro life so incoherent still?
so what?
How is your position on pro life so incoherent still? I know you've had this conversation over and over.
I don't grant that what you're saying.
Your
But
hot
I'm gonna
pocket's
go
ready.
and see if you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Okay, your hot pocket's ready. I'm gonna let you go.
What's up, man?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
No. I actually just had something to say. Sorry. I just had something to say to the last guy. Look, sentience, perfect explanation. Whenever you're asleep, do you know what's happening on in the world around you? Can you go to Walmart while you're asleep? No, you cannot experience anything.
I mean, that's not
You're
true. When
non-sentient
you're
at that
asleep, you
moment.
do experience things.
Well,
You're
like
unconscious.
dreaming it, like you don't have real cognition of it. You don't
Yeah,
like.
yeah, you're close though. But hey, I'm not looking for people who agree with me. I'm just looking for debates. I appreciate you though, Joey.
Understandable.
All right,
Thank you.
chat. If you're a Trump supporter, hop in the box. Come tell me why you like Trump. If you're on YouTube, you're welcome to come over to my TikTok and hop in the box and debate me. If you're friendly, please hop out of the box. Ash, Sister Jin, if you guys are not Trumpers, please hop out of the box. If you are MAGA and you want to debate, type MAGA in the chat. Is it okay to unalive a coma patient? That's different than a brain dead person, Ty. Ty, how are you this? How are you this? Like, how are you lacking so much in this debate still? I've seen you debate this a million times. Because I'm barely awake and I'm running laps around some of these people. Come on. Coma patients can come out of a coma. Coma patients can wake up. Brain dead patients are not going to wake up. They're brain dead. They're a heartbeat on a lung machine, on a breathing machine. Texas is going to outlaw driving with caffeine? Are they really that desperate for tax money? Oh my goodness. I saw that dark sky. Darsky. What's up, Jake?
What's good, Pickles?
Not much. How you feeling about these tariffs, bro?
Dude, this is good for the market. Reset. Take all the cash out of the liberals' hands and we can build some American companies up now.
It's not how that works, man.
It's exactly how that works, actually.
Bub. It's not how that works.
Let's talk about immigration. Because that's the one thing that Trump clearly did better than Joe Biden at. And it's just like, if you can get a liberal to admit that, then you can understand, like, okay, they're actually paying attention to the world. But if you can't admit that Trump just did way better at immigration, there is no hope for these liberals. I'm sorry.
I don't care about immigration. I don't really care very much. There's not a huge problem when it comes to what the biggest problem right now we have is Trump kidnapping people and sending them to CCOT without due process.
So if you don't want to get kidnapped, don't come to the country. Like, it's really simple, dude. If you
Exactly.
don't, isn't
Like
that
these people
mind-blowing?
are here. These people are here legally and being sent to CCOT.
They're just not here legally, bro.
Okay, what about the person in Maryland that everybody's talking about that was sent to CCOT, who was here legally?
What, you talking about that chick on a visa?
No, it was a guy.
I didn't hear about this.
There's a guy with a special needs son married to a United States citizen who was, without due process, sent to CCOT, one of the worst prisons in the world, and everybody's talking about it. How are you missing this?
I don't know. They do have a right to due process. So can we pull that story up? Let's analyze this misinformation you're spreading, because I guarantee you it's not that simple.
Oh
Why do you
my
even have to
God.
mention his? Why do you have to mention his special needs son? Like, that's what liberals
Because
do. You guys just play on emotions.
No, oh my God.
You're like,
Okay.
oh, he has a special needs son. He deserves to be in America. Dude, if he
Dude,
has a
you
special
guys,
needs son,
you guys
don't
are the
want his
ones who
DNA to
cried
be
about
populated.
one person who was unalived for 4 years by an undocumented citizen. You guys are the ones who play on emotions.
This guy wasn't. What are you talking about? No one was unalived in your situation, and someone that was deported. Let's look it
Yeah,
up though, because
yeah,
if you're
yeah,
right,
yeah,
that is
yeah.
messed up. I will say that if you're right and they didn't have due process, it's messed up. But let's look at the story, because
Okay.
me and you have done this multiple times on this live. We've looked at your claims, and they've all been wrong. Usually, They've all
I've
been
never been wrong. What are you
disproved.
talking about?
Watch how
These
this
men
works, bro.
deported to El Salvador with no due process.
Yep, we click on the first article and read the title. Nice. Okay, let's do a little bit more thorough
I
research.
will, dude. You sound so upbeat about what you're saying, and you're obviously wrong. So there's a man that was sent to El Salvador. This
CNN,
man,
nice.
this man is Kilmar Armando Obrego Garcia. This man right here, along
All
with
right.
multiple others. There was another one who was seeking asylum from I think it was Venezuela, because he was gay and he was being threatened. His life was being threatened. So he did the due process of seeking asylum. He was here on legal status, and he was picked up and sent to CCOT as well.
We have a 50% approval rating for Venezuelans seeking asylum. That's how good we are. We have a 50%.
And Trump is
approval.
reversing all of it.
Trump is not reversing all of it.
He's reversing 500,000 people's legal status to deport them.
So let's look at this one case. Let's slow down. Don't just pull up the article of a picture of a good-looking man. Like
You
CNN
told me to
does.
search this up. Here you go.
Yeah, so let's read it, dude. You just have the family man posted up
Oh,
like
I got-
CNN. Like,
I'm
this is how
so
CNN
sorry
works.
this is happening
They
to you,
post
but this is a
family
real
man
thing.
looking guy, and they say, "Oh, deported without due
Dog,
process."
this is
Look at
everywhere on the
details.
news. I'm so sorry this is happening to you. The Supreme Court on Monday,
Yep.
on Monday, temporarily paused a court-imposed midnight deadline to return the U.S. Maryland man who was mistakenly deported to El Salvador. So your president's press secretary has admitted that this person was sent on a clerical error.
Yes, and it looks like Donald Trump said he was the one that wanted to fix it. So that's
No,
why I
he
voted
doesn't
for
want to
Trump.
fix it. In fact,
just
they
says
no Pam
They
Bondi.
agreed to
Pam
a
Bondi.
request from Donald Trump.
No, they did not. Chief Justice John Roberts granted the administrative stay, a move that will extend the deadline until the court hand down a more fulsome decision in the case of Kilmar Armando Abrego Garcia, who was deported March 15th. This was almost a month ago. The decision to temporarily pause the case, which is relatively common when the court is facing quick deadline, means that Abrego Garcia, a Salvadorian national, will remain at a notorious prison in El Salvador for now. He's allowed to stay there, and they're giving Trump more time. The press secretary, or Pam Bondi, the attorney general, just fired one of their attorneys that admitted that he was wrongfully sent to this prison. That she fired them for speaking out.
So mistakes happen. It happens all the time. Just
Okay,
like Joe
so now
Biden.
you're saying this is real. So
Just
you're
like
saying,
Joe Biden
so I
had a
brought this up
mistake
for
of
you,
letting
and
over
you're
8
now
million people.
you're now admitting this is real.
Well, no, I mean, we're talking about Donald Trump, right? And it literally says in the first paragraph, Donald Trump agreed. He requested more time to look at this case and bring this guy back into the due process.
No,
that's the
he's
guy I
denied.
voted for.
He's He's not.
That's the guy I voted for. Is the guy that wants to make this right.
This is not the guy. Where does it say that? Show me where it says that.
In the first paragraph, bro.
Okay.
It's literally the first sentence, dude.
Okay. The Supreme Court on
This is
Monday
so sad,
temporarily
bro.
paused a court-imposed midnight deadline to return the U.S. Maryland man who was mistakenly deported to El Salvador, agreeing a request from. Okay, that will give them more time.
Yep,
Agreeing to your comprehension is
Got your
backwards. No,
That's
you're
who I
literally.
voted for.
Okay, Jake, you literally read that backwards. It
No, I
says
didn't,
that
bro.
Donald Trump is requesting more time.
Yes, exactly. Before they ship him off.
Before they go scoop him up, Donald Trump has admitted
Let's
that he
read
has
this
no
very
authority.
slowly. Let's read this very slowly, bro, because this is a problem with a lot of our country. We can't read.
I know,
The Supreme
Jake.
Court on Monday temporarily paused a court-imposed midnight. Dude, I can't even read this. It's so damn small, bro.
Dog, it says that Donald Trump has requested more time from the Supreme Court. He's delaying and asking for more time so he doesn't have to do anything. When the next thing he's going to do is going to say this
So
is
there was an
top
order.
secret.
Look,
And then
look,
he's going to
there
say,
was an
listen, I don't have
order.
to show you anything.
There was an order that said we have to send this man back to Maryland. The Supreme Court said, hold up, this is unconstitutional.
Let's
pause this.
That's not what happened. What are you talking about?
Trump was the one, if you read it, President Trump was the one who requested more time for the justices to make this right and not make a decision without looking into the case.
No.
It's very simple.
That's not
says,
the case. Jake, you're 1,000% wrong.
To a request. So
Jake,
okay, so look,
Jake, you're
there's
wrong.
two parties. There's
Jake,
two
you're
parties to this
embarrassing
paragraph.
you're embarrassing
No, I'm not.
yourself.
The Supreme Court and Donald Trump are the two parties in this paragraph. The Supreme Court on Monday temporarily paused, and then it says that's agreeing to a request. So Trump made the request for the Supreme Court to pause this, and they agreed to it. And now they're spending more time looking at this man, and they're going to keep him in America and give him due process. That's
He's
the man I
not
voted
kept
for.
in America. He's in the prison right now. You fucking silly goose.
Okay, so they're going to bring him back, bro. Mistakes happen. That's what happens when you let over 8 million immigrants. Who did that? Joe Biden.
No,
So maybe if
this
Joe
what
Biden
happens
didn't-
when you don't give them
maybe
due
if
process.
Joe Biden didn't let over 8 million
Jake,
immigrants, this guy wouldn't
That's
have
not
that
what
problem.
happened either. You're lying about that. Give
Dude,
me
I'm
a
sorry,
source.
bro. I'm sorry. Here's my logic
Jake,
to this whole
you're
thing.
talking
Listen.
over me. You're talking over me. That is
'Cause
not
you're
how many
saying pointless
people.
shit,
That's
bro.
not how many people were led over here. And second of all, when we deported people, which we deported way more than Trump month by month, Trump is mass deporting these people without due process, which you just admitted was horrible. And Trump is basically delaying and getting everything he can together so that he doesn't have to bring this person back because he's paying these prisons $6 million to take these people and do unconstitutional things to them.
So 8 million is the number. That's according to Custom and Border Protections. In 4 years, Joe Biden led
No,
about,
it's not.
it was apprehensions. He had about 7.9 million apprehensions at the border.
That's wrong too.
Donald Trump and Obama had about 3 million, bro. Look this up.
You're wrong about both of those.
Let's look it up then, bro. Pull up, and this is again. If let's go back to this Maryland man. Donald Trump passed more time. He wants to make it right. Yes,
he wants the
mistakes
man to
happen.
stay there more.
Yes,
for
mistakes
longer.
happen.
That's what he wants. That's what he just fought for the man to stay there longer.
No, he fought for the pause on the Supreme Court decision. He didn't say
For the decision for him to be forced to bring them back.
dude.
The Supreme Court's trying to force Donald Trump to bring them back, and you just read it wrong 17 times in a row, and you think it's a win for you.
Bro, listen, if he made a mistake, mistakes happen. Like I said, Joe Biden led over 8 million immigrants. And that, dude, again, we read the first paragraph of a CNN article. Like, I'm sure if I go and read more articles and come back,
I want to
could
show
easily
you
debunk this.
what's the press
But, like,
secretary's
this is
name?
what liberals do. You literally brought up the first paragraph of a CNN article and made your decision.
Dude, I
that's
literally
politics in today's society.
am
It's so funny because your chat.
I am
was saying,
so sorry. You can't
so
just keep
funny
saying
because
I brought up the
saw
first
your
thing.
chat-
You told me to
your
prove
chat
it.
was insulting me for reading Fox News before they even before we even researched
How many
that, they were
different
like,
how many
he
how
reads
many
Fox News, he
how
reads
many
Fox
different
News.
okay,
And then
how
you
many
pull up the first paragraph of CNN, bro.
You can come back up in just a second. I will pull up as many articles as you want. Every one of them say the same thing. I'm so sorry that you were so arrogantly wrong about what you just read 17 times in a row. The judges are trying to make that man come back, and Trump is saying, no, let's let him stay. And you just said, that's my president. You fucking idiot. You fucking idiot. Caroline Leavitt just came out and said in the same breath that this man was both clerically was accidentally sent to the prison and that he was MS-13. Which one is it? Which one is it? Was he supposed to be there or is he not? And then you're saying, oh, you read the first sentence? Yeah, because you've been up here for 3 seconds, bro. You've been up here for 3 seconds. Of course we've had time to only read one sentence. I've had to walk you through reading comprehension of the same 2 sentences for 10 minutes. Yes, of course, that's as far as we've got because your fucking reading comprehension is that of a 3rd grader. God damn, dude. I've never been more stressed out in my life. Oh my God. The government's filing was pretty shocking because they admitted everything that we alleged. Simon Scandival, the lawyer representing Abreu Garcia and his family, told NPR. They sent the man without due process. That's not an accident. That's not an accident. Because you did it on purpose. You purposefully and willfully sent this man to prison without giving him a day in front of a judge. That's not an accident anymore. When you do something that's against the law, that's obviously against the law, against standard protocol, that is not an accident. 75% of the people that were sent to this prison had 0 criminal record. 0. I don't care how many you think are here in the United States. You just follow the law. Joe Biden followed the law with all of his deportations. Holy fuck. Hello?
Hi there, Pickles.
Hello.
How are you doing? You look a little stressed out, man.
Yeah, a little bit. Are you a Trump supporter?
I am.
Okay.
So
What-
I actually have a pretty important message that I want to kind of pass along. Something that I'm noticing. Just like you're getting pretty stressed out, and like in these challenging times, it's crucial for us to recognize the division among us only serves to weaken the fabric of our society. And when we allow ourselves to be fragmented by the differences, be it political or racial, ideological, we hinder our collective progress and create an environment ripe for misunderstanding and conflict. I'm seeing so much conflict between our society. We are all one people. We're supposed to be united.
That's beautiful, but your person is literally champion of this thing. He's doing this. This is not on accident. He says outrageous things every day that are complete lies, and meant to be divisive. And I can give you a million examples, but this is on purpose.
So I do believe that both sides, both parties do actually have different political agendas, be it whether financial or I really don't know what the Biden administration or Kamala, what her agenda would have, what would her agenda have been? What is what is her main goal?
Women's rights, helping people in the middle and lower class.
Okay, well, see, women's rights. Donald Trump actually pardoned Susan B. Anthony back in 2020, no, 2018, I think it was. The first woman who was actually
He's really
jailed.
good at tokenizing people. I know.
And also there was this big the debate whether over abortions, okay? The whole Democratic side focused and honed in on abortions and said that he's against women's rights, he's going to make abortions illegal, it's your body, your choice. And when everything really came down to it, whenever he stepped into office, what he did was an action that a lot of us probably don't even know that he took, but actions speak louder than words. And whenever he came into office, he made it so that insurances will actually pay for IVF for women to get pregnant. Rather than stopping people from having a choice, he gave them more options.
I know. And Republicans in certain states are also outlawing IVF because they're pro-life and they believe that the petri dishes full of embryos are lives.
And we all have different beliefs. There's probably things with the Kamala administration that you would probably disagree with once she got into office. or even as she was going through the whole election process. But we are so divided that it hurts my soul, and it's damaging us so bad.
Let me ask you something. Can you give me the most divisive thing Joe Biden or Kamala has said?
Oh my goodness. They definitely use the media, and they, like I said,
Well, give me something they said.
okay, well, Kamala, um, she actually went to book producers and told them specifically not to produce books from this certain author. That's actually part of the First Amendment. But that is divisive. That is, isolating certain people.
So I suppose if this is true, I would also say that's free speech, right? So like, unless she threatened them with the law, that is completely free speech. You can say, hey, you shouldn't do this, and maybe I'll even pay you to not do this. But on the other hand, we have Trump, who's writing executive orders to shut down law firms that have people that represent people that have gone after Trump. And he's revoking their access to federal buildings, and also saying, if you drop all of these clients, I won't do this to you. So basically, Trump is the arbiter of shutting down free speech, in my opinion.
Okay, this might seem like it's not exactly part of the topic, but who do you think assassinated JFK?
I don't know.
A lot of
I don't care.
people, it's the CIA thing. Well, why does everybody think that? They think that because these three-letter companies, organizations within the government aren't good. That's what he's trying to take down, is the evil part of it. He's trying to pull out the bad things because there are government officials who are standing in the way of people's rights.
I'm sorry, but Trump is the one who's taking people's rights away. He's kidnapping people.
He's kidnapping people.
Yeah. 150 kids on college campuses. Let's talk about Mahmoud Kumar.
When did that
About him?
happen?
The people who have green cards and visas to be here. We just saw a woman who was kidnapped on a college campus by ICE. And do we know if she's going to get due process? I have no idea. What prison is she going to be sent to? I have no idea.
I seen the video on that one. Do you know why she was taken off of the streets?
Why?
I don't. I was asking you if you did.
Okay.
I feel like there's a bigger purpose to that. I don't
Yeah.
think that it would.
I don't trust that. I don't think so. Trump's had every opportunity to have Caroline Leavitt come out and say, hey, this is what's going on. This is why this person was sent to CCOT. This is why this person sent to CCOT. And all they're saying is, you know what? You're fucking disgusting if you want these gang members back in this country when they can't even prove they're gang members.
I mean, their actions prove that they're gang members. Like, they go into apartments and shove families out.
I'm so sorry. No, they
Walking
need to see
around.
their day in court, due process, right? Because I think Trump is a rapist and I think he's a sexual offender, but that doesn't mean we get to throw him in prison. You guys argue that he needs to see his day in court, right?
Yes, everybody needs to see their day in court.
Okay, so
Everyone.
and Trump is kidnapping people and just sending them straight to prison. So you agree that's wrong?
I would agree that that would be wrong if that were to be absolute truth.
That is the absolute truth.
I don't see how that's possible.
Are you not reading the news?
I do read the news, but I don't read. I try to stay away from propaganda. Propaganda is exactly what divides us, dude. It divides us. I try to stay away from it.
Did you know that Trump just yesterday said one of the biggest lies that made you guys vote for him? Just yesterday, he said that the exporting countries are paying these tariffs. Do you know who pays these tariffs?
The exporting companies do, because if we, the American people, paid for these tariffs, why would they have a problem with it?
Oh my God.
So the prices.
So
may go up
you are a
there.
victim to propaganda. I'm going to explain this to you. Okay. All right. When China sends something to one of our ports in California, what is issued to the person who receives the good is a little certificate. It's a little piece of paper. It says duties on it and tariffs. And you have to take your money out of your pocket, the person standing on US soil, and you have to pay these tariffs. That is what's happening. And the reason that China does not like this is because fewer people on American soil will send their money to China because of the obstacle in the way. Meaning we have to tip our own government 100% tips. We essentially have to give them a big, fine, giant 100% tip when we buy things from China. So their revenue is going to go down. For the same reason, our farmers that make soybeans here went out of business when China put tariffs on soybeans. Because fewer people from China bought soybeans from our farmers because of the obstacle in the way.
Correct. Yes, you are 100% correct.
So Trump lied this week. And
I
we
think
all
there
have
is
to
a
fight
side.
about that along with 15 million other things he's done in the past 2 months.
I think there's a side of this tariff thing that a lot of people do not actually see. So, as we send stuff over there, our stuff isn't being sold. Why isn't our stuff being sold over there?
Because, ma'am, what's minimum wage here?
I actually don't know.
It's $7.25. What's minimum wage in China?
I have no idea what the minimum wage in China
It could be as low as like $3 a day.
I thought minimum wage was $13 an hour here.
Maybe in your state, but federally it's $7.25. When someone makes a good here and someone spends 1 hour making that good, it's at least $7.25 to make that good. When someone makes the same good in China and you divide $3 by 24, which is 1 hour, it's much less than $7, isn't it?
Yes.
So we can buy a whole lot more of those goods from China than they can buy from us because it's way too expensive for them to buy it here. Do you understand how that works now?
So their tariffs are cheaper.
It's not tariff. It's not the tariff that makes it cheaper.
Well then what's the problem in raising the tariffs if it doesn't make it cheaper and then it wouldn't have the opposite effect. So if we send stuff over to China and they're charging us a really high tariff, our items are going to be expensive over there.
Their tariffs are lower than ours.
If they send stuff over here and our tariff, we're paying. I'm getting tongue twisted here. Anyways, a lot of China's stuff here is in the Dollar Tree. It's really cheap here because their tariffs are cheap.
They don't even have tariffs on most things. We have mostly free trade with China before all of this.
So when their tariffs increase for China, their stuff isn't going to be $1 here. A lot of their stuff isn't going to be sold because we are going to go and buy Canadian products or European products instead. And that's
if you think that's the truth, then Trump saying that's going to bring jobs back here is incorrect, right?
Rolls-Royce is already making a manufacturing company here. They're already putting.
That doesn't matter. Okay, that means how many Rolls-Royce do you think they're going to sell? How many jobs? Trump's first round of tariffs in 2019 lost 147,000 jobs, and they were tiny compared to this. Do you think Rolls-Royce is going to hire 147,000 people?
No, but Rolls-Royce is one of the first companies that decided to go ahead and go with this. This was a couple of weeks ago, and I'm not sure exactly what other companies. There are other companies. I have actually seen the shipping is insane. All the stuff that we have had coming into our ports, there's a lot. And I don't know if it's a lot because the tariffs are about to go up, so they're trying to stock as much as they can here in the United States right now.
That's what they're
or
doing.
If it's because they're actually bringing businesses over here. They need to bring manufacturing buildings. They need to bring minerals and stuff like that here to the United States in order to make these factories.
Yeah, I know. But that it still stands with the wage difference that I just explained to you a moment ago. It still doesn't make sense for us to start making things here. It will still be cheaper to buy things from China. For instance, this is a toolkit. This was $7, Okay, you see all this stuff that comes inside of it?
Yes.
This was $7. It was made in China. If it was $14, it's still cheaper by light years than what it would cost to make here in the United States with labor laws the way it is, and because our dollar is worth more than the Chinese yen. So we're just going to be paying a bunch of extra money for these goods because Trump is an idiot. That's it. And then companies that rely on importing these things and selling them for profit, their profit margins shrink. So they're going to start firing people. You see how that works? It's not actually going to bring jobs back.
I did not follow you right there. So I get about you saying that it would be cheaper for that to be $7, and it's still cheaper than making it here in the United States. But after that, I kind of lost your path on what you were trying to say.
Okay. So I just explained to you how tariffs work and how it would still cost more than $14 for a US based company to make this product right here. You understand how that, like, you think someone would spend at least 2 hours assembling this, setting up the machines to pour the plastic and all that stuff? I'm sorry?
That definitely wasn't made by hand.
Yeah, I know, but they had to pack this. They had to set up the machines. People have to be like manage people. There's a lot of people involved in overseeing a factory that makes something like this, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, do you think that more than 2 people like were involved in this and maybe at least an hour of production?
It would cost more, but looking at it this way, if Amazon's already established here in the United States, they can afford to go and build a company over in China. And when that company's in China, who do you think is going to work there?
Chinese
Chinese
people.
people will be employed. So companies in China come and build their factories here. Who do you think is going to be employed? Americans.
No. Nobody's going to build a factory here to build stupid shit like this. Plastic, little trinkets. Nobody's going to do that.
Okay.
Because it's a lot cheaper still to make it in China, even with 100% tariffs.
I see people saying comments that Amazon doesn't make a lot of their products here. I was just using them as an example.
It's still cheaper for us to buy things from China, even with 100% tariffs on most goods. Not everything, but on most goods.
Right.
So this will lose jobs. So say I own a business that sells these. I buy and sell these here in America. I buy them from China and I sell them for a profit for $30 or something. If my profit margin just shrunk from 10% to 2% and I employ 500 people, I'm probably going to have to lay off 80% of my staff because my revenue is going to reduce by 80%.
Gotcha.
That's what Trump's doing. And that's why every billionaire is putting their face in their palms and going, what the fuck is he doing? Every economist right now on the earth is going, what is he doing? Why is he doing this? The way he calculated tariffs to begin with is completely incoherent. It's like dividing your birthday by your social security number. That's pretty much the same thing that he used to formulate these tariffs.
Right. So I get everything you're saying, and I appreciate how you spoke to me. Like, a lot of people are Trump sucks and you're a horrible person for voting for Trump. If only we can all come together and discuss these issues at hand rather than making our neighbor our enemy. We probably have a lot better outcome than trying to make each other look bad or feel bad.
Do you think that women have abortions 2 weeks after birth?
Do I think that women no, 2 weeks after birth is murder.
It's infanticide, right? That's something that Trump said. Why do you think he said that?
I believe Kamala had made a comment about something like that. About Kamala was saying that it would be okay to have abortions after birth, and it is just outrageous.
This is something Trump said. Trump said this, and he quoted a doctor from Virginia who was not talking about abortions or anything of the like. Trump says these things so that people on your side, I'll draw it for you. AB, oh my God. So AB, 2 weeks after birth. Okay? So on the right, you guys say, oh my God, Democrats are demons. You guys are fucking murderers.
And that's
And
the
then
problem.
and then on this side, we go, you guys are liars. That's not even real. That's bullshit. And there is no middle. There's no middle. You have to choose a side. That is what Trump does every single day. When you're talking about us being divided and preaching to us, I literally I want to punch drywall because this is what Trump does.
I mean, maybe you can jump out of your own skin and see how we can actually come to some sort of solution in between this. Maybe coming in and talking to people like I am. Do you know how it makes me feel? Like my stomach feels like it's gonna crawl out of my throat right now. Okay, because anytime I go into a live and try to defend Trump or my beliefs, I get hammered. I'm expecting for everyone to demonize me, make me to be out to be a bad person, in which in all actuality, I really hope that everybody is successful. I hope that everybody is happy, you, yourself. I mean, all of this is very, very stressful. And I don't see why we are doing this to one another.
Because Trump wants it that way.
Is it because, I mean, the people over on Trump's side sees it as that's the way Kamala and Biden has it all kind of set up, because even through the debating between them and through the elections, it was like mud thrown towards each other. That's all it was. It wasn't even, there wasn't much of policies discussed. I literally had to search and Google to see what policies Kamala was offering in order for me to know. Because
Okay,
I wanted to try to make a sound and good decision between the two.
okay. Did you ever find Trump's?
Yes, I have.
They're still on his website. You want to look at them?
He is following through on his promises. That's all I have to say.
He doesn't. Okay. No, he's not. First of all, he told you guys all that he doesn't even know what Project 2025 is, right? He said, I don't know what that is. I don't even want to know what it is. And now he's completing it line by line. Here's Trump's policies. End inflation. End inflation? It is completely incoherent. What the fuck does end inflation mean?
So, inflation, there is a bubble in the stock market right now. With the debt that we are in through the previous administration, I don't want to blame specific people. I mean, but we have gone into debt. We have sent so much money. What do you think? Where do you think the money came from to fund the war?
Okay.
And when there is no war, where do you think the money
When
comes
Republicans come up here and tell me about the debt, I also like to show that Trump spent $8.4 trillion his first administration, and his first line of business when he came in this time was to approve a $4.5 trillion spending budget. And Biden, his entire presidency, spent $2.2 trillion.
7.1.
No, you're talking about the debt accrued. When you pass a bill, do you pay for it all that 1 year?
I'm sorry. When you pass a bill, what?
If I were to pass a $10 trillion bill right now, do they pay for it all right here in 2025 in April?
No.
What do? They spread it out over years, right?
It's broken down in between agriculture and infrastructure, yes.
And they spread it out over 10 years, right? They finance it?
They through bonds.
So when Joe Biden was in office, were we spending money on behalf of Trump?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Yes.
And how is that? So if Biden was in office and we were spending money on behalf of Trump, why wouldn't I be able to say now that Trump's in office, we're spending money on behalf of Biden?
You are. But it's not very much. Do you see how that works?
She is too far gone.
Don't read the chat. It'll give you cancer.
Oh
Wait,
no, I know.
So Biden spent total of $4.3 trillion. He approved $4.3 trillion worth of spending. So over the next 10 years, we will spend $4.3 trillion because Joe Biden put his signature on pieces of paper. Over the next 10 years since 2017, we're going to spend $8.3 trillion on behalf of Trump because he put his name on pieces of paper. All of this stuff accumulates.
What are all those divided into? Because there was supposed to be $4 trillion that went into the infrastructure, and as of right now, our infrastructure is so weak that we can't really have factories over here in order for other companies to come in and build, in which that was Biden's main.
And the infrastructure plan is a 10-year plan. So if you want infrastructure, I would be able to show you the chart that Biden had. It was an interactive map of all of the projects going on. There were 56,000 projects that have already started because of this infrastructure bill. But
and if that is being spent over a 10-year span, then great. We need that now.
Yeah, and for order for something to be built, you have to be a contractor or a city planner, and you have to put in a bid and then apply for the money, and then the federal government grants you the money, and you go build it. It's a long process. And yes, we need all this stuff, but Trump promised an infrastructure bill his first term, and he never even came up with a plan. Biden got it done.
Sorry, people are mentioning my name in here. Anyways, so Pickles, I actually am 4 minutes late for something, so that I do have to get running. It was very nice talking with you.
All right, you have a good day.
All right, you too.
Chat, if you're a Trump supporter, stay in the box. If you're not a Trump supporter, I'm sorry. Yeah, get out of my box. Guys, if it's okay to say that you're wrong. It's okay to switch sides, just like someone else said in chat. Yellow. Hello? Jeffrey?
Huh? Oh shit. What?
Did you mean to come up? He's gonna try to leave. Yellow?
Hi, I just discovered you and do you have some valid points? I'm actually not a Trump supporter, but I did want to add something. People are just focusing on, on cars and all that, but what people are not really realizing is that food also comes from Mexico and Canada and all these other.
All right, I love you guys, but I know this. We know this. Hello? Chat, if you're a Trump supporter and you want to debate, come in the box. Come tell me why you support Trump. YouTube, if you want to debate, instead of chirping the comments, you're welcome to come over to TikTok and get in my request box. That's how I debate people. Guys, I am so excited. I have a new router coming today. I spared no expense. I bought a very nice router. And we're going to have all the connectivity, the girthiest of all connectivities. Can I call in? I'm a demographics economist. You're welcome to come to TikTok and try to come in. I don't have a phone number for my YouTube yet. Johnny needs a new camera. He might. Yeah, I got the router before the tariffs. Thank God. Did you know if I bought this? So I bought a $500 router. If I'm going to be honest with y'all. If I bought this next week, it would be $1,000 router. Can you guys just let that sink in, guys? Just let that sink in. It would be $1,000. $1,000 router? I never thought I'd see the day. Are we great yet, chat? Yeah, talk about inflation. And you guys blamed Biden for inflation, but you can't say what he did to inflate prices. I can literally just point to an executive order Trump made and show you why things are increasing in prices to the tune of 104%. Insanity. I have a DeWalt router. It is $250. Nice, dude. Nice. Is it a Nighthawk? Those are phenomenal. I actually have a Nighthawk right now. I have a Nighthawk. Netgear? That's what I have right now. But I got a ROG Asus mesh router. Mesh thing. It's only Wi-Fi 6. I should have got Wi-Fi 7, but it's whatever, dude. It's whatever. It's actually a fighter router. Yeah. Duh. Can I afford a house by the time I retire is the real question. Probably not. I have a Raspberry Pi Linux router. Those are dope. Maybe. The only problem I have with your rules is disinformation. Who is the arbiter of what it is and what isn't disinformation? So if you do a deep search on what YouTube can ban you for, they even say that misinformation is a bannable offense, even in the comments. And I've been banned twice by YouTube because of medical disinformation. So if you say shit about like COVID, we will remove you. That's about the only thing I would say. Like things that can be proven with science. Guys, if you want to debate and you're on YouTube, come over to my TikTok. Guys, I drink way too much coffee and I think I might puke. I just might puke from drinking too much coffee. Hello?
My grandma died.
F's in the chat for the grandma, guys. F's in the chat. Hello?
Hello?
Are you a Trump supporter?
No. We. Yes, actually, I am.
Are you Kid Rock's nephew?
No.
Could have fooled me. Do I have testicles? All three of them? Goodness gracious, chat. Trump supporters, Republicans thinking that their side is the side of masculinity is insane.
Hello?
Hello.
What's good?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes.
All right. What do you think about these tariffs?
What?
What do you think about these tariffs?
Sorry, I can't hear you.
What do you think about these tariffs?
They're bullshit.
Hello?
So you don't agree with his economic policy?
No.
What do you like about Trump?
His hair.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. How are we supporting Trump still? It's crazy. I agree. There's not too many people brave enough to come up and admit they like Trump. Even like before the tariffs a few weeks ago, people were like, I mean, I voted for him. I don't like everything he does. Like, no one is actually proud to be a Trump supporter that's willing to come up and tell me why they like Trump. They come up and they're like, yeah, I'm a man's man. What's up? Yeah. You're such a feminine. You're such a like. You're probably gay. You're such a soy boy. Hello?
Hey,
Are you a Trump supporter?
yeah.
Oh, we've got
Hey,
multiple.
one second. Just have to put in my headphones.
All right, we're doing one at a time.
Hey, I'm here now.
All right.
How's it going?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
I'm not gonna say whether I'm a Trump supporter or not, but I'm gonna argue for Trump.
I can't. I'm not doing devil's advocate.
Oh, okay. I'm a Trump supporter.
No, dude. All right. You're a Trump supporter?
Yes, I am.
All right. Uh,
Kinda regretting that now, but I don't really want to debate. I just wanted to ask you, if Trump sucks, why did he win? Why did everyone vote for him? I mean, he won almost by, what was it, like 58%?
does that
I
mean
want to
that
say it's,
does that mean he like has to be great? Like, didn't you know that like every single horrible leader in history was elected democratically?
I mean, yeah, but you see a bunch of states where blue voted for him. Why did so many people change their mind
He won by
as he won?
1.7%.
It was more than that.
No, it wasn't.
He was 58% and Harris was 41.
No, he was
I'm still,
49%.
maybe I got my sources wrong, but regardless, he won by a good amount.
1.7%.
If he sucked so bad, why did
Because
everyone vote for
instead
him?
of actually saying things and explaining his policies, he said things like they're eating the cats and the dogs, and said that he was going to fix the economy in one day and fix all the wars in one day. And people believed him, and it turns out none of that's true, is it?
Yeah, no, good point. I just wanted to hear your take. Said don't really want to debate because voted for him, but yeah, tariffs suck. So
All right. Thank you.
What's going on, bro?
What's up?
I'm a friend. I just wanted to say like 2 seconds, something to you for 2 seconds. I don't know if you've seen the recent Putin interview, but even Putin's turning around saying this is absolutely idiotic and that we should have been planning for this 15 years prior, and there's no chance we'll ever catch the Chinese. He just said that. Like I just seen a video on it now.
Yeah.
I'm a friend, so I'll drop down, but I just wanted to tell you I watch it all the time, bro. Good stuff.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Yellow.
Hello.
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, I am.
Okay. What do you like about Trump?
He's gonna bomb Canada.
Come on, bro. Bro just coughed like this. Like an 8-year-old. Hello?
How you doing, bro? I'm from England. Listen, I'm not a Trump fan or anything like that. What's going on over in your country? Because our country is in real shit. It's real bad over here at the moment. So,
If you want a pen pal, get on MySpace and find somebody. Hello? 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 Hello, it's me, Pickles. Hello? You're fucking ass at Call of Duty. You're fucking shit at Call of Duty. Your KD's -2. Wow, guys. Wow. All right, guys. Good talk. Good talk. I guess we convinced all the Trump supporters to not vote Trump in his next 7 elections. You guys are going to vote him in the next 7 elections he's going to be running? We won, chat. We won. Goodness gracious. Guys, I'm kind of hungry. $125% on China now? What? An additional 34%? Oh, it was last week. Trump's tariffs spark U.S. government debt sell-off. Good lord. Chat, tap the screen, I guess. We're not even at 100K. Chat, you guys are selfish. Tap the screen. Let's get to 100K. Trump supporters, hop in the box. Be the masculine men you think you are. Come and tell me why you like Trump. Hello?
Hello.
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
How are you doing? Yes, I voted for Donald Trump.
Okay, why do you like Trump?
Well, he's kind of a different outtake on instead of the same old stuff that we were getting.
Drinking gasoline is a little bit different than the stuff I usually drink too, but it's not good.
Well, that's what I said about the Democrats too. So I'm not very much of a big Democrat fan. Never have been.
Okay. What do you like about Trump besides the fact he's a little bit different?
Well, let me see. He's trying to get it where America is first instead of everybody else. That's one reason why.
I don't think that's really, you can't really prove that. Like, first of all, Joe Biden passed monumental legislation that spent money here and actually like took our tax dollars and like spent them on us. And I don't think Trump has any plans to do anything like that. Do you know of anything he's doing like that?
Let me see. Not off the right. Let me see. Not off right off top of my head. I don't know.
What about his last administration? Did he do anything like that then?
Well, all I know is that in his last administration, before he took office, he did create 5 million jobs.
What legislation made 5 million jobs?
Well, that was before he even took office. He hired. He took in with his new company that he opened. He hired people through that before he even took office. Before his first term, it was plastered on the news about that before he even took office.
Okay, but what did he do as president to make jobs? If he could do it outside of office, then we can keep him out of office and let him continue making jobs.
No, I kind of like him in office.
Okay, what has he done? What has he done in office that's good?
Well, he kind of tells the other countries on how it is. He's a no frills kind of president that if he sees something that he doesn't like, he changes it, and he doesn't care on how bad it hurts things.
Yeah, can you tell me a time he was mean to Putin?
I cannot think of a time because him and Putin are friends.
I thought he tells
and
them
I
like
see
it
nothing
is.
wrong with that.
Like, wouldn't you want to tell people who are bad people that they're bad people?
Well, I don't think Putin's a bad person, honestly.
Why would you say that?
And the whole and the whole Ukrainian and war in Russia, I definitely do not stand with Ukraine. As a taxpayer of America, my tax dollars could have went somewhere else.
Not true. No matter what, every cent of those tax dollars would have been spent on the military, regardless if we sent it to Ukraine or not.
Well, I would have seen it gone to do something to perform our military better than sending it to them.
Do you just want our military to stand around and jerk each other off and not do anything? Don't like the second we have a chance to like cause peace on the world stage, you don't want our military to do anything?
Well, if it's none of our business, I don't think we should stick our nose in it.
Well, I think if we like say, hey, if you're thinking about invading a sovereign country, you shouldn't do that, and this is what will happen to you. And that would be peace through strength, wouldn't it? Like, hey, China, if you're thinking about taking Taiwan, pay attention. We just stopped Russia from taking over their neighbor. And it cost us 0.5% of our military budget.
Well, as me still being a taxpayer, I don't agree with sending any money overseas.
But it would save us a lot of money.
How is that possible?
Did
I
you
don't see
notice?
that.
Did you notice that our gas prices skyrocketed when Russia went and invaded Ukraine?
I really didn't pay attention.
You guys haven't been crying about gas prices for the last 4 years?
No, I don't have. I currently don't have a vehicle right now, so I don't really care about that. I normally ride a bicycle.
All right. Do you know that things get more expensive when there's wars going on and people have to stop trading with that country?
I do believe that's true. Yes.
Okay. Do you notice that no matter what, every penny that we sent to Ukraine, it was going to be spent anyway, but the extra money you're spending on goods and fuel, that goes up when war happens. So we should use the money we were going to spend on our military anyway to stop things like our gas from going up by sending things like our old military equipment to Ukraine so they can fend for themselves and stifle Russia's invasion.
Well, like I said, I wasn't too worried about gas prices.
Okay, but you should be, because everything that you like, even if you eat, like if you buy food from the grocery store, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that food has to get delivered in a vehicle that's powered by gas, so it makes it more expensive.
Now I see your point. I kind of really do see your point there. So, but like I said, for me being a taxpayer, I'd rather see all my taxes go right here to the United States.
I don't think it makes a difference to me. Like, I think that's just Putin propaganda. I think he's just trying to tell you guys to stop sending money to Ukraine because you have no problem with Trump sending billions to Israel, do you?
Well, Israel is a different matter.
Why?
I look at Israel as a very different matter.
How so?
Everybody forgets World War II, don't they?
Can you just tell me how it's different?
Well, let me see. 6 million reasons. That's how many innocent Jews were killed in World War II that we try to help out, and we still defend that country. Do I think we should help out Israel quite a bit more? Hell yes.
I love this. Do you think we should have got involved sooner in World War II before they killed all those people? So when Russia's invading their neighbors, kind of like Germany was doing, should we stop them sooner or later?
Well, that should have been done sooner. Honestly. Because that goes to tell you right there, that's bad politicians. And that was on the Democrats' watch.
Yeah, it feels like you're completely incoherent here. Like, do you agree that we should stop people like Germany or Russia from invading their neighbors?
I agree with that, yes.
Okay, so you should be for funding Ukraine.
No. They should fight for themselves. I'm tired of sending my tax dollars to a useless country anyway. Useless.
It's like one of the most resource-rich countries on that side of the world.
And quite frankly, I don't care. To be honest with you, I was talking to one of my cousins that's in the military about this, and he said to me, he goes, "Well, what was your outtakes on Ukraine?" I'm like, if I was president, it would not look like it does now. Oh no. It'd look a lot worse. That's my outtake.
I think you win this one. All right. Do you have anything else you like about Trump?
What do I like about Trump? Well, he's a no nonsense kind of person, and he's proven that.
Okay. So, what do you think that we should give police full immunity?
In circumstances, yes.
In what circumstance should they have full immunity?
Well, unfortunately, people don't realize when police officers are out there doing their duty, that's a very thankless job. And people use them as targets. Well, unfortunately, now with them having full immunity, that'll make criminals and people think twice.
Okay. So, what if a police officer comes into your house and just beats the shit out of you and steals something? Should you be able to press charges?
Well, I would have to say, yeah.
Okay, but if they have full immunity, you can't do that.
Yeah, exactly. So that's going to be, that's not, well, in that circumstance, I would say that would be definitely bad. Because now you can't even do nothing about it now.
Yeah. Or if a police officer just arbitrarily shoots somebody in the forehead and unalives them, that's pretty bad too, right?
Yes.
Do you know that Trump wants to give police full immunity? That's not good. And in my opinion, if you think he's no nonsense, I think that's wrong because that is blatantly nonsense. I think we should be able to hold our police accountable for abusing their power.
And what about the criminals that like to unalive police officers? What about them?
That's already illegal.
Oh, I know.
I don't think that giving them immunity makes them invincible.
I can see that point. That's a good point. Well, I'd love to have more conversation with you, but I got to get back to work.
All right. Tell Big Bird I said hi.
Okay.
Ciao da Milano, sono italiano io. Oh, life is bigger, you want me. Leave them down to go to you, and distance in your eyes. Oh, no.
What? President Trump halted reciprocal tariffs for 90 days, backing down after days of market turmoil, but tariffs raised to 125% on China. This can't be real. This can't be fucking real, dude. President Trump cited new talks with foreign nations on trade in explaining his reversal. He said China would not be included, raising tariffs on its export to 125% after Beijing announced its new round of retaliation. Is he just trying to tank the market? Is he just trying to tank the economy? If the tariffs were so good, why doesn't he just keep them up? Hello? Are you power shitting right now? Hello?
Hey, what's up, man? How are you, cute boy?
What's up? Are you a Trump
Yeah,
supporter?
man. How you can, of course, it's a king. Now it's a king, and the time is over. So now you guys just trying to speak on this topic on TikTok right now? Is that what you guys have?
Easy, Boris. Easy on the vodka. Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, are you a Trump supporter?
Yes.
Okay. Are you a Trump what do you like about Trump?
Well, I just wanted to touch on the one topic you were having with I think his name was Michael about Ukraine.
Uh-huh.
I just want to ask you a question on that. All right, so do you think Ukraine can win the war?
Yeah.
Why and how?
Have you read any analysis of the war?
Any analysis? Yeah. Oh, apparently they're taking back land. Okay, yeah. So we're at a stalemate, correct?
No, like more than just looking at a map. Have you looked at the analysis of the war?
No, I don't need to.
Why not?
Because Russia has like 4 times the population than Ukraine does. So
And they're
like,
dying at a rate of 7 times faster.
So is that before or after we stop funding them?
Before, during, I mean, we're only half of Ukraine's funding. The other half is coming from the EU.
Okay. Yeah. The EU's gonna help them win. Yeah, they're gonna like put boots on the ground and stuff. Yeah, and we're gonna have World War III. Yeah, that's cool.
I mean, or we could have just funded them.
Okay, but why?
So that we could stop like aggressors on the world stage from invading their neighbors.
Okay, but just because we're funding them doesn't mean they're necessarily gonna win.
Okay, but
That's what I'm saying.
I know. So you need a little bit of like nuance and context, and you would look at things like air superiority, sea superiority. You would look at all of those things, and you'd go, "Dang, I wonder if they could win." And if it's kind of like tied, then you would say, "All right, then it's a race to who would run out of soldiers quicker, or who would run out of funding quicker."
Yeah. Yes.
And
Ukraine.
and Ukraine is not running out of soldiers faster than Russia, and then it just comes down to money. So yes, we should fund Ukraine.
Okay, but like again, dude, I just don't get it. Like, why do we have to be the world police?
Because we have $1 trillion yearly budget for military, and if we just stand around and jerk ourselves off with it, what good does it do?
Exactly. So we're supposed to hand it out like candy, right?
Defund Israel. Blood's on your hands if you're pro-war. You suck. Anti-war all the
I don't know. We made a promise and we denuclearized Ukraine, and I think that if we ever want to make a nuclear peace treaty ever again in the history or in the future of the world, we need to honor our agreement.
Okay, fair enough. I'll give you that. All right, so you're talking about the Budapest Memorandum, right?
Yeah.
All right. Does it say we have to defend them in a time of war?
It says if they're being threatened, or threatened with nuclear war, I believe was bullet point number 5. Yeah.
Okay. Well, they're not being threatened with nuclear war, are they?
Yeah. Putin's already threatened multiple people with nukes.
Oh my gosh. No, he didn't.
He threatens us every other day with nukes.
That's us, though. Not Ukraine. So, what obligation do we have to defend Ukraine?
Bullet point number 5. It just speaks for itself, man.
Yeah, but you specifically said nukes.
That's the second qualifier for Security Council. It's and or.
Yes, and I will say Putin has threatened Ukraine with nukes if anybody else gets involved. So if nobody else gets involved, then there's no issue.
You know who else?
Hold on. Let me finish my point. But Britain was saying that they're going to put boots on the ground. So Britain is fucking everything up. I'm not saying they're going to, but they have claim to.
All right. So
that's not us.
Russia has gone and they've gotten North Korea boots on the ground to join their side of the war. They've gotten China. Now we have Chinese hostages in Ukraine that have come to aid Russia in their war. But the second someone from Europe comes and helps Ukraine, it's gone too far. Like, they can't hold all of the cards. They have literally broken every single. They are war criminals. They're killing innocent civilians, bombing hospitals, killing children, bombing civilian centers. They've raped and unalived children and women and kicked them in the ditches. They're not even telling their own citizens why they're at war. You can't even text about the cause, about the conflict in Ukraine. They're checking your phone on the way in to Russia. They're checking the people's phones on the street of Russia to make sure that they're not talking about things in a certain light. That's why we should stop Russia. We do not need another populace of people under Putin's control. He is a disgusting, horrible dictator, and people are suffering at his hands.
Yes, and I agree. But again, how is that our problem?
Because we don't want. If we stifle this right now, he will never try again. But we're gonna give him a cookie. We're gonna reward him for doing this. Every few years, he does this.
Oh, okay, yeah, just when he took Crimea and nobody did anything about it.
Should we have?
Huh?
Should we have?
I don't know. I mean, your Lord and Savior Obama, he didn't do shit, did he?
Who was in office? Who was in office in Ukraine when that happened?
I believe it was it's Chenko or some shit. I can't remember.
Poroshenko.
Yeah, that's who it was. Yeah,
was he was an alleged Russian asset. Yes. Correct. And so do you think he would have asked for help during that time, or would he have allowed it?
I mean, yeah. I mean, if he's an alleged Russian asset, then yeah, he probably wouldn't have asked for it. Yeah, I'll give you that. But I was saying that more in reference to the United States, not what's going on in Ukraine. But I was saying that more in reference.
Do you know what else is right there in Ukraine, next to Crimea, is the only water port that doesn't freeze during the winter? You know how important
the ports, dude. I know
that's the most important thing, and also their minerals, their grain, and their oil. And another thing that no one really knows about is their ability to harvest nitrogen, which also makes the computer chips, which is huge.
Yeah. So you're implying that Russia wants trade. They want to control trade.
They want to control the trade of all of Europe, yeah.
Yeah, I got you, man. I got you. Well, I wouldn't all of Europe.
Most of it, yeah.
I don't know about that, but yeah, I mean, dude.
If we take 0.5. If we take 0.5% of our military budget and stop Russia from doing this, it costs way less than having to see what they're going to do with our trade over the next decade or two.
Yeah, but see that's your thing right there, though. Why? Because your side always wants to cut the military budget, right? They want to cut it. I want to ask you that. Why do you want to cut the military budget, especially in times of this nature? Why do you want to cut it?
Okay, because we're not doing anything with it. You don't even want to use it for good.
Oh my gosh.
You just want to have military parades.
Oh my gosh. Well, I mean, hey, it'll come in handy if we fucking need to, right?
Yeah, if we need to, invade Greenland?
Oh my gosh, here we go, man. We're not invading no countries, okay? It's not happening.
You're gonna pretend like Trump is predictable at this point, and I'm gonna call you out on it. It's not true. You can't predict what Trump's gonna do. Trump is fucking insane.
He's insane.
Yes. Have you seen the equation he used to come up with these tariffs that are causing our economy to
He's
just
talking about
fucking?
reciprocal tariffs. Yes, I've seen it.
They're not reciprocal.
Yeah, and he just put a 90-day pause on. Well, it says most tariffs. I don't know. Like we had to learn more about the countries, but I know he did tariff China.
Do you think like this is well thought out?
I mean, I wouldn't say it's bad though, because
It's horrible.
Yeah, but if you think about it, like with China, like in particular, like China needs us more than we need them. I would think, right? They need our markets more than we need theirs.
Nope.
Why do you say that? I'm interested. Why?
Trump's hugest grievance is that we are at a trade deficit, right?
Yes.
Meaning we buy a bunch of shit from them and they don't buy much from us. And the whole world buys stuff from them, but the whole world doesn't buy anything from us, really, do they?
Well, I mean, it depends on what what countries, obviously.
Yeah, I know. Like Australia's got a trade surplus, but there's not very many. Like we do sell some stuff to the world, but China is going to do just fine. They're going to do just
exactly.
like they're going to
That's the point
hurt.
of the tariffs.
They're going to
That's the point of
hurt.
the tariffs of pickles is because Trump wants us to be able to start selling more to them.
That's not going to happen. That's not going to fix it.
Why?
Because our dollar is worth more than China's currency. And it buys more and it has more purchasing power and it costs more to manufacture things. So like no matter what, if we start trying to manufacture all that shit that China makes, it will still cost 10 times more than what China charges to sell it. So no one else will buy it from us.
Okay, so my understanding is like their currency's lesser than ours, so they can afford to produce it at a better, fuck, I lost my train of thought. Fuck.
At a lower cost, yeah.
Yeah. That's what I meant to say. Yeah, I lost my train of thought. Sorry. So yeah, like I think that's the whole purpose of like what Trump's trying to do, though.
He's trying to make our dollar go down in value.
I don't know, man. I think Americans have to be more like just be patient. Like, dude, like it's not. This isn't something like we're not 5 months into this, right? We're only like
Trump.
A week into this.
Trump has yesterday again lied or misunderstands the way the tariffs work, and he still says that the exporting countries pay these tariffs, which is untrue. Which is casting doubt in all of us who know what the fuck we're talking about.
No,
and saying that we don't think he knows what he's doing. In fact, we look at the equation. No,
like,
they don't.
The American people are gonna feel it.
No.
The American people are gonna feel it, but like we get revenue from tariffs. That is true.
We pay it. We don't get it. We pay that.
Yes, we pay it. Yes, I'm with you, Pickles. I'm with you.
But Trump says that China pays it.
Okay.
Trump says that China pays the tariff. Is that true or false?
That's false.
So why do you think he says that?
Because he tries to persuade the American people.
So he's lying to people, lying to us.
Yes, but politicians always lie. Because he's trying to make the American people like not freak out.
Come on, okay.
But all right, look, how like the American people aren't like us, like that, like kind of know how it works. Like I wouldn't. You probably you know a lot more than I do. I would guarantee it. But and I'm not saying that just because I'm a Trump supporter. Like I'm not claiming to know everything. But yes, so that's what politicians do. That they use this this tactic to where it tries to keep America. He did it in COVID. He did it during COVID. He did the same thing. He tried to downplay COVID to where Americans wouldn't freak out. Where and he went after reporters and stuff for asking him like the kind of fear mongering questions. Like he's doing the same thing right now.
I thought that the whole thing about Trump was that he was transparent.
Well, I mean, when you talk about, I think that was like more towards Elon, right?
I don't know, but yeah, I just don't think that voters were very well informed when they voted for him. They didn't know that they were going to be paying these tariffs, which I think is horrible. They were hoodwinked into doing this, and they're going to find out very soon, like in a day, that Amazon prices for literally all the shit that you buy on Amazon is about to explode and double.
But Trump's also not like lying in a way, because he's also saying that like, hey, it's gonna be tough at first, but like just trust me, like we'll get through this and like it'll be better. Like Trump's admitting that it's gonna be bad.
This is a tax on Americans. This is a tax on
Yes,
Americans, and
it is.
if it can't be both too. So like this, it can't just be temporary. There's no coherent reason for us to believe it's going to get better or cheaper or going to cause some sort of economic like spur. It's there's no reason. There's no rhyme or reason to it. And for us to see the way he came up with these tariff percentages is like the same as like it's so incoherent. It's like I just said this earlier. It's like dividing your birthday by your social security number. It is makes no sense. So I don't have any faith in what he's going to do. Like saying just wait, there's a plan. I don't think there is one, dude. I just don't think there is one. Like I think he's just really dumb.
Yeah, I know, but well, Pickles, like you're a far left individual, so like you're gonna feel that way, and you're smart. But like what I'm saying is, it's like you don't want like you're saying that because you don't want to give Trump a chance. Like, what happens if like this ends up going the way you want it, like the way we think Trump's, the way Trump thinks it's gonna go, and like what are you gonna say then?
What if Jesus comes back? I don't know, but there's no rhyme or reason. There's no reason for me to feel that way, and I'm not far left. I'm a just plain Jane Democrat, dude.
You're not far left, Pickles.
No, I'm not a socialist, not a communist. I'm a capitalist. In fact, the Democrats here in the United States are like the conservatives abroad. Or like in the UK, I would be like a workers' party, like conservative, bro.
Okay. I mean, I've talked to you before. I'm on my backup right now, but yeah, we've always had good discussion. But yeah, man. What I think is, I think we need to be patient with the tariffs. And if Trump is wrong on this, then I'll admit he's wrong, and I'll say, I mean, I may or may not denounce my, vote for him. But we'll see how this plays out. This is what I voted for. Like, I knew this was coming. I knew Trump was going to do this shit. So hopefully it works out.
I don't believe you. Trump said he was going to lower prices on day one. He didn't mention anything about raising them.
Okay, but prices are going down. I mean, like look at the like oil prices are going down. Oil is going down. Egg prices are going down. I mean, they're not going down
The
like by a
second
huge
the
amount, but
second
they're
we
going down.
the second we tariff all of these countries, prices of oil are going to skyrocket.
Okay, but Pickles, you gotta remember though that these countries are willing to talk about not having tariffs on our country, and then we don't tariff them.
But
Like
they're
the only countries I've heard of Trump, like wanting to keep the tariffs on is the EU. Like he said, he's not coming off.
and
of
do
that.
you know what the average tariff is on the EU that they have on us? It's 3%. Why is he tariffing them 20%? Blanket tariffs.
It's a good question, dude. Like I disagree with it too, man. Like if the EU is like willing to like talk to us and not have a tariff at all, like I don't know why Trump's not dropping the tariff.
He's trying to get every one of these countries to come kiss the ring and make a concession that he really likes it. He is just this weird narcissist. I'm sorry, I'm going to say, I know it sounds like this like horrible leftist opinion, but he is a weird narcissist, and he enjoys when the countries make a concession of power to him. So like maybe they'll dump a bunch of money anonymously into his crypto, into his Bitcoin, or into his meme coin, or whatever the fuck he has right now. Maybe they'll let him put a fucking Trump Tower in their country. Like this is what he's getting out of them. He's not getting anything like the tariffs to be dropped. That doesn't help us really at all. That doesn't help us when you look at.
It doesn't. I agree with you. Go ahead, Pickles.
What-
I actually agree with you on this one.
When you look at the 3% tariffs, if they drop that, you're not going to feel it, but you're definitely feeling the effects of the stock market if you have a 401k that he just fucking wrecked.
Well, the markets are going back up, like so far from what I'm seeing on. I mean, I watch Fox, but yeah, I mean, the markets are going back up. They're all green right now, or they were last time I saw them, but yeah, so we'll see if they continue to go up or not. But The DJI is it's up. I mean, it's been going up for a little while now. I don't know about the other ones. I know the S&P was up last time I saw it. They haven't showed it in a minute. They're talking about the 90-day pause and stuff. So
All right. Well, I maybe because of the 90-day pause. Sheesh.
yeah, I think that's what it is. But I mean, like, I just turned on the news, so I'm still watching. I mean, I watch everything. I mean, I don't only watch Fox, but that's just what came on.
Jesus Christ.
I like to watch both.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't heard anybody explain this in a way that shows me the long-term benefits of these tariffs. I haven't heard anything.
Yeah, man. I just tried to tell you, man. Like, I think that, like, pretty much, but my understanding of what Trump's trying to do is, this is the best way I can describe it in, like, my views. Like, I'm not a fucking economic expert, and I'm not going to claim to be. I think that his view is tariff countries, in order to incentivize them to make their products in America. That's like my whole thing about this. That's my understanding of it.
I don't know. First of all, we're moving into an era where manufacturing facilities, they're not exactly employing a bunch of people. Like in China, they're using AI, they're using robots to manufacture stuff.
Exactly. Yeah. That's true.
So what he's doing is he's just trying to invest some money. Like I heard somebody explain, like LG is going to start building some stuff here, one of their factories here. It might employ a few people. It's not going to be a bunch of people, and it's also going to be putting out of business a lot of its competitors. So like,
Yes, exactly.
all of the American made products here that are all American made, they're going to be way more expensive. And LG is going to come and undercut them and push all of these American workers out of a job, all of these American-owned companies out of business, and they're going to come and invest in here. Like, so this is in fact not really good in the long run.
Yeah, but that's why Donald Trump like made it like a big AI investment. Like when he first became president, like when he actually was able to work, like that's why he invested in AI. He's trying to catch up to China. That's what he's trying to do.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if stifling our economy is going to help us catch up to China, because like someone just came up and said, if Putin just said we should have been working on this like 10, 15 years ago, having our GDP eat shit right now is not going to help us. We're basically running through mud.
Yeah. All right, Pickles. I'm gonna let you get somebody else up, but I want to say though, I want you to just be patient. Like, don't just freak out right now. Like, give it like 2-3 months, and then we'll see where we're at. That's all I'll say.
All right. Thank you.
All right, Pickles. Thanks for having me up, man. I
No
appreciate
problem. Peace. Chat, follow the stream if you enjoy these debates. I have a Cash App and Venmo in my bio, guys. If you're trying to support the stream, that's the best way to do it. If you love me, that's what you'll do. All right. Go to the next guest. Hello?
Hello.
What's up? Are you a
Can
Trump
you hear me?
supporter?
Yes, sir.
What do you like about Trump?
I like. I think mainly the reason I voted for him in this past election was the low confidence I had personally in the Biden-Kamala administration, in the direction we were heading, and how his cabinet and the coordination between the cabinet of Biden with Congress was kind of at an all-time low of getting things done. And Trump showed up and started getting things done, started signing executive orders, started pressuring Congress to do some things, started communicating to the people what should be done. And I like the direction of the country.
Biden was the most productive president we've had in decades in regards to legislation in Congress.
I'm not referring onto actual legislation that was passed, like just by sheer numbers. I'm referring to what was actually done in the pace of the country and in what direction we're heading towards.
I don't know what that really means.
I mean, like, all of my friends who are blue collar workers who live here in the state of Arizona, who are a bunch of Gen Z kids, we can compare how the economy was from 2016 to 2020, like excluding the pandemic of Biden's administration as well. And there's a stark difference on how much money we were making compared to what we had to pay for bills and for the cost of electricity and for the cost of rent. I mean, that stuff showed.
Hold on.
And during the election cycle, we were literally gaslit by the media talking about how good the economy was, how good Biden Kamala was for people like us. Meanwhile, nobody was paying bills, and we all remembered how it was in 2018 and 2019 when we could pay bills.
Yeah, I know, but you're still talking about pre-pandemic versus post-pandemic. So the pandemic came along, environmental things came along and fucked up the economy, made things expensive. So what you would need to do is like look at the things, the actions that each president made to help you with each of these things. And it's completely the opposite of what you just said. So Trump, for instance, deregulated the housing market and got all of his investor friends to go buy up all the fucking houses in the last 10 years. So your rent has definitely gone up because of Trump. Electricity, Trump just literally ex-nayed a bunch of subsidies that like had us invest in alternative energies that made your electricity bill cheaper. In fact, there were people...
True.
What do you mean that's not true?
That my electricity bill did not get cheaper because of that. That's not true. That's
okay. Biden literally did. The Inflation Reduction Act and the Chips and Science Act invested a fuck ton into like solar, wind, and all sorts of alternative energies.
Why are we investing into wind energy? Why are we investing into wind energy when 95% of the country is run off of fossil fuels? Explain that.
So that we don't have to rely on fossil fuels?
Wind energy is extremely ineffective. It's extremely ineffective.
It's extremely effective. What do you mean everybody knows that?
Dollars into an energy system that doesn't supply the American people. Why?
Okay, when you invest in things like wind and solar, oil has to compete with it, and it reduces the price of oil.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. The point you're making of investing into alternate energies that helps it compete to the price of oil, that only works if it's effective. It's clearly, explain why oil was way more expensive in the year 2024 than it was in the year 2021. Explain that.
I'll tell you. So in 2020, you remember when nobody was driving?
I didn't say 2020.
I know, but this is context. Remember when nobody was driving in 2020?
Yeah, if you want to source what percentage of drivers were on the road in 2020 versus in 2019, sure.
Remember what COVID shut down the economy? Nobody was working. Everybody started working remote. I lived right next to a highway. I literally saw like 3 cars a day.
Kind of. I mean, in the fields that I'm surrounded with, nothing stopped. But okay.
Okay. Well, Trump got calls from all of his rich friends in 2020 that owned oil companies, and they said, hey dude, we're going out of business, nobody's buying oil. And for the first time in history, oil was negative $37 a barrel. Negative $37, meaning you would have to pay people to take it. And they said, hey dude, can you stop drilling so much fucking oil? Or call your friends in Saudi Arabia, tell them to stop drilling so much fucking oil because we're just stockpiling it. So that's what Trump did. He did a thing called the OPEC 2020 deal. And he said, hey, Saudi Arabia, can you stop drilling oil to the tune of 9.7 million barrels per day? Or else I'm going to stop selling you military equipment. And he said, you're going to do that for 2 years. 2 fucking whole years. And if you look at the price of gas... This is the price of gas. This is 2020. This is when he made that deal. And this is 2 years to the day that it stopped. And this is the gas skyrocketing. And here's 2021 in between that. That's what you're talking about. That's why gas was expensive.
Okay, I understand the argument, but for you, then that would be contingent upon gas prices staying high during his presidency now. So let's say in 2 years from now, gas is a national average of $2.35, and it bottoms out because of economic policies or executive orders placed by the Trump administration. What's going to be the defense then? So like, because it's going to be very clear at the end of these 4 years that the national gas average for normal consumers who just fill up their cars with gas, when it is lower than it was under the Biden-Kamala administration, what is going to be the excuse? Because I'm sitting here in Arizona as a 20-something-year-old here being told by everyone left and right, no, Biden and Kamala did all these great acts and they did all this legislation that was passed. The country was amazing. And then we get gaslighted pretending like that the year 2018, 2019 wasn't the greatest economic years of our lives as workers. Like, what? Explain that to me. So yes, we agree that the pandemic caused all of these things. We agree that the pandemic caused inflation and that economic times were hard. But you can't discredit his first term on how 2017, 2018,
He
and
literally
2019
didn't do anything to make it good. He was there. But can you tell me
make it good, but
can you
objectively the economy was
okay
amazing.
can you tell me a thing that he did that we can do when he's long gone?
The economy was amazing.
Tell me a thing that we can do again.
What he did.
No, it absolutely does matter what he did because you're just being superstitious.
Because you can tell me how amazing Biden and Kamala did, but the economy was trash.
No,
the
you're
economy
just
was horrible.
okay.
That's why a majority of
calm
people
down.
in my state voted for
Calm
Trump.
down. I know you're just this is causation correlation fallacy, right? Unless
No,
you can
it's
tell
not.
me
It's actually not. It's
it
an
is.
objective truth.
No, it's not.
Not.
Okay, you know what? I had a purple car during those years too.
That's not a causation. No, it's not.
I had a purple car, and the economy was great. Prove to me it wasn't my purple car.
That's not a correct analogy for the situation. It's
It's
not.
prove to me my purple car didn't cause the economy to be great.
I don't care. Most voters don't care. And it's people like you and it's the media that people get turned off by telling us,
I'm asking you
Biden
for
and Kamala
evidence.
Are doing amazing. Biden and Kamala are doing this, that. Look how awesome this is. And at the end of the day, the economy sucks, okay? The economy
Can you
sucked
tell
in the
me?
year 2023
Can you just
and
tell me?
2024.
Can you just tell me a thing? First of all, we are the envy of the world before Trump came along and fucked up the economy.
Okay, he incentivizes business owners to invest in America.
That's not true.
It's objectively true.
Okay, watch this.
Explain. No, you counteracted my point that he incentivizes business owners to invest in America. Explain how he does not.
I just explained how he's causing businesses to go out of business.
He's not. Are you going to tell me a small business owner in the state of Arizona, as a Gen Z voter, that
Yes.
I have been de-incentivized from Trump to start a business? It's not true. Do you know how
Yeah.
easy it is to start an LLC after Trump's first day in presidency? Do you know how easy the federal government is to work with to start your business compared to Biden's administration?
How
He
much easier?
deregulated like 20 things.
What's a thing he deregulated that made it easy for you?
I'm sorry, you cut out what?
What's a thing he deregulated that made it easy for you?
I'm confused in referring to
What's
starting a business.
what's a piece of red tape that he took out of your way?
Okay, for example, starting a company in the state of Arizona, if you were trying to build a building on a plot of federal land, you now don't have to go through like 12 hoops than you did 2 years ago.
Holy fuck. So he's giving everybody federal land. Okay.
I didn't say that, did I? No, if I'm an investor trying to work with an indigenous tribe in the state of Arizona trying to build a building on federal land in Scottsdale, Arizona, for example, if I'm trying to build a building on that land, I now don't have to go through the environmental restrictions the Biden administration had placed through executive orders for 4 years.
To protect the environment?
No, you just asked me something that he deregulated. He deregulated that.
Okay, and what
incentivizes
is that?
business
Is that
owners.
what you're
Do you
doing?
believe it's good for the environment or not?
Okay, but I care about the environment, so
Okay, so you're saying, okay, but that's a whole different argument. He deregulated environmental regulations on federal lands. He decreased it by like 85% on day one.
All right, this is going to be my argument, though. Do you see all these dots on this map?
Sure.
Okay. These are semiconductors, clean energy manufacturing, battery EV manufacturing, biomanufacturing, heavy industry, clean power. These are all investments that people came and made because of the Biden administration's legislation.
Okay, and we'll take a look at the same map 4 years from now, and I guarantee you it's going to be
And
like
this is a
300%
map of all
increase.
the public investments made from that same thing. And
Here,
you're gonna list like 3 or 4 people.
You're asking me why I voted for Trump. Let me explain to you why Trump won the election and why people got really turned off by this nonsense. Because we were told in the media for 3.5 years, no, this is amazing. Everyone's super excited. Everyone's trusting this economy. Everybody loves this. And then 79% of blue collar workers, male blue collar workers, ended up voting for Trump. Explain that to me. Why did 79% of male blue collar workers vote for
Are
Trump?
you just talking about people who like agree with you, so you think you're right?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's clear the majority don't agree, did not have confidence in the Biden-Kamala administration. If a majority of Americans didn't vote for Biden and Kamala, they clearly didn't have confidence in him to start businesses.
Okay, so this is something called confirmation bias.
It's not. It's an objective truth that a majority of Americans voted for Donald Trump.
It's an
correct?
objective truth that you're looking at confirmation bias.
Okay, you're not responding to my question. You're asking me why I voted for Trump and why Trump is president in the year 2025.
You're voting for
You're
Trump
asking
because your friends did? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm telling you that a majority of Americans clearly didn't trust Biden and Kamala. They didn't. They voted for it. They
You're
voted
looking
to
at
get out
other
of
people
office.
to justify your opinion. That's what I'm saying. And you're trying to tell me it's not the
You're telling
reason.
me more people were incentivized to start businesses under the Biden-Kamala administration. And I'm telling you
Yes.
clearly that is not true because they were voted out of office.
Okay, they won by 1.7%. So this is not the big win you're talking about.
1.7% more of people trusted this administration with the future of this economy and country more than they did Kamala Harris.
I can tell you they trusted him based on lies. So like Trump just yesterday told us again that the exporting countries are paying these tariffs. And if everybody believed him, which you're saying he did, they voted based on a lie, didn't they?
I really hope Donald Trump boosts these tariffs on China to 400%, gets Xi Jinping to fly over to Washington, D.C., cuts a deal.
Is this a crash out? Is this a pivot?
It's not a pivot. You're talking about tariffs all of a sudden.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying that people voted based on lies.
Okay, but that again, causation. That's a fallacy within debate. Like that, you're correlating something.
You're telling me that the reason you're correct is because everybody else voted this way, and I'm telling you that a lot of people were tricked into voting for him based on lies, based on hearing the wrong information.
Sir, okay, that's an opinion you can have.
That's
There's
just
no
the
truth behind
truth.
that.
There is 1,000%. What do you mean? Where's my
No, it's
opinion?
not.
What
That's not
opinion?
truth. That's
What
an
What
opinion.
part of that is an opinion? Okay, I'm going to list out the things that I said. I'm going to say Trump lied about the tariffs, and that people voted after they heard what he said. What part of that is an opinion?
What did he lie about?
The tariffs. Who pays for the tariffs? When Trump is imposing these tariffs on China, who pays for those extra taxes that Trump imposed? Americans or Chinese people?
We pay the literal tax, and they pay the consequence of not being able to export what they were first able to export.
Okay, so who pays that extra tariff that Trump is mentioning? The tariff with a T. No, who pays the tariff?
The whatever is imported into the United States, those receiving the good pays that tariff.
Okay, and what does Trump say? Who pays? What is Trump's version of that? Trump says China pays those
Trump
tariffs.
says there's going to be a consequence on the country.
No. He says that we're going to get so much money from these other countries that we're not going to know what to do with.
Correct, because he's going to cut a deal with every single country that caves, which they all will cave because we're the #1 economy in the world, and we'll cut a deal with them, and our economy will be placed.
So they're paying the tariffs by removing their tariffs?
Okay, if we place let's say, for example, we place a 300% tariff on the EU, on all imported goods from the EU, correct? Why would then the EU want to cut a deal with us if nothing bad is happening to them? If we're the only ones
I understand that Trump is being a bully. But they only have a 3% average tariff on our goods.
Okay, that's fine, but answer the question. Why are countries wanting to strike deals when he puts a tariff on them? If it only
Because
hurts
it's gonna
Americans,
because their
if it
economy
only
will
hurts Americans,
suffer.
why would they care?
I'm not saying
Why?
it only hurts Americans. I'm
Okay,
saying
good.
we pay these taxes. This is a
Correct.
tax on Americans that Trump is
Yes.
imposing.
Nobody's disagreeing with that.
Oh, Trump
Nobody's.
disagrees with that.
That's not true.
Trump disagrees. Oh, you want the clips?
Yes.
You want the clip of Trump saying
Play
that?
the clip and we can dissect it, and then we can go to the subjective opinion of yours saying that that's why we
Objective
voted for him,
opinion?
because we believed in what he was saying, but clearly not.
Okay, Trump is literally lying, and you have to twist his words to make
Play
him
the
correct.
clip and we'll dissect it. That's fine.
Trump says tariffs are a tax on a foreign country. Oh my God. Love this.
I can't hear anything.
The right team can help you get ready and stay ready. Learn more at massmutual.com/stay-ready.
As we've been reporting, President
Can you hear it now?
10% tariff on Chinese
Nope.
goods is now in effect.
I don't think anyone can.
Chat, can y'all hear it? Chat says they can hear it. Let me fix something. Line in.
Maybe it's just me then.
System to line out. Or I'll just do chat mic. Or try this.
China has retaliated against the U.S., placing up to 15%
You hear it?
tariffs on select
Yep.
American imports. Those go into effect Monday. Earlier this week, the president attempted to implement 25% tariffs on Mexican and Canadian imports. However, he agreed to pause these tariffs for the next month after the leaders from both countries vowed to boost border security. For more, let's bring in CBS News confirmed executive editor Rona Taryn. So, Rona, President Trump has made some claims about the history of tariffs and what they
I'm
mean.
shopping for clips right now, and I'm not sure if this is going to be one where he says it.
A tariff is a tax on a foreign country.
Oh.
That's the way it
Is that true?
Depends on the context.
In what context would that ever be true?
Well, what does the word tax mean? What is the verb tax?
It's an extra duty that we have to pay to our government.
Okay.
Do these
Read the
do these
definition
exporting
of tax? No, because when I hear that, what I hear is that another country will have to pay something for that. So that's not objectively not true.
Did you stretch before you put both of your legs behind your head, bro? We can all see you. We can all see you twisting yourself into a pretzel, bub.
Okay, but this is exactly why Trump won.
Because you lose debates?
No, because people don't believe and don't want to hear that they're being gaslit 24/7 by someone when they remember how the economy was.
So you're just saying because the economy was better, he's allowed to lie about this stuff?
Okay. If we can cherry pick clips out of context explaining what one candidate said and say without that context, it's a lie.
We're not cherry
And that's
picking.
not hard to do.
This is
Like,
what
if
you
I say-
asked me to show you, and I'm showing it to you, and now you're saying I'm cherry picking.
No, because it is a tax on other countries. A country that exports goods to another country and then it's taxed on is getting taxed for the other country.
We pay it, not the other country.
If I have to sell my house and someone says, here's a 30% tax on this house before you sell it to the people buying it are going to have to pay 30% more on this house. Someone puts a tax on my house. That's what that is.
Forrest, is your business perhaps called Circus de LA?
No, I run a
Arizona?
marketing agency.
You run a marketing agency? Circus de LA?
Nope, it does actually extremely well. Music marketing agency.
Okay. Well, you're sitting here justifying Trump's lie. It sounds real bad on your part.
Explain the lie.
Is a tariff a tax on a foreign country? If I wrote that down on a college paper, would they give me an A or an F?
Out of context, that's not true.
Would they give me a fucking A or an F, Forrest?
I don't know. That question That doesn't make sense.
Come on, dude.
Okay, no, but sitting. Also, I can hear my echo for like the last 20 seconds.
All right.
But we're here talking about debating why I want Trump to be president and why I voted for Trump. And I'm explaining to you that someone who runs businesses here in the state of Arizona, that the last 3 years sucked for small businesses. Consumers didn't have confidence to buy things or to invest in anything. Clients weren't wanting to do anything with their money. They were trying to save. They were worried. They weren't starting businesses. And I'm telling you, I voted for the person that I remember how life was during his first presidency before the pandemic. And I feel confident once again in that. And so, yes, we're 2 months into
I
this.
think you're very desperately trying to convince yourself again that this is true, and it's not anymore, right? Because nobody has consumer confidence is down. Nobody wants to invest in the stock market because they have no idea what the fuck is going to happen.
Down. Source that.
Okay. Tell me. Okay, I'll see it. I'll check it right now.
Type in, is consumer confidence down since Trump administration?
Let's see. Since Donald Trump, consumer confidence has seen a decline, with the Conference Board Consumer Confidence Index hitting its lowest level in over 4 years.
Okay. I'll take it.
Okay.
You're right.
So Trump says Trump's tariffs have also stopped people from investing because they have no idea whether or not their business is going to be affected by these crazy tariffs that he's putting up. True or false?
People definitely took out their investments in the stock market specifically because of these tariffs, correct?
Are people also investing more into the stock market because of these tariffs or not?
Are people also investing more? No. As a consequence of placing these tariffs, people buying stocks, is declining, yes. But that's
ladies and gentlemen, I rest my case.
But that's a short-term consequence. Well, we can have this conversation in 18 months from now. Stock market's going to be higher than ever. Consumer confidence is going to be higher than ever. I mean, it's been 2.5 months, okay? And so I'm not sitting here justifying why I voted for Trump. I'm explaining why I personally believe he will be better for the country. And I truthfully believe after these tariffs, after he cuts deals with all these countries and they lowered their tariffs and they lowered their trade deals that we have with us that we're getting ripped off on, I truly believe we'll be in a much better place as a country than we were before. I'm so glad finally someone stepped in and said, you know what China is doing to us and the entire world is not fair. Stepped in and did that and slammed them with tariffs. I'm glad that is happening. And if you ask any other major investor on Wall Street or any other major business owner that deals with China, a majority of them, I imagine, will agree with what I'm saying, is that we're tired of China getting the better end of the deal. He's fighting for Americans.
Nobody's tired of being able to buy extremely cheap goods from China. I promise you that, especially big business owners.
They are when China gets a better end of the deal than we do.
What's the better end that they get?
We have $36 trillion in debt.
Okay, and how does that have to do? What does that have to do with China, bro?
What do you mean?
How is that China's fault?
No, clearly not. It's not China's fault. No, they're smart. No, it's not their fault.
You're being incoherent. What are you saying?
Do you just want to stay in debt? Do you want to stay in debt?
How does this have anything to do with our debt, our relationship with China?
Because if you're receiving a surplus of growth from these trades, if we can change how we're trading with other countries, and we can finally have a surplus of goods coming in, not goods, of money coming into the United States more than what we spend.
That will never happen. Why do you think the tariffs are going to change that?
What do you mean that will never happen?
Our dollar is worth way more than other countries' dollars around the world. So
that's not what I'm talking about at all.
Okay, I know, but the reason there's a trade deficit with most of these countries is we have a huge population, so of course we buy more from Canada than 40 million people buy from us. So why the fuck do you think that's ever going to change with tariffs?
I'm going to be completely honest. I don't know what you're trying to get at in relation to what I was asking.
How are the tariffs going to reverse a trade deficit with China?
Okay, because as all the left like to point out in Trump's little charts on his little posters that said reciprocal tariffs, and then those little parentheses, it was like, and other trade deficits that we're doing and accounting for. When we, for example, when the EU said, fine, we'll take out our tariffs, we'll go to a 0-0 policy, and we'll work out some trades with you, Trump. That's us getting a better end of the deal, and finally us winning on these trades.
Okay. The EU has fucking averaged 3% tariffs on us. So when they start buying 3% more, that's still not going to put us over the fucking fence with a trade deficit. It's still not going to happen.
Economically, for the United States, that's a good thing.
Okay, but we're still not going to get out of a trade deficit
if
ever.
112 countries in the last 48 hours, if 112 countries said, okay, we're willing to lower our tariffs, plus we're willing to talk about trades with you, is that not a good thing economically for the United States?
I mean, you look around. Do you see this? Do you see us flourishing now that he's put up trade tariffs over everywhere?
Okay, but dude, this is Econ 101.
$7 trillion have been lost.
It's not going to happen overnight.
Okay, I know. But the thing is, we don't know what he's negotiating with these countries. Is he actually negotiating trade, or is he trying to get them? Is he trying to get them to? Is he just blackmailing them? Like they're all saying he is. Is he just blackmailing them?
But okay, again, Econ 101. What are you using blackmail?
Don't Econ 101 me, dude. You are fucking running into a brick wall left and right.
What do you mean, don't Econ 101?
You just brought up our debt when talking about trade deficits.
Using the word blackmailing in reference to economically pressuring someone to lower their tariffs on you and getting a better trade out of it.
Okay, you can't tell me. Okay. We threw up a 20% blanket tariff on a country that has a 3% tariff on us.
Good.
Is that reciprocal or is that fucking bullying?
If we're getting screwed on our trades, of course it's reciprocal.
Nobody's getting screwed. We're just rich. We're just
5 years.
No one's.
So let's time to work out some new trade
You
deals.
can't substantiate that. You can't articulate that. No one's getting screwed because we're rich.
No, I'm saying
we are rich and we get to buy a whole lot of stuff. No one's getting screwed.
Okay, but you literally just pointed out that the EU says, okay, let's go to 0-0. We're going to take off our 3%. You guys take off your percent. We'll go to 0-0 and we'll work out some trades.
I doubt we're going to go to 0-0.
Okay, you can doubt whatever you want. I don't care. But
nobody knows what his plan is. So you're just making a best case scenario and going, ha, I win.
But we all knew this was going to happen.
Nobody knew. Nobody knew.
Yeah, of course. He said we're going to tariff the heck out of everyone.
No, he did not. He mentions tariff once. And what we thought he was going to do is the same thing that he did.
Tariff once. That's a lie.
He in his Agenda 47, it says tariff once, and that's it. And it doesn't say who, it doesn't say how much. It just says tariff.
If you listen to any of his rallies or him on talking to mainstream media, he talked about how tariffs would be good for the economy to pressure us to get out of these crappy trade deals. He mentioned that more than I imagined.
Yeah, and nobody knew any of that. Like Canada and Mexico had no idea they were going to see tariffs.
Yeah, clearly not. Because then
So you're lying. Nobody knew that they were going to be tariffs.
Folded like a lawn chair.
And what did we get out of it?
We had Ford promising new investments into America over the next 8 years, announcing like $1 trillion investment into America. GM expanding to like 12% more American goods being made here in America than before.
Okay.
We had, I think in Canada, I haven't researched Canada, I think as much, so I'm not sure. So you just asked.
Okay, and he said it was because they needed to protect the border.
Wait, what?
Trump said that he's putting tariffs on Canada because the F-drug's spewing over the border.
Well, yeah, that's part of it. The same reason he's putting tariffs on other countries because of the bad trade deals. He's saying, hey, you guys are screwing us over. This isn't good for our country. So here comes Daddy Trump with the tariffs. And then they're like, okay, fine. We'll put more people
He's
on the border.
invoking wartime laws to do all of this. MAGA cannot govern. And you just started this conversation out by saying, oh, he gets to Congress to do this and that. He would have never been able to pass any of these tariffs through Congress because they're incoherent, crazy, maniacal ideas.
Okay, so are we not going to mention exactly what we were just talking about Mexico? So if Mexico says, okay, fine, we'll put a lot more money at the border for border security to try to prevent more of this, and in
So
response, you take off your tariff.
Okay.
That is
So-
but that is called a leader.
No, it's
that is
not.
called-
That is called he's basically torching. He's lighting a candle with a flamethrower, dude. He literally Biden got $1.5 billion from Mexico for border security,
Nothing.
and he didn't have to threaten them with anything. That's because we were
Nothing.
friends with him still.
$1.5 billion, and that is nothing.
It's
By
a
the
lot.
border
It's a lot
side.
more. It's a lot more than them
Yeah,
concession.
200 on average. February of 2023 and February of 2024. February of 2023 had roughly 160,000 undocumented immigrants successfully cross the border. In 2024 February, roughly 190,000 undocumented immigrants crossed the border successfully.
No.
February
This
of
is
2025, roughly 8,000. 8,000. That's a
Yeah.
93% decrease.
The thing is, people moved, right? COVID wrecked people's economies and people started moving around from poor countries to rich countries. And that's why everybody was trying to come here. And every single time Trump cites this, and you just did it too, people have to cross a certain imaginary line for us to stop them from coming into the country. So when they crossed, Trump cites them as illegal crossings. But as soon as they crossed, our border agents apprehended them and said no, and kicked 50% out, just like Trump did.
Okay, explain why 190,000 people last February crossed successfully, and this February 8,000 people crossed successfully. Explain that one to me.
Because Trump is being a terrorist and nobody wants to come here anymore.
So it's a terrorist to not allow undocumented immigrants to
No,
enter
he's
the
sending
country.
people to prisons without due process. He's kidnapping them and sending them to prisons.
We have a national security crisis, bro.
Says who?
Okay, come to live in the southern town of Arizona, which I'm living in. Ask any neighbor I have within around 20 miles of here, and ask if their life has gotten worse because of the situation at the border. They will all unequivocally.
Can you
say
tell me?
yes.
Can you tell me a thing that your life has like been affected by from the border?
Yes, the state. Okay, on a state level, in the state of Arizona, we have a liberal governor named Katie Hobbs. She's changed. She's allocated roughly 8% more of taxpayer money to accommodate for undocumented immigrants in the state of Arizona.
Okay, and can you tell me a thing you'd like to do with taxpayer money that Republicans do?
It was actually supposed to go to energy, to oil, to discovering new energy, something along those lines. Energy. Anyways, it was 8% taxpayer money shifted from energy solutions to.
And did you know that these undocumented migrants, they pay taxes and therefore increase your GDP?
Fun fact.
They do.
You don't know that. They don't. You don't know that.
I
They
actually
don't.
do. I actually
you
do.
don't.
You want me to
No,
show you?
You don't.
You want me to show you?
Show me. Okay, let's go. Let's do this right now. Let me go talk to all of the people I work with who hires these people who work in these blue collar companies who hire these undocumented immigrants. And let's talk to these people and see if under the table cash, if those people are then mailing that check to Washington, D.C.
Here you go. Undocumented immigrants paid $96 billion in federal, state, and local taxes in 2022. And there's a thing called an ITIN number, Forrest. And you're going to find this out as a new business owner, that you're going to be paying people who are contractors through 1099, and you're going to be paying them, and they're going to give you a thing called an ITIN number. And you're gonna when they file taxes at the end of the year,
You are very unfamiliar with how
hey,
this business operates.
bless your little sweetheart, Forrest. I'm gonna school you backwards and forwards on this.
No, you're not, because you don't run these businesses.
I've ran plenty of businesses in my life, and I'm a 10-year veteran of bookkeeping. So welcome to the fire.
Have you hired within your 10
Plenty,
years? How many?
plenty.
Okay, and so you go through your due diligence process where that all goes and that all checks out, and they all pay taxes, correct?
Let me help you out. Yeah.
Correct.
So
okay,
yes.
I'm telling you that is not the case for the majority of people.
Okay. All right.
here.
All right. Forrest. Calm down. I'm gonna walk you through this. I am a business owner, and I hire an undocumented migrant that I'm going to pay with cash underneath the table. Have you filed taxes as a business owner yet before?
Sure, yeah.
You have? Okay.
Yes.
And what happens when your accountant sees you pull cash out of an ATM? What do they say?
I like part of that's.
What percent fucking tax do you pay on cash pulled out of an ATM? Go ahead and tell me.
I have no idea.
It's like 30%.
Okay.
So you, as a dumb business owner, would pay 30% tax on that cash pulled out to pay that migrant, or you can have them sign a fucking ITIN number and they pay their taxes. Either way, the tax is paid, isn't it, Forrest?
No, not.
Wait,
So if I have an undocumented immigrant come to my door offering to do some services, which I'm not against, because in the state where I live for the last 20 years, it's been like that. And frankly, I don't care. I think they're good for the country to some extent. I think for a long time, we did not have a national security crisis when there was only a couple thousand.
We're talking about taxes, bub.
When we talk, let me allude to it. What I'm saying is you can point out a $96 billion of taxes paid by undocumented immigrants, but you have no idea how many taxes were not paid. You have no idea what the effects of this.
And did you know that none of these people can pull out of the systems that they pay into? So they can't cash a Social Security check. They can't file for Medicaid, Medicare. They can't do any of that. They're just paying into it. So does it matter how many aren't? And guess what?
Okay, so
they'll
you're
never
not
do it
advocating
again.
That it doesn't matter that they're here at whatever rate, correct?
No, I mean, if you can tell me like the pain points of them being here, go ahead and tell me.
Okay,
What's wrong with them being here?
Fine. You're going to advocate that it's totally fine, as many as you want come across without being checked. That's fine. The pain points is fentanyl crisis has increased over the last 5 years, roughly by 425%.
Okay, but you're going to have to look at this. 86.
And roughly of that 425%, 86% of it came from Mexico, estimated.
Perfect. And 86% of it also was brought over by U.S. goddammit citizens. So how is this a migrant problem?
Not true. Source that. I just sourced the
Okay, I'll source it right now. And when I do, I'm gonna have you have to say you're right, Daddy Pickles. Okay?
10% of it comes from undocumented immigrants.
You're gonna say it. You're gonna say you're correct, Daddy Pickles.
No, you're gonna say I'm correct because whatever percent it is of undocumented immigrants, it's too many.
Wait, here's your source.
Okay, so 14% of them were not, correct?
Correct.
So get the crap out of here with that 14% and let's protect American citizens from the fentanyl crisis going on. Let's get in trouble. Let's get the American citizens who are bringing it
If you
across
wanted to
arrested.
attack the F drug crisis at the biggest point of where it's coming in, would you attack the undocumented citizens or would you attack the U.S. citizens bringing it across through legal ports of entry?
It's a lot easier to handle the fentanyl crisis when 200,000 people a month are coming in illegally.
Okay, but it's not the illegal people that's bringing it, is it? It's the U.S. citizens, isn't it?
But they are directly contributing.
Why would you go attack the smallest demographic of people bringing it instead of the biggest?
I'm not. I'm saying the reason it's not being okay. So explain. Are you okay with Kamala and Biden having a 425% increase of fentanyl?
You have to tell me how that's their fault when they tried to pass a bill that increased fentanyl technology at the border.
Trump was in. He didn't have to pass a bill. Explain that. Explain it.
No, because he's kidnapping people and sending them to CCOT.
Yeah, and if fentanyl goes down, and if American citizens stop dying, I think 90% of America's okay with that.
I guess so, but we're also going to see like almost no tourism. Our fucking economy's eating shit. I mean, you're just gonna take all these L's as long as your fifis feel better about the F drug.
That's an opinion, though. You can hold whatever opinion you would like.
I bet you 86% of these people are still going to bring that F drug across the border because they're legal U.S. citizens. What does that do?
You hold.
No, this is just a fact.
No, and you know it's.
This is just a goddamn fact.
If there's 90% less people illegally crossing the border each month, that will go down. That's also a fact.
It'll go down. It'll go down by tops 10 or 15%. That's it.
That's good. That is good.
That's it.
Did we agree?
At what cost? All we had to do is install technology at the border. All we had to do was install technology at the border and invest in that instead of destroy our economy and commit crimes.
A majority of Americans didn't trust in that, and we voted the crap out of them.
All right. Well, I mean, you're lost. You trust a guy who's constantly lying about his policies, but go for it. Go off.
He's not.
We literally just went over this.
Yeah, and I went over and told you how that wasn't a lie because it's not.
That's a big cope, my friend. I can see why you're in marketing.
Cope because 2 months into his presidency, you're judging things that you haven't seen the result of. That's a cope.
We are literally looking at the results in data form.
Oh, I'm so excited. Dude, I'm truthfully, for these next 4 years, it's going to be so good. It's going to be so crisp.
Do you look at yourself in the mirror and say that every day?
Oh, dude, half of America does.
I know, it's a big cope.
It's hard when you don't have the majority. I know, it's really hard.
For the first time in 30 years, you guys won the majority.
Yeah, because the
And it's the smallest margin ever. You guys are getting a little carried away there, guy.
Oh, and we're so excited though because we got gaslighted for 4 years and we were tired of it.
The whole world agreed that the Biden economy was the envy of the world.
Oh, that is so not true. He got screwed over on every trade. We were at a trade deficit with like the top 20 GDP providers in the world.
You don't know what a trade deficit is. What's wrong with a trade deficit?
If, for example, here's a great example of a trade deficit. If we're trading, let's say we're trading things with Norway, for example. I don't know what we trade with Norway, but let's say Norway gives us subject X and we give them subject Y. And so for exchange for X, we make this amount of money, and for subject Y, they make that amount of money. And they're doing a lot better for our Y than we are doing for their X. We are at a deficit.
Okay, and what's the population of Norway?
I don't know. I'm using them as an example.
It's 5 million people. And
Okay.
what's the population of the United States, bub?
Oh my gosh, that's not the point I'm making at all.
Okay, no, but that context matters, right?
Okay.
Why? How in fucking God's green earth would 5 million people outspend 350 million people?
Per capita.
Tell me. Okay.
Per capita.
Okay. Is there a per capita trade deficit metric that I've been missing? Has people been talking about a per capita trade deficit?
Yes, precisely. That's literally what the whole thing is about. If
I
you're
have literally never heard the term.
That's literally how you judge statistics.
No, it's not. You guys hate per capita, by the way, but sure. Per capita trade deficit refers to trade deficit calculated per capita basis. And what's our per capita trade deficit with, I don't know, United States, EU? So the trade deficit was 235 billion. So all we'd have to do is, I mean, even if you do that, we still... Here's a more detailed breakdown.
So we're losing the trade deficit right there. So that's a good example. So that's bad. Good. If you're an American citizen that wants America to do well,
Again, this doesn't have per capita trade deficit listed, and you tell me?
In 2024, the United States had a trade deficit of 236 billion with the European Union.
Can you tell me? Can you tell me why it hurts for us to have a trade deficit?
Yes, because we go into debt. That is
not true. That is not true. That's not true.
Hey, bub, if I give away $20 and the other team gives away $10, I go into debt and they gain $10. That's
not true. That just means that our money is going over there. That doesn't mean we're going into debt.
Okay, so if our money is going over there and we're not receiving the adequate amount to us from them, we
receive the goods. I just bought something from.
If the goods are worth less than
I bought this.
We go into a deficit.
That's not true. I bought. No, you're wrong, and it's incoherent. I'm very worried about your business, but I bought this from Amazon, and I spent $4, and they bought nothing from me, and I'm in a trade deficit with them. Am I getting fucked?
So if you buy a $4 drink from Amazon and you receive nothing in return.
I got this in return, dude.
Okay, correct. Hold on. And because we are buying something from them, and let's say the value of that is $4 to Americans here, we are not going into a trade deficit. We are not. But if you receive a bubbly for $4 and we give them a Coca-Cola worth $5, we then are losing money. That's how it
you're
works.
wrong.
Yes, it is.
You're wrong. No, okay. We buy goods from them at the tune of $235 billion. No, it's more than that. It's the deficit. We buy $200 billion worth from them, and they buy $100 billion worth with us. That is the trade deficit. I'm making those numbers up. Does that mean we're getting screwed? No, we're buying more from them than they're buying from us. You're thinking that we're buying things from them and they're only giving us a certain amount of things back.
We had a trade deficit of 236 billion, and they had a trade deficit of 198 billion. We are getting the worst parts of the deal.
No, we're not. No, we're not.
Oh, dude, you got to go to business school, bro.
No, I don't. Apparently, you do, man.
I guarantee you, I make more money in my business than you do in yours, and I guarantee you it's a lot more honest too.
Got it.
No, let's do it. Let's go hand for hand right now. Let's pull out our spreadsheets. Let's see your tax.
I'm not sitting here saying I make a whole bunch of money.
Okay, I'm not saying that either, but what you're trying to tell me is I don't know business, and you're clearly showing me how we're getting screwed over.
That's not being screwed over because we buy more things from them and they buy fewer things from us. Doesn't mean we're getting screwed over.
That's not what that's saying.
Yes, it is. That's exactly what that means. Okay, Forrest, that's exactly what that means. They buy fewer things from us than we buy from them.
So if we have a $240 billion trade deficit and they have a $198 billion trade deficit, who has a higher deficit? Explain that. Who?
A deficit just means it's imbalanced.
Oh my gosh. All right, chat, you heard it here first. We have a Google search explaining that we are in a higher trade deficit than the EU, and we're trying to justify.
We're a consumer market, bro. We're a consumer market. We buy things. We're a rich country. That's why we're in a trade deficit with everybody around us.
What that means.
Yes, it is.
Guys,
Forrest.
to the 2000.
I just got the pay to kick. Thank you so much, guys. That was so painful. Chat, if somebody can come up and have a civilized discussion on what a trade deficit is, it is in fact 100% we buy more from them than they buy from us. It doesn't mean that we bought things from them and they only gave us X amount of goods. That's not how that works. Forrest, go back to business school. Who was it that sent me money? Obama's first executive order rescinded in earlier. No, that's not what it is. That was 20 hours ago. Dewana, thank you so much. Thank you for the kick. Holy Toledo.
Hi, I only have 30 seconds, so I'll be quick to explain. You buy steel. When you buy the steel, you make it into cars. You sell the cars, you make money. Easily explained. You buy the steel, you make money from making the car. Easy. That's it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Sarah, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much. Daddy Pickles, thank you so much, Sarah. W Daddy Pickles, thank you. Holy fucking fuck, dude. That guy gave me a headache too. Dude, when you get shown a clip showing that Trump was blatantly lying to, and you try to twist his words in a way to make it look like he's not lying, I just feel sorry for you, man.
Hello.
Hello.
How we doing?
Doing good. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes.
Okay.
I wanna help that last guy out on a few things you guys were talking about. I listened to most of it. Yes, trade deficit. That just means that they buy more from us.
We buy more
but
from
it
them.
doesn't have to be that way, and it doesn't have to be as big as it is, because we're at a trade deficit of like over $1 trillion a year right now with other countries. And how do you reduce that? You have to increase your exports, and that is something that we have done. We have positioned ourselves ever since the Trump. Well, honestly, I'll give Obama credit. It kind of started with Obama, but Trump really accelerated it. And that was our production of oil and natural gas in this country. We have become under Trump, we became the #1 producer of oil and natural gas in the entire world.
Under
And now,
Biden.
Under Trump, we became number one.
Under Biden, we went much further.
Yes, but you have to understand that all these investments were made under Trump, and the technological advancements were done under Trump, and Biden has benefited because they had to keep opening up, and these structures take anywhere from 3 to 10 years to finish. So Biden kept benefiting off of things that were put in place under Trump, and Biden actually tried to pause all drilling on federal lands in all waters. And he was overruled by a Louisiana judge to make him start signing the leases again because he tried to pause it all. So I mean, Biden was really against like drilling as much. He was more trying to invest in green energy, and I agree with green energy. However, we are not to the point where it's sustainable to do that. Other countries have tried wind and all that good stuff, but we're just not there yet. And I believe in that.
We have to invest to get there, right? So Biden was fast tracking our ability to be there, and we have entire countries that have fueled themselves. I think the last time someone tried it, they did 2 solid weeks of fueling their entire country with renewable energy.
Okay, but America, as big as we are and as everything that we have, it is unstable to go that route, especially when oil is such a geopolitical leverage tool. When countries like Russia and Iran use that to increase their sphere of influence and the way that their governing style is, a lot of this has geopolitical tensions and global dominance written all over it. And so there's a responsible way to get to the green energy thing. We're just not there yet, and we still are investing in it. We still are reducing our global emissions with better technology like the shale boom with natural gas. So I believe in green energy in the long term, but it has to be done responsibly, because if you go too fast, it can really put your like grid and everything at play where it can be dangerous. And
Yeah, I mean, the only person investing in this stuff is Biden. Trump is about to try to reverse all that.
I believe that there's still investments and there's still advancements happening. It's just it's not going as quick as the people on the left go. And I'm not gonna we've talked before, and we've had a long debate before. I don't want to go super long, but on the I think a lot of people don't understand is the tariffs. When you say like, oh, they're only tariffing us 3%, like something like that. Do you know what a VAT is?
I know what maybe not in the sense you're saying.
A VAT is something that almost every country has. It stands for value added tax, and it's basically like another tariff. United States is one of the few countries that has no VAT on any country. So there's no tax that's added on. But if you go to China or Vietnam or any of these countries, they have like 15 to 20% VATs that they automatically place on imports coming into their country. So that on top of tariffs, so that's when Trump brought out that chart of all the tariffs. That's why there's a fine print under it that says also other non-monetary barriers, other things that these countries do to add it, because it's not just a tariff. There's VATs and there's other currency manipulation that they do to make it seem like, oh, it's only a 2% tariff, when really there's other fees and stuff that are added on. But yeah, I think that I just wanted to add some extra.
You have seen how Trump calculated these tariffs, right?
Yes.
Do you think it's coherent?
I know exactly what yeah, but he didn't say it was just tariffs, right? If you read the board, it says tariffs plus this plus this.
But you saw the equation he used, right?
It's basically just the trade deficit. Yeah,
and that doesn't make any sense, does it?
It does for his base, because I mean I'm with you, where like he knows how to like charge up his base. He makes it in simple terms.
He's using rhetoric and lies to get people excited about tariffs.
Not lies, because it's not a lie when you say tariffs plus, he's saying it's all this combination of stuff. This is what it results. It results us being in this big of a trade deficit.
So why in the actual fuck would he use the trade deficit to calculate his tariff?
Because that is the countries that we deal with. That is their motive. They want to be in a surplus with us.
But no. Like tell me why that should calculate the tariff.
It's not just the tariff, right? You know what I'm saying? that's why he didn't do a full 100% tariff, because he knew that wasn't the real tariff. This is just everything that they do to make sure that they're getting the better end of the deal from the United States.
I know, but like someone in Congress said it earlier. I think it was today or yesterday. It's like dividing your birthday by your social security number. Like, it doesn't make any sense. And I could like, if I were to yap about it like you are, I would be like, well, for my birthday, I want them to have fair trade.
Yes. Well, so all these things that they do, the VAT, the tariff, the quota imports, like it all adds up to the point where it's like, this is why the trade deficit is this big. And that's why he's just making it a simple number for people to understand. And at the end of the day, all he wants to do is make a deal. And the deal that he's trying to make, and I saw it when he brought Netanyahu to the White House, and I was like, I see what he's doing now. And he said, you start buying our oil, because now we are the #1 producer of energy in the entire world. We have all of these production at home, and now we have the ability to sell our oil. How do they decrease the trade deficit? Start buying oil from us. Don't buy it from Russia. Don't buy it from
Yeah,
Iran. Don't buy
but
it from the
that's
Saudis. Buy it from us.
okay. But the tariffs, like if we tariff Canada, 25% of our oil comes from Canada, so it's gonna make oil increase in price by 25% and
Well,
cause
no,
our
I'm not.
economy to eat shit.
Everything from the USMCA agreement has nothing to do with the tariffs. And
The
Canada only has a
USMCA
10.
agreement is almost null and void at this point. Trump has broken that agreement.
No, because everything on the tariffs, it says that the everything covered under USMCA is exempt from all the tariffs. That's clear in the language. So everything that was covered under that agreement is exempt. And Canada only has a 10%, and that's
So
like the rest of the
the
world.
blanket tariffs added to the agreement outside of the USMCA is breaking the trade agreement.
I mean, I'll look into that. I don't know anything about that. But at
And
the end of the
the
day,
trade agreement is due to be negotiated every 16 years, and him adding tariff is a direct violation of the trade agreement.
well, nothing in the agreement is tariffed, if that makes sense. Like it's been clearly stated that everything is exempt under Mexico and Canada. That the tariffs don't affect anything in that agreement.
Okay, but the agreement is that we will not tariff anything outside of that agreement.
I mean, I don't know that. I'll look that up. So I appreciate you pointing that out. If that's true, I don't know. I'll look it up. But at the end of the day, this is the play. This was the play the whole time, is to put China in the bad spot, raise the tariffs on China, get that, and that's my opinion.
What are we going to get out of China?
Trump is collecting everyone to get them on our side and try to cut China out or break them down so that China is forced to negotiate with Trump. All these tariffs on all these countries.
What are we going to get out of China?
We're going to get a better trade deal. We're going to create.
We have mostly free trade with China.
No, there's no way. There's no way that they can be at that big of a deficit with us, and it's free trade. Obama, Bernie Sanders, Chuck Schumer, Pelosi, they have all testified to Congress of the unfair practices that they do. So don't tell me
I know that they exploit. They have poor labor practices and stuff. But there's nothing we can do to make them buy as much from us as we do from them. That will never happen, even with all of the tariffs in the world, even if they agree to. Their GDP is 17 trillion, ours is 29 trillion. And we have 350 million people. I think they have billions, but they are much poorer considering GDP per capita. So there's no way. When we produce goods here, it costs way more than someone producing it in China. So if we were to make a good like a phone or a car, they'd be like, okay, we see you making those goods. We're going to make them here a lot cheaper because our labor is cheaper. Our currency is worth less. We can make it so much more cheaper and we don't have to buy it from you. Same thing with Vietnam, every one of those countries. Why in the fuck would they buy it from us?
Okay, so the next generation of work like that, there is not going to be very much wage labor discrepancy like you're saying, like it has been for the past 40 years, because these factories are all going into the state of automation, robotics, and AI. These are all going to be automated. And if they're completely automated, why do we need those factories in China or Vietnam? Why not lower the corporate tax rate and make it more attractive to bring those factories over
Because
here?
our dollar is still worth more, even without the labor. Our dollar is still worth more. So when we talk about like renting a facility here in the United States, it probably costs way more than it would to cost to rent a facility in China.
Sure. And that's why we're doing what we're doing. That's why the tariffs are making it a more attractive option to bring it to America and pay a lower corporate
Still,
tax rate.
even if we tariff, it just stops us from buying those goods. The rest of the world's not going to buy it from us.
Well, we will. That remains to be seen, because I think Trump has a master plan, and it seems like it's going according to plan so far.
Trump has done nothing but show us he doesn't really know much about economics.
No, he knows how to negotiate deals, and he knows how to get people in the room. And that's what these tariffs did on all these countries. They got the leaders to call Trump and get in a room or a phone call with him.
This is what I think he's doing. He's not negotiating actual trade deals that are going to help us. He's bullying them so that they bend a knee to him, because he wants ultimate power. He wants all of the power. He wants all of the companies in the United States to come to him and say, hey, how can I get an exemption from these tariffs? What do you need me to do? And he's going to say, well, put $2 million into my meme coin anonymously, or tell your stop doing DEI practices, start killing the liberal ideology, start telling the news that I'm a powerful leader. Like, that's the kind of shit that he's doing.
I think he's protecting us from China's expansion to become the only superpower in the world, because that's all they want. Well, China wants to be the only superpower. They want to control. They want the power. You say Trump wants the power. Okay, maybe a little bit. I agree with you, but China wants the power more than Trump. And that's my opinion. And they're
we can't stop that, and Trump is not smart enough to stop that. The things he's doing is more of a grasp of power. It's not an economic smart move. He's already shown that he doesn't even know how tariffs work.
He says that, but he's not telling, like, I know what he's saying when he says that. Like, everybody knows, like, this is going to hurt China. Like, he's tariffing China.
No, he's lying to you to get behind, for you to get behind it.
He's not lying. He's just saying what the ultimate effect is going to be in the long run.
No, he literally says a tariff is a tax on a foreign country.
Yes.
Is that true or false?
In his mind, it is true, and I know what he's saying. He's not here to teach economics to his base.
Dog.
His base
he's lying. He's lying. That's it.
He's simplifying.
No,
he's simplifying.
No. A tariff is a tax on the U.S. consumer, not another country.
Yes, but it hurts China.
Okay. I know, but we're not talking about that. He's taxing us. He's raising taxes on U.S. constituents when he knows his base doesn't want higher taxes. So he says it's on a foreign country. He knows that this is the only way he can raise taxes on Americans, because he has cut taxes for all of his rich friends, and he's going to raise taxes on us.
He's going to improve the American economy in the long run.
You sound like a robot. You sound like an NPC. No one sees that coming. There's no story where that happens in the end. No one's told me that story. You just broke down and told me I trust him, and you don't know his plan.
I know his plan. It's to deregulate, or to lower our reliance on China, because they are coming to take over. And everyone has been saying this. That's their only goal and plan.
They're coming to take over. They rely on our success. We're a trading partner.
Their Belt and Road Initiative, they have transformed country after country after country to being their number one trading partner instead of ours.
Trump is literally pulling us off the world stage in every way that's important, and China is swooping into all these little countries that we were funding and feeding.
They were already swooping.
Don't give me that. Don't give me that. We were feeding starving children and telling countries, hey, democracy's good. We're the good guys. And when he pulled us out, China swooped right in and said, hey, how y'all doing? And they're going over there and they're building bridges and dams in Africa. They're saying, hey, we're the good guys. Side with us.
They have been doing that.
Okay, and we need to we need to stifle that, right? You just preached to me how that's bad and that we need to stop that. And Trump has pulled out every fucking inch of effort that we've made on the world stage to be that person, and he's letting China take over.
No, he is in the middle of a process of getting something done to get people on our side. That's why he dropped all the tariffs.
Literally everybody hates us and no longer trusts us. What do you mean he's in the process of getting people on our side?
Just wait.
Just
You
wait.
gotta let the process play out. They don't hate us. Like they're just what the hell are they
have
doing?
you seen everybody come out, the fallout of every business Trump has ever owned? Like none of his business partners like him anymore. They're all not friends anymore. He rips everybody off that he does business with. He is a true narcissist, and he truly cannot see how his actions hurt the people around him, and he doesn't fucking care.
No,
he does not care.
He cares. He cares. He cares about winning, and he wants America to win.
No, he cares. He does like winning, but no, he's not good at it.
I would say he's pretty good at it.
Okay, when you say I'm going to have Mexico pay for the wall, and then he turns around and calls Mexican rapists and killers, and they didn't pay for the wall, how do you not see that coming? How do you not see that coming?
No, he doesn't call Mexicans rapists and killers. He calls the human traffickers that are raping 9-year-olds on the border just to get them over.
No. When he says that they have bad genetics, do you think they're going to come build our wall?
No, they're not going to. We're going to build our wall. We're going to do it. He's going to do it.
I thought he said they're going to.
He says a lot of things, but a lot of politicians do. He's not the only politician that
So he's not a good negotiator. He's not very smart because he literally burns bridges before we do business with people.
Nobody does 100% of the things they're going to do. Michael Jordan doesn't hit 100% of his shots. No, nothing. He has over 500 businesses and he had 6 corporate bankruptcies. In my opinion, that's still a 99% success rate.
He still doesn't know how to think past his nose. He talks cash shit about the people we have to do business with every day. And now he's in the process of bullying all of them. And you think that these countries are going to turn around and say, you know what, the United States is the good guy. You're fucking smoking something.
We're better than China. We are better than we have human rights in China does not. Like people.
You know what? Trump is slowly taking away our rights, and you're cheering him on.
No, he's not.
Okay, he's not kidnapping people and sending them to CCOT.
Yeah, he's deporting violent gang members.
No, he's not. He's deporting innocent people. 75% of which had no criminal record.
Just because they don't have a criminal record doesn't mean they're innocent.
Right, and so you're saying they're guilty.
And they're here legally as well.
No, a lot of them are here legally with the L.
No.
Yes, the person from Maryland is here legally.
He came here illegally.
He was here legally. He had legal status. He had already adjudicated his case in front of a judge. He is here legally. He's married to a U.S. citizen too.
No, he was given legal protection from being deported to El Salvador. There's a difference. They said he could not be deported to El Salvador because he had credible threats from rival gangs, because he was a gang member who was entrenched in gang lifestyle in El Salvador. The only administrative error they made is they weren't supposed to deport him to El Salvador because that's where his rival gangs were. So he's in danger there. He still needed to be deported, just not to El Salvador. That's the administrative.
That is a huge cope. What about the gay man that was a makeup artist? Was he a gang member? What about the pro soccer player that had an autism awareness tattoo that they say was Trende Agua?
Just because he had an autism awareness tattoo doesn't mean he was.
That was one of the markers for them to say he was in a gang.
No, that's what the family said. There's no legal paperwork that says that's why he got deported. So
none of these people saw their day in court, and you can't just call them gang members, just like I can't call Trump a rapist and throw him in prison without him being in trial.
So the Supreme Court ruled that he is acting in the Constitution and that they are going to get hearings now from now on forward. So he's following.
So he was doing it the wrong way before that, and he was taking away people's rights?
Well, no, there's the letter of the law that says Alien Enemies Act, you're allowed to do that.
He's using wartime orders.
Interpretation.
He's trying to rule as if we're in war, and we're not. He's invoking wartime laws.
Well, the Supreme Court disagreed 5-4 that we are
Yeah,
being
with
invaded
three of
by
them
cartels.
appointed by Trump. Do you see how
That's
this is
fine.
going?
It doesn't matter. What's wrong with that? There's still Supreme Court judges
A
that have
third
been.
of our entire judicial system is appointed by Trump, and you're like, that's checks and balances, baby.
That's the way it is. That's the Constitution. You guys love the Constitution, right?
You guys hate it.
No, we don't. We love
Yeah?
it.
You like when Trump writes an executive order directly going against multiple constitutional rights?
But you act like this is something new. Like Obama violated the Constitution as well.
Oh God, give me a break.
What do you mean?
Trump-
The Supreme Court ruled 9-0 that he did violate the Constitution and Obama negatively talked about the gridlock of the Constitution, about how outdated it was and how we need to modernize it. Like, give me a break about how Trump is the first one to bend it.
Modernize the Constitution, as in we can maybe all vote and get a 2/3 vote to amend the Constitution, is different than Trump writing an executive order than one person that paints his face fucking orange telling us that we need to change the Constitution the way he sees fit.
No, Obama bragged about going around the Constitution when Congress wouldn't do what he wanted them to do. He said these exact words: "Oh, I've got a paper and I've got a pen," and he was saying that like he can write any executive order he wants to.
You're not going to say that this is the same as Trump's just literally blatantly saying birthright citizenship is bad, or by writing executive orders that threaten law firms that he hates with the inability to continue doing business.
Birthright citizenship was not meant to be taken advantage of immigrants crossing our border and having
So
a baby here.
so one person gets to change it.
Well, he's trying, isn't he? Because it's being taken advantage of. It's being abused.
Literally, we used to kidnap people and bring them here.
At a detriment of our
It
own
is not
country.
hurting
It's not
us.
meant for people to
It is
cross the
not hurting.
border by
We're
the millions.
we are
It is
literally
hurting our country.
No, it's not. We're in population decline. We're not having kids.
Okay, we don't need 1 million people crossing over the border.
We literally
unchecked,
do.
Unvetted.
Who turned off the vetting system?
The people in the Biden administration who had a weak border and did not catch the people and had
Not true.
gotaways how is that not true? The gotaways skyrocketed.
Yeah, when you have 12 million try to cross the border and we stop all 12 million of them and only let half through, that is us using the border patrol. Okay, but the gotaways is 1.5 million people, and it's based on how many people tried to come, and we tried to increase the border security. We tried to get more border agents.
Well, guess what Trump did in the first 30 days of office without needing
Turned us into a fucking
Congress.
But he turned us into a country that people put travel warnings on.
Travel warnings for what?
Dude, did you know that they're checking people's phones and laptops? They're checking people's phones and laptops at the border.
Yeah, we want to see if you're a terrorist. Like, you don't have.
They turn people away for saying they turn
across the border.
They turn people away because they said bad things about Trump.
Yeah. Do you know what? This is hilarious that you guys think these guys have all these rights when they actually sign their rights away when they get their green cards.
You have every single right that a U.S. citizen does. You're protected by the Constitution.
This is where you guys are wrong. Mohammed Khalil, that girl that got snatched up at the Tufts University, when you get a green card, you sign something that says you are not here to be a social agitator. You are not here to ever cause any type of civil unrest. You are not here to go against the values of our institutions or create any diversity in like our foreign policy. Like, you are told that if you do any of these things and you don't assimilate to our values and just be like a non-agitator, then you are.
I'm talking about people. If you're here on as a tourist, do you have a First Amendment right?
Yeah, I'm sure you do, but we also have the right to say.
So you want the president to be able to kick people out of the country because they said bad things about him?
Yes.
Okay.
Can
you tell me?
Card, you sign that.
Right guy. Do you like your Second Amendment, right?
I mean, I don't have a Second Amendment.
You're a felon?
Yes, sir.
What does the right usually say about the Second Amendment? They want to be able to stand up towards a tyrannical government, right?
Yeah, and like that's
Yeah,
kind of
and how the
outrageous as
fuck
well.
did they do that if they can't even talk about it?
This wait, what? What are
How
you
the
saying?
fuck can you stand up against a tyrannical government if you can't even talk bad about them?
You can talk bad about them. I can talk bad about them. We are American citizens. Those are the rights afforded to us. But if you are here on a green card, you are warned ahead of time that you can be deported if you are talking out against the government and causing unrest and social unrest and being an agitator. It is clearly stated in the documents that they sign when they get a green card. You should look that up.
I highly doubt that it says you can't protest and fight for your country that's being genocided.
It kind of does. It does say that you can't cause.
No,
you can't be here
in
to
fact,
become a social
Trump
agitator.
hasn't even charged Mahmoud Khalid with a charge, has he? Or else you would be able to cite what he did wrong.
The charge is when he signed that he was going to assimilate to our institution's values, not call for the destruction of America.
He didn't call for the destruction of America. He didn't say that.
There's a lot of things listed on there. You should look up the thing that they have to sign when they get their green card. It says you are being welcomed into the United States as a privilege. You don't have a right to be here. It's a privilege. We can pull this at any time. And if you have any plans to be a social agitator, to have any type of social unrest or participate in any of those activities, we can pull your green card and deport you at any time. They sign that. Every single one signs that. So they don't have the same rights. They don't have the right to vote. They don't have.
I know, but you just advocated for people on tour, like as tourists coming here and having their phones checked to see if they're talking bad about your daddy Trump.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. It's like, why would you come to a country and talk bad? Like if you go to China or Russia, you talk bad about the government, they're going to do the same exact thing.
Yeah, but you condemn them for that, don't you?
Yes. Yeah,
so
but
you're
their
a
citizens
hypocrite.
can't do that. Their citizens can't do that either. Like we as American citizens, we have these rights.
Yeah,
And
thank
we
God
have
we're
a
not
problem
Russia,
with
dude.
coming in. We have an issue with people coming into our country and being social agitators. So yeah, we're going to crack down on it.
Dude, you guys are really, you're testing the bounds of what rights we should have as a country, and you're justifying Trump overstepping these things. You're justifying it, and slowly, it's only been 3 months. Slowly, we're going to be starting to justify Trump sending people to CCOT, which he just said that he might consider doing. Do people here in the United States, should they be subject to cruel and unusual punishment?
If you are a multiple-time violent criminal, then yes. Get the
Okay,
fuck
but
out of here.
that's against the Constitution, right?
Is it?
Cruel and unusual punishment?
I'm talking about being sent to CCOT.
And what do they do there?
They have a prison.
They're known for cruel and unusual punishments.
Well, that's what the prisoners say, I'm sure, but
Dog, it's
looks
on
pretty-
camera. We can see what they do. It's horrible.
yeah, they just stand there in a prison. That's what you're supposed to do.
You're disgusting.
No, I want a safe and prosperous
You
America.
voted for a
And-
felon. You're not going to sell that to me, dude.
What, a felony for paying a hooker? Like, give me a break, man.
No, it's for lying about campaign funds.
Yeah, nobody cares. Nobody cares about that.
Yeah, but you worry so much about people's check mark on their fucking
I worry about
certificate on
somebody
whether they
standing
should
up
be
in
here.
China and making sure that
You're
America
worried
survives
so much about people's citizenship status, but you don't care about Trump minding the rule of law.
I'm not really worried. I'm worried about fentanyl, the F substance crossing the border and being the #1 killer of Americans 18 through 45.
Okay, and that's U.S. citizens doing that vehemently too, isn't it?
Yes, but that's the operation of the cartel.
Okay, so it's not illegal immigration, is it?
Yeah, it has something to do with illegal
Has
immigration.
nothing to do with illegal immigration. Not connect the dots.
Do you not realize when all the resources are going to tracking down the 2.5 million illegal entries every year, that if it goes down 90%, all the resources that can be focused on the actual ports of entry and cracking down on the actual citizens that are doing this for
It's almost as if we try to pass a law that invested in the F drug technology to scan
or
for
you
it.
get a president that actually scares people from making illegal
Okay, but we
entries.
can't have an authoritarian iron fist president forever, thank God.
Yeah, but we can have a level of fear at the border that, like,
I don't want to use fear.
Well, it's the best. It's the best.
We can just have
mechanism
technology.
for deterrent.
We have tech. It's 2025. We don't need to fucking put people's heads on pikes.
We're not putting people's heads on pikes. We're just saying, like, if we find you here, we're gonna kick you the hell out right away. You're not gonna get to stay.
We
in
already
America.
did that. Biden's numbers showed that Biden was more pickier than Trump.
No, Biden was allowing people to stay in America when they claimed asylum.
That's literally the law.
No, it's not.
It's always been the
It's
law.
called remain in Mexico.
Remain in Mexico was unconstitutional, and it was against the 1158.
How is it unconstitutional?
It was. I'm sorry. It was against the law. It was against the
How
law.
is it unconstitutional? How is it against the law?
We have a law. It's called USC 1158. And it says that if you come here between ports of entry or at a port of entry, you have up to 1 year to claim asylum if you are at threat of your life due to a political belief, your race, your sexuality, or any other protected trait. And if you come here, rather than putting you in a jail cell, you can roam free and get a work permit in 180 days, and you can contribute to society. And then it takes a few years to adjudicate these claims. We try to hire a bunch of judges, and this would have completely fixed and overhauled the process, but they would have only been able to stay here for 6 months at a time while we adjudicated their claims. And it would have deterred a lot of people from coming here and making false asylum claims.
How would it deter people from making false asylum claims?
Because you wouldn't travel on foot for 300
and then they disappear.
Okay, because you wouldn't travel all the way here from El Salvador or wherever on foot for 400, 500,000 miles and come here for a 6-month stay. But if you're here for 6 years, which is the turnaround time for adjudicating claims, then you're going to do it.
No, because a lot of them are not even showing up to their court dates.
That's not true at all. What percent don't show up for their court dates? Tell me.
Probably like at least 25%.
False.
Okay.
86% show up to their court dates. 94% show up if they have a lawyer.
And then how many get denied?
30% get approved.
30% get approved. And then what?
And then they're booted out of the country.
That's wild that we're allowing 70% of those people to just roam free when they don't have a legitimate claim.
And what does that hurt you? How does it hurt you?
Because if they don't have a legitimate claim, that means they're here for other reasons, and we don't know.
To have a better life? To work a job? God forbid.
Wait, we need our own damn jobs. Like AI is about to
We
be
have
taking
8
over
million
jobs.
open jobs and 4% unemployment. Nobody needs a goddamn job right now.
And AI is taking them at a faster rate than you will
And
ever
Trump
realize.
is tanking the economy at an even faster rate.
No, the economy did good today.
When Trump lifted his fucking economic policy.
Not on China.
But on the rest of the world?
But that's the whole point. Is this is all aimed at China in the first place. This
Okay,
is all about
you guys can't even stop pretending like you have any idea what Trump is doing. Nobody knows, and that's why the stock market's tanking, because it's so much uncertainty. Nobody knows what the fuck he's doing, including Trump himself.
I hear you. We'll just agree to disagree. I fully anticipate us to be looking great in 6 months to a year. But good discussion. I'll talk to you again. Have a good day.
All right.
All right.
Oh my goodness Christ. What happened to day one? What happened to day one? Chat, tap the screen. If you enjoy these debates, give me a follow. We have 1,700 viewers on TikTok right now. It's amazing. It's crazy. If you're a Trump supporter, hop in the box. If not, get out of my box. Also, no friendlies. Please, no friendlies. Also, I have a Cash App Venmo in the bio. Somebody did just send me money. Anna, thank you so much for the $10. Been watching all afternoon, and thanks for trying hard to educate these people. Your patience is to be admired. Thank you. Also, consider becoming a subscriber. It is $3 a month, and it helps me pay my bills. And I also have a YouTube. Give me a follow on YouTube. We are seeing a bunch of traffic there now, and if you want to be part of the hype, go give me a follow. It's in my link tree. I also have a merch. I have a piece of merch for sale. It's a Go On Get shirt. Give me a sec while I look at YouTube's numbers real quick so I can S my own D for a second. Oh man, not that many people watching on YouTube. All right. We are down in numbers. Maybe it's because of the language I'm using. He only dropped the reciprocal tariffs, not the 10% blanket tariffs. Oh my god. What is he doing? Sharky, thank you for the subscription. What is he fucking even doing, man? Felice just explained. I need to get back to watching Felice's live. I learned more in that live than anything. Thank you, Jolanda. Thank you, Glenn. Hello? Thank you, Jolanda. Hello?
Oh, am I talking to you?
Yeah, are you a Trump supporter?
Kinda. I like him.
Okay, what do you like about Trump? Diane, thank you for the $25.
Well, I like his rhetoric, to be honest. I find him to be spectacular on his rhetoric. But about the tariffs, I disagree with you.
About what?
How it could be in use. So I think it's to reestablish the economic prosperity that the states can potentially have. And I think from the videos that I've watched, there's a couple of them, if you look really hard in YouTube, they actually state that if they can somehow regulate the deficit and the $1 trillion that the Americans have, that once they refinance it, that this is like the whole purpose of it is to try to crash the market so that, because a lot of the market is inflated. It's imaginary money. I'm going to guess how much it's going to be worth. I'm inflating the shit out of it. That's basically what the stock market is. And by doing that crashing the market, bringing it down to its actual value. And I think a good example is a couple of weeks ago, there was this AI that China came
Yeah,
up
I
with.
know. DeepSeek.
Like worth
I'm going to stop you. I'm going to stop you. First of all, you can't get like the bar has been moved so many times, but when the market started crashing, the first thing Trump said was that it was Biden's fault. And then he said it was that we've been looking at this was going to happen anyway. The market was overinflated and it was overvalued for so long. And now he's saying, you know what? I'm doing this on purpose. So which one is it?
I think he's being advised for sure. Because I think they've been saying this stuff like back when Joe Biden was in power, that the stock market, the debt, the national debt that Americans owe is getting crazy. And I think by using the tariffs, trying to slow down the economy, because everybody works under your dollar. Everybody works under that. You can't go anywhere. I know that BRICS is trying to do something to counterbalance that, but I don't think they'll be successful unless, if America doesn't do anything about it. So I think it's just to slow down the economy, refinance the debt, and then we'll see from there. So I would say probably within a year or two.
He's fucking over everybody's retirement to refinance the debt so that he can give his rich friends a tax break?
Well, no, I don't think that's necessary. I don't think that's true. I think it's whoever is playing the stocks. it's a shame that like it's all tied into it, where people who thought they can make a livable
People's
wage.
401k, bro. People's
I know it's
401k took a
fucked up.
10% hit.
That I don't agree. I didn't know how bad that how much that's tied into it, but people have to get their money somehow, and it's
Okay,
Russian
yeah,
roulette. When it comes to that, you know?
again, Trump just approved a $4.5 trillion spending bill, and at the same time, you're like, he's doing this to refinance the debt that he fucking created.
I think so. I think that's one from like some of the stuff that I've watched. It seems to be the case that
It's not true. It's
slow down
no.
the economy.
No,
'Cause you guys are
he's
also
going to shrink the economy. He's going to shrink the GDP by about 4%. It's almost 100% guaranteed we're going to be in a recession. And I don't care how much you refinance the debt. That's not the way to do it.
Oh, it's the only way to do it, supposedly. And
Okay, well,
another
that's
thing,
dumb.
too,
How about you just don't spend 12 trillion fucking dollars like an idiot?
Well, that's the markets, man. You can't. That's not his fault. That's the market.
No, it is his fault. He wants to do 4.5
private business that actually has done that. Like,
Okay,
if I'm saying,
he
hey,
wants to give
Amazon is
4.5
worth-
he wants to give 4.5 trillion dollars of tax cuts to very rich people.
Oh, when it comes, I guess, I don't know. But what I'm saying is that that's not the president's fault. That's not the government's fault. That falls more into business, I'd say. Because if I'm lying about how much I'm worth, that's totally on me.
Dude,
And
that's not
you have to
the stock market is in this is literally incoherent. The stock market is entirely bullshit. It's imaginary. So for you to be like, "Oh, it's inflated, it's worth too much." It's complete bullshit. It's always worth too much. So this is just a scam. It's just somehow you guys don't think about this very deeply. What is Tesla supposed to be worth today? Tell me.
Probably as much as a regular car, maybe on the higher end.
No,
like 50,
the stock.
60,000. Oh, the stock. Oh, well, that's.
No one fucking knows. It's worth whatever we say it's worth, man.
That's the point. So in order to change that, in order to make it more sense for it to be worth for what it actually is worth, he has to do that. Because if not, you're just going to keep chasing money that isn't there.
Oh my god, bro.
And that's what's that from what
Dude, this
I've known.
this is dumb. He's everything.
All I'm trying to say is that is the reason.
Who's to say what something's actually like? Trump is just he's giving you guys words to use to cope with this.
It's actually like if you like I'm not I can't remember the videos on top of my head. I know that there was really a scare about how, because you guys are really climbing up on the trillions and trillions and trillions, and I think to refinance it is like 8 trillion or something ridiculous. I might be wrong again. Like I'm not too sure, but I know that it's in the reach. It's in
literally,
the
if Trump was never president, we would never even have to do this.
Oh, there'd be a recession further down, maybe even a deflation further down. There's have you ever watched the world? He's a genius. The economic forum. Fuck, I can't remember the name, but he actually applauded not too long ago. I can't. The world changing. Oh, geez, I can't remember the name. But well, he came out and kind of applauded. Sorry, I can't remember the name on top of my head.
I still am behind the belief that you guys don't really know anything about this, and you're just using the buzzwords he gives you to justify
I
it.
would say wait in a couple of months, maybe a year for sure. Like there's still pieces that have to be moved along, right? Maybe tariffs can help slow it down.
He's changed his plan 7 times in the last month. What makes you think he has any plan at all? It's changed entirely.
This is not imaginary, man. He's doing something on purpose.
He's causing a crash in the market because rich people, they get very rich when they crash the market.
But it's to get rid of the imaginary money. It's to regulate.
What imaginary money?
Well, you can't say that a certain stock is worth X amount of dollars when it came and produced that. They inflate stuff like all that. They inflate it all
It's
the
all
time. So,
you can't just call things everything's
oh
imaginary.
yeah.
The dollar is imaginary. Should we crush that too?
No, well, people are buying bonds right now.
Oh my
So
fucking god.
switching to bonds.
Exactly. It's
They
all
want
dependent on the
higher
market.
dollars. So for the next growth of investment, so that your dollars and so that the dollar strengthen.
Okay, no, deflating the dollar does not strengthen the dollar.
Yeah, by buying bonds, so that when it yields, they buy it back, and I think you can do another reprinting of money after that. I think that's how that works. But I gotta go. Thank you for letting me on your chat. Okay.
My brain hurts so bad. You guys have those dreams where you're fighting somebody, but you're punching and it's like punching underwater? Or you're like running as fast as you can, but you're running like really slow. It's how my brain feels talking to these people. All right, we're moving to the next one, guys. Danny, thank you so much for the subscription. Hello?
Hello.
Are you a Trump supporter?
I am.
Okay. What do you like about Trump?
So, I would just like to say about like all the tariff things and everything else. It's not something that I would like to focus on, mostly because I've just heard you talk about it for like the past hour, and like they're just round and round, and like I feel like we just haven't gotten anything accomplished. But I really voted for him because, and this is gonna be hard take, but I truly believe that he cares about protecting women. I know that's a hard take.
Yikes.
I know, sound kind of crazy, but me personally, I'm not a big fan.
I lost you for a sec. Susan, thank you so much for the $50. Holy cow. Oh, I think I know what happened. Testing? Can y'all hear her? I can't hear her. She's gone. He cares about women, and she's going to probably say the trans women in women's sports. All 10 of them.
So hello, I am Chen and I'm from China original, but I used to live in Australia and now work in Germany. So what I see, what's happening going on now, especially in America, especially the stock market, I think it's just like so funny. First of all, I want to tell you guys something about China to let you guys understand what's the difference between the two governments. First of all, in China, any people who works for the government or any people or even the family by Chinese law, they are not allowed to buy any stock in China. They are not allowed to make money from the stock market in China, which means no matter what Chinese government police doing for the stock market or for trading war between China and America, they don't make any money from this market. It's basically on
I like
Chinese
that.
law. And in China also, because I have family members who works for the government, from what I know so far, even the son, for example, if my father is a city mayor in China, I'm not allowed to run a business in China. It's made by the law, because the Chinese people thinking that if you are the family from government or whatever, you can use some resource from the government to get better business deal or get some information before they release a news to the market. Just look at today, what Trump did. I'm sure his friends or his family or whatever who has like some relationship with him, they already buy the price in the low point of the U.S. stock market, and they make billions of dollars from the median class of American. That's something like American people never think about it.
Yeah,
Or maybe some smart people think about it, but the most people, they just, oh, Trump's
Yeah.
gonna make America great again.
Yeah.
What he did to American. Also about trading war, Trump say, oh, we get more tariff from China, 125% right now. But American people never know that when China sell products to America, it's not the Chinese company pay for that tax.
It's
American
us.
company pay for
Yeah.
that tax, and it's all the price gonna increase the product sale price in American supermarket or whatever. It's like if you buy something from China, you have to pay the tax, which from the import, not like the Chinese company gonna pay that. Yeah, I live in Germany right now. Ich kann auch Deutsch reden. I can speak like 3 languages, and I live in different places of the world. So I'm not like support China, even I'm Chinese. I just want to tell you guys some really fact of the world, some information in another country. Also, like the health insurance, I can tell you guys, I'm Chinese who works in Germany.
I appreciate your perspective, and I agree. And this is
Find that I do better in bad markets. I buy things.
Also,
in bad
can I share you guys
markets.
more
And
information
you can't do
about
that in a
China
great
or
economy.
Germany?
You
For
can't buy
example,
it. Either
education
you're going to
system.
buy it very
No matter where
expensively
you
or
come
not be able to
from,
buy it at
in
all.
most
So there's a lot
of cities, or like in German, it's called Bundesland. It's like state in America, like California or whatever. Even an American citizen, you come to Germany, study for the university for bachelor, master, or doctor, it's free.
Yeah.
You don't pay anything. Even you are not the people who comes from here. Like I studied in Germany before, I paid nothing. And in America, the citizen, like the education system, they just make rich people have the chance to go to university and continue the whole family rich. Ordinary people, you don't even really have like chance to study something or able to pay that.
Can I
think it's also happening.
Can I ask you real quick? Can you hear
that I do
this?
better in bad markets. I
Yes,
buy
you can ask me
things in
something,
bad
yes.
markets. And you can't do that in a great economy. You can't buy it. Either you're going to buy it very expensively or not be able to buy it at all. So there's a lot of opportunity I find in the bad times. Find that I do better
Yeah.
in bad markets.
It's exactly what Trump is doing with his rich friends. They're probably making the stock market dip so they can buy low and then making it raise again.
Also, it's about like a lot of ridiculous things. Is like if you guys play cryptocurrency, you guys know like about 2-3 months ago before Trump became the president.
Yeah.
Like 1-2 weeks ago, he released some meme coins.
Yeah.
For Trump. Oh my god.
Yeah, the rug pull meme coin.
Also, his
Yeah.
fans lose billions of dollars in this fucking crypto. The price was in one day when it gets a second market. It was like the top price was per coins $81, I think, and now it's just $9. Who makes the money? His family, his friends.
Yeah. And he blames it on
meme
Barron.
coins,
Yeah.
Yes, means nothing. Like at least I don't know about German law. Just in China, no governor allowed to do some business like this to make money from that. You guys don't know how corruption is your country is.
Yeah, I know.
Hundreds.
I
It's just
agree.
like also how is this woman called? Nancy Pelosi, I guess is
Yeah.
her name. She make millions of dollars from that, bro. Like how your country allowed this governor to do business or make money from stock market? Is the law? It's so. What's the democracy mean? Also, a lot of things I think it's like when people talk about China is Communist Party, it's just one party running the country. But we always make long-term plan. We put most of money into infrastructure. you can, like, I really recommend you guys just go once in China and check how the people's living there. It's not like what you think. It like even a woman can walk in free in 2-3 a.m. on the street. No one gonna like shoot you. No one gonna grab you. No one gonna rap you or kidnap you or whatever. And we don't have drug problems. We don't have it at all. Like, of course, there are still people trying to sell drugs inside of China, but I swear to you guys, whole life I never saw any person take drugs on the street.
Well, I don't want to keep you up for too long. I usually just go for debates, but I appreciate you.
I just want to share you guys some information from my life. So
Yeah.
thanks you gave me the chance to let me speak something about a lot of place in the world.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you for your perspective.
And I'm sorry for my poor English because I don't really use it often right now because I live in
No,
Germany.
you
Most of us speak
fantastic. Your English is great. And yeah, you speak more than one language, which is more than me. So hats off.
German. Okay, thank you guys.
Thank you. Hello?
Sorry.
You're fine. You're
Hello.
fine. So you were saying Trump protects
Hopefully-
women.
Yes.
All right.
I did.
Tell
and
me.
I know it's like super controversial.
Tell me more.
Okay, so I'm not big for one when it comes to men and women's sports. I don't know what you think about all of that, but that is something that I'm not for at all. I don't believe that any transitioned individual can become a woman when they're not born as such and end up being able to participate in women's sports. I know it's a hard take.
How
There's
many of
been
them do you
a
think
lot-
are participating in women's sports right now?
Well, I mean, you had a lot of them come on just like big networks, like Leah Thomas is one of them. That she was a male swimmer that didn't do very well and ended up becoming a female.
She won.
Quote
She
unquote
won.
female.
She won one. She won one. I believe it was one medal, and then afterwards she lost immediately.
But you can see where like people that, and then there's like, and Leah Thomas isn't the only one. Is what I should probably lead
There's.
with.
You're
That
right.
is
There's.
the one that's like
There's
most
a.
known.
There's about 12 of them. There's like 12, which is
And I would
literally
say one of them
nothing.
but they still have caused a lot of problems with being within the female community. Think about, I can't remember her name, bear with me. The female that was playing volleyball, and then you had the transgender male, he spiked a volleyball. It hit her in the head and it literally put her out. Like she
Yeah,
cannot play anymore and she has mental issues.
She lied about it, and we have her playing sports the month after on film.
Can I see it? You mind?
My friend Tanner, Tanner, if you're watching, can you send me that video? Yeah, if you think a volleyball would ever be able to hurt somebody's head,
I think it was more her hitting the floor.
Okay.
And then
Yeah, so this has been way too politicized. And again, there's only about 10 people in women's sports that, in fact, are women. When we talk about men and women, this is a social construct. But when these people take HRT, when they're on HRT, science shows us that within 2 to 3 years, their bone density and all of these other metrics we look at in men and women are that of a cis woman. So they absolutely should be allowed.
I just can't get with that because they will never produce the same hormones as me. And they will never
That doesn't
go
matter.
through every woman, but they don't have like Leah Thomas is huge. Like she towers over those girls, and that's just like frightening to me. Like and then there's women, there's transgender women that are running in women's sports, and they just like they surpass them by like I mean, we're talking they are fast.
How many
It's not
transgender
just
women
the
have taken
famous
home?
people.
How many of them taken home an Olympic medal?
They can't be in the Olympics. They can't be in the Olympics. They're not. They were never allowed.
They
to.
can, and they have. There's no rule saying they can't.
I guarantee you there was a whole thing with Leah Thomas because she wanted to swim in the Olympics, and they said, you know what,
They
no.
absolutely
It's the
can
same thing
play
that
in the
happened.
Olympics. They can.
I'm very sorry. I don't have the like a laptop on me or anything. I don't have any way to like look it up.
The thing is, this
Give me one
is
second, I'm
such
looking it up.
this is a huge non-issue, and the proof is there that there's only 10 people that this affects,
Gotcha.
and it's not worth putting our economy into the shitter and risking being in an authoritarian rule.
And I totally get that. And obviously, like, there's some things that you say that I'm like, yeah, no, I could totally see that. Like, we can just agree to disagree. But I also would like to put out there that not only, I'm not just talking about like the politicized, like, oh, like the terrible men and women's sports. I'm also talking about like her name, Lakeland Riley. She was, that came out confirmed that was an illegal immigrant that came into the country.
Mhm.
He took her life.
Yeah, I know.
And I think that's,
That's horrible. That's tragic. Have you heard of Molly Tibbetts?
I think I have. You might
Okay.
have to refresh me.
That's somebody who died under Trump's administration from an undocumented migrant. And the truth is,
Gotcha.
there's no correlation between undocumented migrants and murder. They just so happen to commit murder sometimes, but they do it at a much, much, much lower rate. And in fact, if we flood the country with undocumented migrants, our crime rates would go down by like 1/3. It would be a dream come true.
But like, what's this? Where is the statistic for that? I feel like you're just saying
The
that
FBI
because
has the statistics
would-
on this. The FBI. Last year, only 29 people were murdered by undocumented migrants, and the actual national average is about 3 to 4 people. So it's literally never been an actual issue. It's just something you got conned into thinking was huge because they put that girl's name on the news all day, every day for 4 years.
I hope you can kind of see where I'm coming from. Like, I just think, I know, like, we're Americans, like, we do a lot of bad shit. Like, there's just not any, I don't know if I'm supposed to swear. I'm sorry. We just do a lot of stuff we are just as bad. But when is enough enough? Like, where do we start, I guess? Like, you're saying,
When they exceed the amount of crime that we're doing as United States citizens, then I can say we can start looking at them as criminals. But they are not more criminal than us; they are less criminal than us, and it's silly to demonize them.
I just feel like there's not enough regulation and like look through to make sure that like when people come into the country that like there's not enough background check. 'Cause like, what about all the, like, we have for the past 4 years, there have been more illegal immigrants that have come to this country, whether it's for better or for worse, but we have seen the gangs and stuff that have come in here and made things not great. And then I don't know if you saw, there was, I can't remember where it's at. It's either in like New York or Boston. It's somewhere on the coast where illegal immigrants were coming in, and they were like, the housing they were getting was nicer than housing that normal Americans could afford.
You can't get free housing unless you are a legal migrant. You have to be legal, right?
But they don't pay for it. You know what I mean? Like, they were getting it from us for free.
If Germany was next door, if Germany was next door slaughtering a certain ethno-religious group like they were in the 1930s, and those people came and sought asylum here, would you want to give them some housing or no? Would you cry about that?
Oh, I'm sorry. Say the first part again. I'm sorry, I missed it.
If Germany was our next door neighbor and slaughtering Jewish people, and they fled to our country, would you like to give them housing or no?
But that's a different scenario. Like,
It's not different at all.
Yes.
It's literally not different at all.
How? Because there's people that they were just able to come in here, and we had an influx. Because Florida's a great example. Like, Florida, you can't be a first responder, a policeman, firefighter. You can't be nothing there because they will pay an undocumented or alien, illegal immigrant.
Not anymore.
I should say illegal immigrant. They'll pay them. They will work for cheaper, and
It's illegal. They literally did so much to prevent undocumented migrants from working in Florida. They're considering changing the law to have children to be able to work overnights because there's such a lack of labor.
Again, do you have the source for that? Like I've never heard that. Like that is not anything that's been brought up ever.
Yeah, I know. I'll show it to you right now. And I'm gonna let Tanner show you his thing. I'm sorry, Tanner.
No, you're good. Just give me just 1 minute. So the claim is that Peyton McNabb was hurt in September of 2022, right? She was severely injured, and then, quote, on Trump, she was, like, permanently brain damaged and couldn't play sports again, right? That's what the article says right here. McNabb's story goes back to September 2022 when she was severely injured by a biological man who identified as transgender. At 17 years old, McNabb was forced to compete against a man of superior height and strength. She quickly faced the harsh reality, blah, blah, you get it. Okay, so do you know what Huddle is? Where you're in high school and college, you make a Huddle account to show off your sports highlights?
Yes.
This is November 18th of 2022. The very next month, she's playing contact basketball physical sports. There's November 18th. There's November 18th again. There's November 20th. She got 3 steals against Towns County. I don't know what that is, North Carolina. November 28th, she was still playing basketball. November 21st, she's still playing basketball. November 29th, basketball. By December 3rd, she's playing basketball consistently, right? And just one more quick thing. Here's the video of her getting hit in the head, right? I'll just play it once. The video quality is really bad. I'm sorry, but here's just this. Oh, shoot. Hold on. Wrong button. Here we are. Right? Okay. So I'm gonna re-show it one more time.
She like rolls over.
I just want you to just look around for 5 seconds. Look how everyone is in a blocking position. Person in the front, blocking position. Person right there, blocking position. Person behind them, blocking position. Person behind them, blocking position. Peyton McNabb, hands down. Hands are absolutely down. Now, let me be clear. I'm not a volleyball expert, right? I'm dog shit at volleyball. I have terrible lateral quickness, all right? But I know damn fucking well if you're going to block a volleyball, put your fucking hands up in the air to block a volleyball, okay? No disrespect to Peyton, but she's a piece of shit transphobic fuck, all right?
I just want to say, as a volleyball player, you cannot do that. You cannot take, the only thing off of a block that you can take is a pass or your hands above your head. She was a setter, and I think she was like a right side hitter. So she's gonna be the one taking any kind of tip. So she would have her hands down to pass. She wouldn't have them up, and from going to a pass and trying to think quick enough to try to block her face. I mean, shit, I got hit in the head with 1,000 volleyballs.
Don't men have volleyball too? How come men don't have TBIs from volleyball?
Wait, also, I know of many recreational volleyball players that are co-ed. Like I know for a fucking fact across the states, probably globally, there are co-ed teams.
Correct.
So like if you even wanted to use that argument, but on top of it, hi, so you don't know me, my name's Eli, I'm a trans man, I'm in the military, I'm 32 years old, but it sounds like the education piece isn't there, and it's all right, like, I'm happy to educate, but I have a problem with if it's going to be disingenuous. That's frustrating because like I wanted to come from a good place. So are you willing to hear me out and actually?
Yeah, I mean,
like,
absolutely. Actually, I'm super glad that you're in the military. Like that needed to happen. So proceed.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in for 13 years. So but the last administration, the last time this administration was in, I was in the military, and I watched 7,000 of my brothers and sisters, those that are neither, get removed from the military. It took a year for it to finally happen, but it happened. So we're just kind of sitting in that limbo, waiting right now. I am personally going to get the fuck out because I'm stuck in Texas, and so I'm
Fort
stationed.
Hood?
No. Yeah, I also wouldn't disclose the base that I'm stationed at.
Sorry.
Respectfully. Yeah. But no, I'm not at Fort Hood. Anyhow, yeah, so here's the thing. Like, there's already in volleyball and many sports, there's a lot of co-ed teams. When you're talking about specifically like trans people, we don't just like, I don't just decide one day, oh, I'm a man. Like that's not like, first of all, how it works. Second of
I
all,
understand that.
once, right, and so once that like process takes place where we're like, hey, I'm feeling like safe and comfortable enough to be honest and talk about like who I am with somebody who can help take care of me, right? Then we go through the process of HRT if we want to, and that affirms our gender, right? Hormone replacement therapy changes, like there's studies that have been done, it changes your bone density, it changes your respiratory volume, it changes your strength, it changes like muscle mass, your fat distribution. Like I've just started HRT, I've just started testosterone. And over the course of time, the fat on my body will redistribute. My strength will change. My like facial hair will develop and body hair will develop more so than it already does. Like your voice will change, but and there are, after about 2 years of these hormones, your entire like phenotype and physiology will change, right? So after, like, you don't just get to have a person like say I'm a woman so that I can dominate sports. Not only that, then there's the surgical changes that these people go through. So by the time that they have entered into these sports, they are scientifically, like, studies have shown this, and I wish we had more studies, but the thing is, we can hardly get people to care enough to provide us our medical care in the first place, let alone actually do studies that would help advocate for us and show that we're not at any advantage over anyone else. Like that's just not the case. And we could take the most prestigious sport, right? Like the oh yeah, I know the person that hit that person, by the way. I wanted to take the argument just for just to take it, because I could, even if that person was trans, I could talk through that regardless. But the person that actually hit like that person in the face with the ball wasn't even trans. Like that's the frustrating thing. People will hear things and they just run with it, and they use those singular stories to make a blanket assumption about all of us, and then don't even go in and make sure that they're checking and making sure those things were true in the first place. But yeah, like in the most prestigious sport, Olympics, right? How many, like, first of all, I just wanna know, how many medals do you think, because there's trans people in Olympics, how many medals do you think, like silver, bronze, gold, do you think like trans people have taken home?
I would say probably not many, if none, because this is a very new issue topic. It's a thing is a whole new, and I think it's just a lot of whether it's like totally fine or not or whatever. It's a very just scary new thing, and I think
Why is it scary? Why is it scary?
Just because it's different. Like anytime you go to do something different, anytime it's new, everyone's worried about it, right? Like you, if one day we were suddenly paying, like, I'm trying to think of something scary. So, someday you were to, when I first rappelled out of a helicopter, I was terrified. Like that, just because it's different and it's new. And I think
that's like conflating two things that are nowhere near alike, though. Like you're taking something that is potentially like life-threatening just because of the act of doing it, like rappelling out of a helicopter. There's implied danger there. Like we can immediately think. See, now you're gonna say something that's concerning to me.
My thing is, we have seen males compete in women's sports. I've never seen women try to compete in male sports.
So I'm not
transgender.
So
transgender
I am
males
not
compete
a
in male
woman.
sports.
Yeah, I'm not a woman. And after so I already, just so you know, I implore you to take a look at my profile, because everything on my profile that has to do with my fitness is without any hormone replacement therapy. I have outlifted, outclimbed, out fucking sported so many cisgender men. And I'm not sitting here trying to brag about it, but holy fucking shit. You should just take a look at one of my first videos that's pinned.
I can 100% believe you, because I have outperformed many males. I just mean from like a athletic, like
I am an athlete.
No, I mean, like, I'm trying to think of like how I would describe it. If from a like basketball, like a basketball, or like something like Olympics. Like, I've never seen a transgender male compete in a male sport. Sorry, I'm trying to get the lingo right.
We do all the time, but like there's plenty of us that are competing in sports. I mean, there's not tons of us. Go ahead, Lakin. You can go ahead.
So the reason why you won't see anything in the Olympics is from, I believe, 2004 until 2022, we were allowed to be in the Olympics. And then at 2022, they took all transgender individuals out of the Olympics. So now you won't see us. Do you know how many trans individuals made it into the Olympics?
I know there was not too long ago. It was a fighter, and they I want to say they won. Did they not?
Nope.
I'm pretty positive it was two.
Nope.
No,
There was
it's not a
one
trans person.
individual.
Fucking hell. That's not a trans person.
Hold on. Wait, hold on. There was one individual that made it into the Olympics, and they were a trans woman, and they were a deadlifter, I believe. They were a strength lifter of some sort. They made it to qualifying, got in through qualifying in prelims or something like that. They washed out.
They didn't even complete one rep, right?
Something like that, yes.
Yeah.
There was something going on with it was a boxer. They were in the ring.
You're talking about Iman Khalif.
Iman Khalif. She is She is a cisgender woman. She comes from Algeria.
Who's talking about her?
She is Algerian. In Algeria, it is illegal to be transgender. It is illegal to be any part of the LGBTQ community. Her father was scared to everything for her to be a boxer because she is a woman. She was a girl, and she had to turn around and pick up metal and sell it to become a boxer. The only reason why there was a big issue with her is because the Boxing Federation turned around and did some sort of genetic testing on her, but they never brought out that testing. Do you want to know who runs the boxing, the whatever that boxing is? What is it called, Pickles?
The Federation or the whatever?
They're not even associated with the Olympics now because of how crooked they are.
It was like a Catholic church, right?
The Russians own it.
Oh.
Russian oil owns it.
Yeah, and apparently I think she had Schuyler syndrome? No? Was that just a rumor?
Yeah, she had something. No, it has never been confirmed.
No. Here's the thing. Hold on a second. And she's suing now because Rowling and Musk, I think, she's suing because the danger that those rumors put her in, that put her life in danger, because that is the way that they handle things like that in Algeria. And so now she is suing for essentially defamation, lying about her and potential, like, putting her life at risk. So continuing to carry on this narrative is actually pretty vile, because it's like not doing your research and then ultimately putting somebody's life at risk by continuing to share something that is absolutely false. And I'd like to point out that additionally, pointing it out as if like trans people are some, like, you calling trans, like being trans, like, or having trans people in sports in general is scary. You actually make my life, like, you make me and my life fucking hard. You put me in danger the more and more that you spread that fucking narrative and rhetoric around. And I'm not saying that you give a shit. I'm sure that you don't fucking care about a stranger. I care about people. I don't want to put people's lives at risk. I don't want to put people in danger. I hear you, Asmira. Like, anybody can call me a woman. Anybody can call me a girl. Using she, her pronouns, like all that shit. Anything that would insinuate like that it's like negative for me to be a woman. I won't be offended by that because then I would have to concede to women being like a negative thing. Women are fucking awesome. I'm not a woman. But trying to insult me by calling me one, which I'm not saying that's what she did, but saying anything that would insinuate that it's an insult, it doesn't work with me because fucking women are amazing. Girls are amazing. So yeah, like some days like I wish that I was a fucking woman because y'all are the shit. And I love y'all. But anyhow, it's saying that we're and just like inherently dangerous because it's different when we've existed for as long as human beings have existed. It's why people continue this narrative. It's like intentionally misunderstanding us when we're just fucking humans. We are literally just humans trying to exist. There's so few of us compared to cisgender people, and that makes it easy to fearmonger against us. That makes it easy to like say shit that is lies and spread it because there's more voices to carry the false narratives than there are to try to push out the positive narratives, which is why I respond to bat signals like this, which is why I will insert myself into any place that I can to correct people when they're saying false information, because I care about my trans siblings. There's kids that are trans. I didn't get to have the fucking childhood that I wanted, that I deserved, that other cisgender people got to have. And I don't want that for trans kids. I want to pave the way for trans kids to be supportive, to have the healthcare that they need, that they deserved. And keep in mind, if you don't understand how transphobia negatively impacts cisgender people and disproportionately Black cisgender women, like, if you don't understand that, that's something that I would implore you, especially if you're a YT person, to unpack, because like, there's racism and misogyny there. Yeah, sorry, Kennedy, you're right. Also, I don't know how much longer I'm gonna be able to stay on the panel. I have like really shit service, if you can't tell. But I'll shut up. Yeah, I'll let you respond, Adrian. Just, it would be really nice if you wouldn't use words like scary when referring to us, because
And I don't mean to. That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying like trans people are scary. I've actually like met a couple of them, and I don't think anything of it. And half the time, if you told me that, I would be like, I didn't even know that. Sick. I just mean like it's change, and change can be scary, and it's hard for people to swallow. Is what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying like or anything, or that they're terrible. I'm just saying
I feel like the Republicans take advantage of this, and it's in the name, conservatives, right? Any sort of change is scary to them. So that's why an old grandma, when they hear something like men are in women's sports, they get the shock value, they get the knee-jerk reaction, and they get grandma's vote. And we're trying to tell you, hey, there's nuance, there's more context to this, and you should look at these people like regular people. They're just trying to live their lives. They're trying to pee and poop in bathrooms just like you are, and that somehow politicians have figured out a way to make them seem scary to you and to get your vote.
I want to say this too, really quick, on this topic, because this makes me feel, actually, like I'm presenting pretty calm, but I'm pretty fucking mad right now. The way that I hope that was, I don't know if that was that Adrian telling me to take deep breaths?
No, that was me.
Okay, like, sorry, I couldn't. My phone just like glitched out really hard.
No, you're good.
Sorry. So when it comes to expecting me to listen to you telling me that it's scary or hard to accept change. Like, this, I mean this with my full chest, and I don't mean it like, I don't want to say like respectfully, because this is not respectfully. Like, disrespectfully, boo fucking who. Boo fucking who. The reason why I say that is because you know what's fucking scary? You know what's fucking hard? Existing all my life and having people tell me that I don't actually fucking exist, I'm just mentally ill. Or existing all my life and not having fucking access to my health care because I'm not what I say I am. It's just some fucking ideology that you know what's fucking hard? Being told that I'm a groomer, that I am a P3DO, that I'm like dangerous and don't belong in public spaces. Do you know what's fucking hard? Hearing people tell me that I deserve to be mass unalived, like like with all of the people that are similar to me. You know it's fucking hard having to listen to people talk about me and tell me how I will always be a fucking well, I'm not a. It's so hard to associate myself in the same sentence as a woman. But like fucking hearing people tell me that all the time, as if there's something wrong with being a woman. Anyways, there's nothing wrong with being a fucking woman. I'll stand on that all day. I'm just not one. But you know what's fucking also hard? Having to hear people literally propose bills that like there's people that want, I'm stationed in Texas, there's 2 bills proposed right now, one to criminalize the HRT that is quite literally life-saving for me, and 2 one that would make it a felony to literally go like continue to carry on my job as I'm like, it would be a fucking felony as a 13-year active duty service member with multiple deployments under my belt who has done nothing but serve my country to give people the freedom of speech that they're using to fucking like decide whether or not I should have access to fucking piss. You know what's fucking hard? Holding my piss, holding my shit, and being fucking terrified to navigate through society every day. You know what's fucking hard? Only going out in public right now if I'm in my uniform and not going to the grocery store but ordering on fucking line because I'm too fucking afraid to be out in public because people are being hate crimed and unalived just for fucking existing. It's hard when you are a marginalized community that is on the receiving end of the oppression and you're being told by your oppressor that they're fucking oppressed. I don't give a fuck about how hard it is. Open your mind, have a heart, have some empathy, and instead of just being afraid of change, start listening because we've existed for forever. We are the ones in danger, not the one causing it.
And I would say, truly, like I've done nothing but be calm on here. And I agree. People should not tell you, people should make it hard for you. As America, it should be home of the free, home of the brave. And you have supported your country and you've laid down your life. And I understand what it's like to be a part of something different. Or sorry, not different, bigger, being in the army. Like that's military or whatever. Sorry.
So I think
it's just, I've not tried to come on here and attack you. I've not tried to do anything like that. I feel like
I never stated that. But
I
don't. If you're gonna respond with like emotions, I want you to hear the emotions that I just had. I don't want to focus on your emotions. I want you to hear what I just did was speak for so many people. So many people, right?
It's
and
just...
so like, and my emotions are valid. Like it's like if the only way you can listen to me is for me to stay calm, like that for like with all due respect to everybody, I'm pretty sure that was like,
I'm not saying that either. I'm just saying
hello.
They both got she's got bars. So
yeah,
something that I wanted to add, you said that it was new.
I feel like in the past 4 years, it's just really come up.
That's because we've been politicized.
It's been more present.
So
yes,
it actually hasn't been in the past 4
and
years. It's actually been since 2015, 2016. And I'll tell you why. They lost, I forget what it was, but they needed conservatives needed a new boogeyman. And they looked around, and Heritage Foundation and many other think tanks like that looked around and saw us. And that is why you now see us publicized like we are. And it all started in my state. It started in North Carolina with HB2, which is a bathroom bill. And if you look back, you will see that the HB2 started losing North Carolina billions. And it was going to be a record of 3 point some odd billion if they kept it. Now they're trying it again with North Carolina SB 516. The problem with this bill is that, and Pickles, you can bring it up, it not only is a anti-trans bathroom bill, it focuses on save women, yada yada, whatever. The problem with it also makes it to where people like me and Kale can't change our birth certificate if we're born in North Carolina. I'm lucky. I wasn't born in North Carolina. It also makes it to where people like me and Kale can't change our IDs to match our gender. So that is why you're seeing it more, is because they're trying to make us look like we are the bad guys. And I know
And
that you're...
and I know that, like, you guys obviously, like, 100%. I 100% agree. Like, some of that is a little bit ridiculous, but I would also like to point out the fact that, like, what happens if you were in a car accident and they need to know what you were born with at birth?
Why would they need to know that?
Because some medicines affect people are
Okay,
different genders differently.
It doesn't
So
matter.
I'm a provider. I don't know if my service is bad, but I'm a provider in the military. That's my job. And so there are some instances, very few, in which, like, yeah, we might need like it would be so niche and so specific to, like, reproductive anatomy. But in most instances, what we need is weight. Like, if you're talking about medication, we need weight. Like, because and even in that instance, we can determine by age, and like and if I don't have an age, like, what, like, if you're going based off of medications, like, the medications are very fucking seldom, like, gender specific, and weight is more specific. Like, we are more concerned about that in pediatric cases, in most instances. So that's also not a good argument, because it's very fucking rare that we actually end up needing like the sex of somebody.
And
Gotcha. I also know, though, if you can't give blood if you're on
that's a lie.
It's not. If you're on certain types of medications when you're transitioning, you can't.
That's
You
everybody.
can't give. Yes, but I'm saying that. But I'm saying, like,
I'm on HRT
that
right now.
That would fall into that. You guys would fall into that category in some instance, not
Whole
because
blood?
like.
Hold on. Okay, you can give
No,
whole blood,
give blood.
but not, but like, so, like, maybe not plasma or something specific, but even then, testosterone, you understand that there are cisgender men taking way higher doses of testosterone than trans men are. So, like, and like, first of all, I don't understand. So because I can't give blood,
No, I'm just saying.
What is,
I think
if
you
that were
guys
the
should
case?
be able to change your driver's license for sure. I don't see why that would be an issue ever, because I mean, unless you're getting a cop. But I think the main thing is with your birth certificate, just in case. Like,
Wait,
I would
hold
feel
on.
terrible.
Oh, I'm good at this. I can debunk it immediately, right? So I was assigned female at birth, right?
Gotcha.
And then I found out, and I started to have symptoms that led me to see my provider, because I had what we call differences in sexual development, like body hair. So, like, I'm taking testosterone to, like, it's gonna amplify certain things, but I produce high levels, like far more than twice that of what the person, a person assigned a female at birth would typically produce. And actually, many cisgender women with polycystic ovarian syndrome, a very common diagnosis, are born with like very high levels of testosterone. In fact, one of the qualifying diagnostic criteria is to have at least twice that of a typical person assigned female at birth. So, anyways, there are many people. So, in the you would commonly hear it referred to as the intersex community, or people with differences in sexual development. So, most people, unless it's a phenotypical presentation that we can see on an anatomy scan at birth, right? Meaning something that we can see physically with our own eyes. That's a very intrusive question, asking me about my hormone levels. But sorry, there are some questions that I feel are a bit maybe too personal, respectfully. But yeah. Anyway, sorry, I saw somebody ask me that in the comments. I don't know if you were trying to be disrespectful though, so I won't take it that way. Not you. I was just talking to the
sorry.
person who asked. But yeah, so that being said, a lot of people outside of those phenotypical presentation, right? They don't end up, because we don't karyotype babies when they're born because it's expensive and not necessary in most instances, which is just finding out what someone's chromosomes are. Doctors base sex assigned at birth off of genitalia, like their presentation. And if somebody's born with, you know, they would call it ambiguous genitalia. Like then what's gross to me is that then the parents get to decide for the child when they are a baby what they are going to do with their body. And then later on in life, we see many cases of people where this negatively impacts them for like lifelong. When they could have just left them the fuck alone and let them decide when they got to an age of consent on their own. So what ends up happening is those that don't get karyotyped and those that don't have that phenotypical presentation, we find out in later on in our life, usually around our like early 20s to mid 20s. And so that ends up like presenting a problem, because then people can be assigned like you can still be assigned either female or male or whatever, because there's 16 different variations of chromosomes, right? And so you can technically have like there is an XY variation of chromosomes where there's like a what is that? There's something. Yeah, it's Swyer syndrome, but it's like the what's missing off the Y chromosome.
It's the SRY gene.
Yeah, it's SRY gene. So that person would have like male chromosomes, but present like they would present in what we would societally deem feminine.
Yep. Because they don't their bodies don't process testosterone.
So that being said, if you're saying something, there's an issue. So to tie this back to your point, your issue was something about birth certificates. Yeah, well, guess what? A lot of people get incorrectly assigned a sex at birth if we're going like based off genitalia, because tell me how that person maybe had like been assigned female at birth, but like their chromosomes would disagree. Their chromosomes would say they're male, or like because
I
there's
don't think
5
that's as
different.
many as you think it is. I think
I actually
like,
know. So you're talking to somebody who's educated on this topic, so I can tell you how many people there. You know how commonly like you run into hi Demi. You know how commonly you run into people with red hair. Okay. Well,
like, I mean, I see them.
People that like have like intersex or have differences in sexual development are as common, but statistically speaking, like when we're talking about probability here, it's far more likely that there are way more people with differences in sexual development than what we have discovered. But as thus far in health, we have discovered that there are at least as many people with intersex conditions as there are people with red hair. So it is way more common than what you are thinking.
Hey, Eli.
And I
Let me in here for a sec.
totally,
Okay, so I assign
totally,
gender at birth. That's one of my jobs.
totally,
Okay, so I assign
totally.
gender at birth as one of my jobs. Okay, it takes me literally, this is what happens. A baby is born, we take a quick peek at their genitalia, and if it appears to be one gender or the other, even just like close to or like mostly like, that's the gender they're assigned at birth. It's not until, so we do this right away, because what we need when that baby is born is we need 3 unique patient identifiers for it to exist as its own legal human being. So the 3 identifiers are its gender, its date and time of birth, and the legal last name of the mother. So we need that done within 1 minute of that baby being born. That baby doesn't even get a comprehensive head to toe until it's about 1 to 2 hours old. During that head to toe, it's done by 2 people, either the physician, pediatrician, or the midwife, and then by the baby's primary nurse, so myself. And we do a much more thorough exam, including genitalia. This is when we would discover something like a hypospadias, undescended testes, an incomplete vaginal opening, these kinds of things. So then we would know that we need to do more investigations. These investigations will include usually ultrasound to see what's going on for internal reproductive organs, and possibly like Eli was talking about, things like karyotyping, so looking at what the baby's genetic sequencing is. The preference for what to do from here is to not intervene with the baby's genitalia in a surgical manner unless it's necessary for the plumbing to function. So the best case scenario is if we see one of these babies with ambiguous genitalia, and fully ambiguous genitalia is actually very, very common. We are unsure of a baby's gender about 1 in 1,200 to 1,500 births. So those are the ones that we can see that they don't fall into one of those 2 typical categories. On top of that number are all of the ones that do appear to fall into one of those typical 2 categories, but like Eli was saying, come across things kind of later in life where it's like something else is going on here, and then they get discovered. So it's actually really common. It's incredibly common for there to be variations in biological sex, in genetics, and like you just wouldn't know. A lot of the time people can live their entire lives. A lot of people don't even find out until they're trying to have a baby, and they can't because they're sterile as a result of their genetics. So it's very, and this idea, this is something that drives me crazy because it's been going on forever, that what they'll do if we have these babies that are completely ambiguous, we really don't know, the parents will say, okay, I want them to be a boy or a girl. We need to pick. The doctors will always say, okay, we're going to make them a girl. And the reason they do that is because it's the easier surgery to do. It's much easier to turn whatever anatomy there is into girl anatomy than boy anatomy. So they make them all girls. The problem is it's actually far more likely that that baby will self-identify as a boy when they're older, because it's usually like, if you, in the complete absence of a Y chromosome, you will develop as a female. So usually if there's anything that causes somebody to present as male, it's because there is some form of Y chromosome or source of testosterone present. And so they get it wrong when they do these surgeries on these babies. And what they need to do, and what we do, thankfully, I'm Canadian, we don't do these surgeries on newborns. Like I said, we make sure the plumbing works. We have conversations with the parents. The best thing that we can do for these kids is let them decide on their own when they're old enough.
So
know here in the States it's a little different, which I hate.
And I mean,
I don't even know if she's. Are you still here, Adrian?
Yeah, she's still here.
I am.
Okay.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Also, I don't know if you know, Lainey is in chat.
be able
I
to.
didn't know if they were wanting to come up or not.
I believe they're driving at the moment.
Okay. I'm sorry, Heather. I missed a little bit of what you were saying.
That's okay.
But
I'm just
yeah, that's
saying like what the
that's-
actual, like exactly what you were saying, but like what I actually see in the delivery, right? Like people think that this gender at birth thing is like some sort of like scientific dissection of this human being. It's not. We take a little peek when they're like a minute old, and then we say which one it is. And then we might even decide an hour later that we were wrong when we do our actual head to toe.
that's what I was gonna say is like, then people find out like later in life, like, oh wow, actually, how do you? So that begs the question, right? How do we determine whether or not somebody is, you know, is this person a man or a woman? Is this a baby, a boy, or a girl?
Yeah.
When there are 5 different sex characteristics, you have like phenotypical presentation, so your anatomy, you have your genes, you have your chromosomes, which your chromosomes can like be like present male, like on the male end of the binary of the male and female, but then present feminine, like Squire syndrome. Then you have hormones, right? So we have like the differences in hormones as well. That when you have all these differences, like different sexual characteristics, it makes it a bit more complex than just looking at somebody saying, "Oh, you have a penis," or "Oh, you have,"
like that are probably
great, and I'd love to learn about it. Pickles.
If you want to learn
I just
more,
saw you
I do
today.
lives, and we talk about this stuff. So if you ever want to learn more, then you can come in and have a conversation. So sorry, Lakin and Pickles. I'm gonna drop because I'm gonna head home.
Okay. Thank you
Thanks
so
for having
much
me,
for
guys.
coming up, Eli.
I do have
Appreciate
a
it.
question, Adrian, before you go.
Yeah.
Well, more of a comment. So the reason why we would want to be able to change our birth certificate gender is because when we go to do anything, like right now, we can't get a passport because it would go by our gender marker on our birth certificate. If we go across to anywhere outside of this country, that outs us, and that could possibly be harmful. So that is something else I want you to think about going outside of here. It has nothing, because all of my medical paperwork says that I'm trans. So if I get in a wreck or anything, my watch with all my medical stuff literally says that I'm trans on it. Like all my medical stuff says that I'm trans. All of my paperwork will always say that I am a trans man because that's what I am. So to say that, oh, just in case, my birth certificate has nothing to do with my medical records. Because my medical papers say it. So my birth certificate saying my gender is actually a safety net for trans individuals. You know what I'm saying?
Gotcha.
Same as the ID. So that's something I want you to think about when you like go and do, because that is a safety thing for us.
And then I guess my last question before I leave. I don't want to keep you on there for too long. I've been on here for so long. I didn't even think this was gonna happen.
No, you're good.
Do you think that there are actual males lying about being transgender to go into women's restrooms?
Nope. Because, and I'll tell you why. They would have to commit to the bit. They would have to commit to the bit of the surgeries. They would have to commit to the bit of hormones. They already go in. They are going to do what they want to do when they want to do it. The amount of people that already are going to go into a men's bathroom with boys and do that.
Or, I'm sorry, I mean like males, transgender women
That's
Going
what I'm
into
saying.
women's restrooms.
That's
Okay.
what I'm saying. They would
Yeah.
have to commit to the bit. When a man going into a men's restroom with a boy already happens. Boys are children too. I say this to people all the time. Boys are children too. Why are you worried about your girls and women when you send your boys into the men's bathroom? They're children too. The predators are going to do what the predators are going to do regardless. They're not going to commit to the bit.
No one's going to see a piece of signage on a bathroom door and go, dang, I was going to commit grape, but now that those stupid signs in the way, damn it, I have to turn around. Shit. No one's doing that.
The other thing is 90 some odd percent, I think it's what, 98% of SA comes from cis men. They're not going to commit to the bit because, one, you cannot force somebody to be trans.
And
Give them
67% of child SA is done by Republicans, 12% done by the church. Almost
and it's somebody they know.
close to 0% is people who are trans. It's not even close.
Yeah, because we are less than 1% of the population, and there's actually a website done by a lawyer here on TikTok.
Who's makingthenews.com?
There you go. And it will literally tell you over 365 days of information. And there was literally 5. Oh, there you go. I think it was maybe 5 transgender people, 1 drag queen, and over how many were clergy?
846 religious clergy. 67% outside of that were just Republicans by affiliation. 12% of that was Democrat. So if you really care about women, you wouldn't vote a sexual abuser into office because that does more harm to our society and to women than anything. He has more sexual abuse accusations than all trans people in all sports put together.
There is a video on TikTok that I believe is a preacher that put out. Who do you think what is the most dangerous sport? Is it going to be the NFL? Is it going to be the NBA? What is it? And he went through all the statistics of SA, DV, all this, child SA, all of this, and it actually was people that were on Capitol Hill. So again, I say they won't commit to the bit.
Gotcha. I think what I should have said was, you think people are faking being transgender to try and get into women's restrooms?
Like
No.
I said, they won't commit to the bit.
You're actually more likely to be abused if you're a trans person in a bathroom.
Yep.
So if you want to get beat up or sexually assaulted, you can do that, but not to be the assaulter.
That is why we don't want trans women to go into the men's bathroom, because it's not when they will be assaulted, it'll be how often. You don't want me in the women's bathroom because I'm a man. It'll be the exact thing that you don't want. Because it's literally, I will get assaulted by somebody's husband because I look like a man, because I am a man.
Yeah. And I've had dozens or maybe 100 people by now on the right come up here and excuse Trump for his behaviors and for his words and actions towards women. And I think that's way more hurtful to our society than trans people trying to play volleyball.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, and I don't think he's good. This past is not great. It's not good at all. But I just wanted to kind of learn a little bit, see what was going on, and I mean, it's been extremely fun, and hopefully,
yeah, if you want to learn more, definitely go to Defenestrans or Kale. I don't really do any sort of, I do more chill lives. I do on occasion do the same kind of lives as Kale and or Eli and Lainey or Defendus Trans. So definitely follow me. But yeah, if you have any questions, you can always come onto one of our lives and ask. As long as they're respectful, we'll answer them. If it's even if you have wrong language, we'll answer them. We'll still correct you.
Okay.
Gotcha. Well, thank you so much, and this was extremely fun, and hopefully, I've been as respectful as I possibly can be, and thank you for having me.
All right. Anytime. Thank you so much. See you later. And Lakin, say something in chat so I can give you a follow if I haven't followed you already.
All right. And thank you for coming. Thank you for letting me up. I followed you for a while. I'm one of Lainey's mods, so when Lainey's busy, me and Dr. Jace and Eli try to field the other bat signals.
Okay. Well, appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
You can drop me.
Alrighty, we'll do. And Tanner, you got anything else for me?
I have to be gone in like 2 seconds. I just have one really quick thing that I wanted to say.
Uh-huh.
I was told, so I flew the day before yesterday, and a friend of mine is a manager at the airport, and he and I were talking about this. He said that what they're doing in the airports here in Canada is for people whose so if they live in Canada, like they're a landed immigrant, but they're a US citizen and they have a US passport, like a valid US passport, but their gender on their passport is different than the gender that they present as, and they're traveling to the States for whatever reason, that they're in the airports telling them to really second guess that decision, because what's happening is as they get stateside, their passports are being revoked and they can't get home to Canada. So
Yikes.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's terrifying.
Yeah, it sucks. It's dumb because it's like listening to people like demonize trans people when they are absolutely the victims in every way. It's just, it boils my blood for sure.
Well, thank you for giving us that heads up. Thank you. I'm gonna boot everybody now. I'm going to go down to 1v1s again and keep going with the live. Thank you, Tanner. Thank you, Heather.
Yeah, for sure.
Thanks.
Y'all have a good day. I'll let y'all know. I'll put the bat signal up if I need y'all again. Chat, if you are a Trump supporter, hop in the box if you want to debate. And if you're a friendly, please hop out of the box. Please do not request up. Hello. Yellow.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there you
go. My AirPods decided to take a go for a swim the other day.
You're good.
So-
Are you a Trump supporter?
I sure am.
What do you like about Trump?
The reasons, well, not only did I at the tail end, I used to be a medical sales, but I worked on the tail end of his campaign. But the reason, other than that, I like the 2017 the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. I like that he passed just this year. He passed the Lake and Riley Act, and kind of relating back to the last topic you had with the panel. I definitely 100% agree with everything he's doing with the transgender question that we've been dealing with.
Okay. So the TCJA. How often do we write tax reform?
How often do we write it? Well, we're still under the TCJ until next year. Then it automatically goes up because it has to do with the debt or the deficit. So they couldn't make the citizen part of it permanent. But they made the corporate tax cut.
Yeah.
But I don't know which one. I don't know the answer you were asking though.
So that it's every 8 years. So what I'm saying is, every 8 years we write new tax law, and it wasn't just this brilliant idea Trump had. And if it were up to Kamala, the most of the people, the majority, the middle class and the lower class would have seen better tax breaks than what Trump is offering. So if you don't make $360,000 per year, your taxes are in fact going up, especially considering these tariffs that are happening.
I recall. What was Kamala's tax plan? I don't remember exactly what her plan was.
So I'll show it to you.
She had the $25,000 the home buying.
Yeah.
I remember that.
So here's the difference between Kamala and Trump's tax plan. And do you make over 360,000?
I personally do not, but my father passed away a couple years back, and the estate or the death tax that was affected.
Okay. Well, now we've got it way worse because people's 401ks are just completely fucked from Trump. But you see the yellow bars on the left on this chart?
Mm-hmm.
That's Trump raising taxes on the poorest, second, middle, fourth, and next class. So all of these people see tax increases, even though he used a bunch of rhetoric like, oh, we're going to cut tax on Social Security, tax on... It doesn't matter. It's still going to tax increase at the end of the day, the way he's moving around the tax plans. And all of these blue bars on the left is where Kamala is going to reduce your tax liability, and she was going to raise it for the richest of the rich. And Trump is going to lower it for the richest of the rich. So basically, everybody who doesn't know to look up tax policy on the ITEP report or Tax Foundation or any other place, and they just listen to Orange Man, they think that he just had this brilliant idea to lower everyone's taxes, when really he's raising your taxes.
And how was he going to raise? Is that assuming that he doesn't get the extension passed?
No, that's assuming he does.
Okay. So how would it be raising if it's going to basically? Oh, how is it raise? I mean, I just see a chart there.
So this is when you play with all of the numbers, when you reduce things like SALT deductions. Do you know what SALT deductions are?
Yeah, the state and local deductions that most blue states write off. Yeah.
Yeah, so he took those away from a lot of the blue states because he doesn't care for blue states.
Correct.
And he played around. There's a nice analysis of this on brookings.edu, and they explain how basically he just took a bunch of sliders and he slid it to where all the tax breaks go to rich people. I don't know how else to say it.
Okay, but isn't that based off of what he passed in 2017? So there's no new policy though that he's pushing.
Yeah, he's just going to extend it. It's the TCJA extension is what he's going to do.
Right, but so it's not new though, right? Is what I'm trying to get at.
No, this is just reflecting what he's going to do again.
Assuming he gets the 50+1 in the Senate due to the reconciliation, which he might or might not. I mean, that's what they said they're going to do, but. Yeah, I mean, I still don't understand. Like for Kamala's tax policy, I saw the chart. I mean, I get what it's
Can you
showing.
name one thing that Trump's actual tax policy did besides give a giant corporation tax cut?
Yeah, so it helped small business. Small business. There's 20% of qualified business income. I think there's a deduction under I forget what section. It's like 199. Which helped middle class families. Which is small, 1,000 to 2,000 a year, which is small. But
Child tax credit, and Kamala was going to give 6,000.
That was a Trump policy. He already raised it.
Okay, he may have doubled it from 1 to 2,000, but Kamala was going to do a 6,000 child tax credit.
Okay, so the thing about I totally, she did say that. I absolutely 100%. but she would have had to dealt with a Republican Senate, and how would that have gone through?
I don't know. Everybody has to work down ballot and try to pass their tax policy. So I guess you can be like, dang, he wouldn't have passed it if we didn't win, or she wouldn't have passed it if we didn't win the Senate or Congress. But these were her intentions, and you guys just didn't really care to read her policies for the most part. I haven't really talked to too many people that voted MAGA who actually knew about the policies. They just knew about like the cats and dogs stuff. They knew about migrants killing people. They knew about Lake and Riley and stuff, but they don't actually know about actual policies. So Trump used all of these things and like in rhetoric to get elected. It wasn't actual good policy.
Right. And actually, the point of the cats and dogs. So there was after the fact. So when JD Vance said, there.
All right, I was paid to kick you, and I was told not to ask questions. I'm going to try to read it real quick, though. I'm sorry, I was paid to kick you. Apparently, that guy sucks. He was nice, though. Apparently, he's not very nice. I won't name the person who gifted either, just for their safety, I guess. People in YouTube said paying tax dollars to subsidize housing will raise prices. You know what else raises prices? Tariffs. Tariffs on lumber. Tariffs on steel. Kicking out migrants who do most of the labor in building houses. Allowing all of your rich friends to go buy all of the houses. That's what raises house prices. The people who make the screws that we buy to put houses together, fucking China. All of those things are going to get more expensive. All of the supplies to build a house is about to get more expensive. But God forbid Kamala subsidizes 3 million homes being built. God damn. Oh my God. And then you combat that by increasing the supply. Yeah. So she was going to subsidize people, or she was going to help people invest in new homes. And she was also going to subsidize the builders and help them build more homes, 3 million new homes, increasing the supply while increasing the demand. None of these things were even a fraction as harmful as Trump's plans and what he's already carried out. Not even a fraction. You guys cried about her taxing the billionaires and taxing unrealized gains was going to affect the stock market. Do we see what's going on right now with the stock market? Housing is expensive because of government regulations. Wrong. Trump deregulated the housing market, and it caused real estate investors to double their representation in the single family home market. They went out and bought all the houses when Trump deregulated it. And now they're renting them back to us like a bunch of suckers. We have to go rent homes now because Trump is having companies bid war with each other. Guys, if you have 0 followers and 0 following, you're not allowed to come up here and debate. Sorry. Yeah, he paused the tariffs again. He's giving the market whiplash. He's just trying to crash the market. I just got a TikTok today to debate.
Hey, Pickles, you had some good conversations earlier, but you left out the parts that make Trump look good, and you included the parts that made him look bad. I find that funny. You know, you talked about immigration, and you left out the part that they can literally just buy a gold card. It's that simple. You left out the stock market. You left out the part that the stock market is actually going up. I find that funny. And then the last part you left out was the fact that he put a 90-day pause on the tariffs. I love how you just leave certain.
All right, those two things are connected. So it turns out when Trump reverses his ideas on his economic policy, it turns out the stock market starts doing good again. That's what you're leaving out. And the $5 million gold card, it turns out you guys don't have grievances with the cultural clashes of people coming in. When we tell you it's nothing but good things that come out of immigration, all of these people coming over do nothing but help our economy, and your rebuttal to that is, well, it's the culture. We have a different culture here. Well, do we check people's culture when they buy a $5 million card, gold card? No, you guys don't care about that.
Yeah, I just find it funny that you guys intentionally let some of that out because you are aware of it. I noticed that you are aware of it as of right now, but it just seems like
It wasn't really relevant, I guess. What was I supposed to bring that up?
Well, the immigration problem is solved. You literally just said it. It's that easy. Problem solved. You literally just buy a gold card. And then it's about the tariffs. It's chess, not checkers. I don't know if you're familiar. I'm sure you're familiar with that. He's playing chess, not checkers. You guys have to be patient. See, I see the look in your mouth. You guys have to be patient.
We have to be patient. Nobody can even come up with an idea that makes them make sense.
Dude, Democratic Party, you guys are way too impatient. It's just horrifying.
We're just supposed to wait. When we present policy that is incoherent and crashes the economy, do we tell y'all to just wait? Just trust the process, especially when the guy who's implementing them is explaining them backwards? That doesn't make me very hopeful.
Well, he didn't necessarily crush the economy. There's a 90-day pause, like we acknowledged, and what he's doing with the tariffs. So I'm sure you may know this, you may not, but if you don't know, I'll be happy to let you know. Be the first one to fill you in. It's he's doing this to make them beg for mercy. He's bringing them down to their knees. He's going to make China beg for mercy. They're going to be crying and saying, "Okay, we give in. You know what? We'll work with you." You know, it's common sense what's going to happen. We can see it.
Yeah,
It's
and
a
he's
long
crushing
game.
our wallets in the process. He's crushing us so that he can grasp at power, so that he can be more powerful.
And that's why my response, Pickles, it's just patience. You know, we have to be patient. You know, we're at a point we can't afford to be.
We could have just raised taxes on billionaires. We didn't have to go through this. We could have just had Kamala raise taxes on billionaires, and we wouldn't have to be paying out of pocket 100% tariffs for everything on Amazon.
Am I cutting out or something?
Yeah.
Give me 1 second. Am I cutting out?
What do you want,
Yo,
Alex?
bro, you kicked me the other day for a fucking battle.
Yeah.
You basically ran. No, I'm just kidding. How'd you enjoy the Derby, man?
Derby.
What? I thought you were a fucking United fan. You went from almost following them around. That stuck with me. You said that one day.
Oh, yeah.
To not watching games?
No, I don't watch sports at all.
What the fuck? That's crazy. All right. I didn't for a long time, except United. But in any case, yeah. I mean, raising taxes, bro. Like that's not a good alternative to tariffs. Tariffs are flexible. You basically can, have the same product, the same byproduct of raising taxes to tariffs, which means that you're going to pay more for stuff. So this idea that you could tax corporations and you won't pay higher cost for whatever you're trying to buy. It's the same thing. So I don't understand why you guys can understand it for.
Do you think a
tariffs.
7% increase in corporate taxes is anywhere close to a 10, 20, 50, 100% tariff?
Again, so these are not going to be in place. It's not something that's set in stone. They're completely flexible.
Stop
and
pretending like you know what he's going to do with him.
Well, no one knows. I'm not pretending that I know. I just think that that's the way that it's going to happen. And you know, if you put raise taxes on people, they're just not going to pay it. Like you think that they will, but it's just part. You know, if you have
They of course were going to
$7
pay
billion
it, and us hiring all those IRS agents was also going to help us enforce those tax laws, and Trump just fired them.
No, so if you raised corporate taxes and you know if a company's making $7 billion annually, you know, or quarterly profits, like they're not going to be just like, okay, you know, we have 5 billion now. No, they're going to find a way to raise it to get it back to the status quo. That's just the way that it works. So you can't tax people. This idea of taxing the rich is just completely faulty and wrong. What
If
you
rich
should be
people don't have to pay
advocating for-
taxes, then why does Trump keep giving them tax breaks?
Because it allows growth of an economy when you tax people less. So incentivizing people to, you know, be able to make more money incentivizes business owners to potentially open that extra burger stand or try to take an extra, you know, a more
Those are
risky.
lies. Stop
Hang on.
lying. That's a lie.
That's not.
Okay, okay.
to keep
You're
more of my
you're a
profit-
business owner. You're a business owner, and you own a hot dog stand, and you make enough profit to invest in a second hot dog stand. You know that you can just use all of that profit to open a second hot dog stand, and you have zero tax liability, right?
So again, the point is, if you still need something to live. Yes, what you're saying is true, but you still need money to live. People are not doing that.
All right.
Because they need to pay their bills. Like you want somebody to just take their last dollar.
No
and then
matter
go ahead
what,
and put it
when
into
you
another
when
burger
you pay yourself, that's when you're taxed. That's not going to help you at all. Corporate taxes you cannot use to live. I mean,
I'm
corporate
talking-
profits, no matter what, if you try to pay your bills with corporate profits, you get taxed on them, or you're committing tax fraud.
Again, if you are able to make more profits from keeping more of your money, you are more likely to continue to grow at a faster rate. So dampening, so that's why businesses are leaving California. That's
not
why
true.
businesses are leaving Delaware. So
Businesses are leaving California to maximize their profits. You're correct, but it's not to allow them to grow more. It's just to maximize profits, and it's because when you get to a certain size and you start nickel and diming and trying to figure out tiny ways to save money, tiny little actions that you take, every little thing you do does make you an extra $1 million or whatever. And when they look at relocating to pay 5% less taxes, and that comes out to millions and millions of dollars extra profit. That's it.
Doesn't work.
It's just profit. It doesn't money. It doesn't help them grow. It doesn't help them do more, because you can take all of that money you're supposed to pay in taxes and grow with it.
But that's the complaint now, and you guys are even complaining about that, saying that, oh my God, I can't believe that somebody's invested in something and made, you know, exorbitant amount of money that it's unrealized, and you're just like, how do I find a way to tax this as well? Like, you guys try to villainize this wealthy.
We're talking about people like Elon Musk, who's got billions of dollars tied up in stocks.
He made billions.
I know, but he's not paying taxes on it. He's not paying any taxes on it.
You guys talk about Elon Musk like you never say the same thing about everybody else. Like you never talk about JB Pritzker or fucking
I'm using him as an example. I'm not crying all day about Elon Musk.
Okay, well then just
use it. I'm using. Okay, when Bill Gates has $1 billion in stocks, and all he has to do is go to a bank and use it as collateral and take out a loan and have a zero tax liability loan and live off of that and not pay taxes. We need to find a way to tax them, because they just find a way to not pay any taxes.
Again, they have created most of the wealth these are the people that are creating wealth. It's not you and I.
I don't get it. Doesn't I don't care. You're not sucking their dicks. The thing is,
You're
we're
not,
supposed.
bro. It's not understanding economics is not fucking cucking to billionaires.
You
Like it's
are.
just trying to
We
villainize.
we have a progressive tax rate, and we have lower taxes on the lower class and higher taxes
No,
on
they
people
don't
who are
fucking pay
successful.
taxes. They don't pay taxes.
Stop.
They pay a higher effective tax
Stop.
rate. I understand that.
Stop.
But the
I'm trying to
1%,
say progressive
the
tax
1%
rates.
pays over 50% of the taxes already.
Oh, you're such a cock for rich people, dude.
It's not, bro. I just understand economics, and
No,
people
you
on the
don't.
left don't seem to
I just
understand
had I just had to catch you on multiple things you misunderstood.
I didn't. I know I didn't. You conflate something and you try to find an angle where you can try to basically.
No,
try to-
I am literally just giving you examples. I will crush every single one of your examples of how saving money with taxes helps a business grow. You just had to say it like and generalize it because you know that I'm
No,
right.
I'm talking about the velocity of money. This is why I didn't. If you'd like for me to, not try to dumb it down, I was trying to give you an easy example, but I can not do that. Again, the velocity of money, it allows people to invest more. It's cheaper to borrow. That makes an economy grow. Your GDP grows when you allow those conditions. And you guys trying to dampen, and villainize people because they're making money. They're making money based off.
We're not
something that they
villainizing people for
created.
making money. We're villainizing for people that make money and then pay dumb people like Trump to get in office and cut their taxes even more.
Well, then let's talk
Just
about Citizens United then. Fine, I agree. Citizens United is the worst fucking piece of legislation that has happened to the world. But that is not that. I understand that Citizens United is fucked, and people allowing this to go on so long is fucked. But you guys are trying to make it seem like this left or right problem when it comes to Citizens United and money in politics, and that's everybody across the board. That is everybody across the board. At the very least, the economists on the right are not trying to align themselves with public sector unions to basically siphon money from whatever money that they make from dues and shit back to their political campaigns to keep them in power, to make and diminish our competition globally when it comes to teachers unions, when it comes to even police officers. Like anybody that's part of a public sector should not have a union job. Like that's completely backwards. And then on the right, to contrast, you have people that are actually pro-business. I'd rather be pro-business than pro-public.
You're not pro-business. You're crashing the stock market to refinance the debt. According to some people, when all we had to do was tax these people. You see how the deficit would have shrank under Kamala? And Trump's deficit is exploding. We wouldn't have to be refinancing it at the cost of you paying insane tariffs and watching your fucking 401k crash into the ground. We would have just taxed a few billionaires.
You could take all of the billionaires' money, right, and lump it up in a pile. Count the dollars. It's less than $4 trillion.
I don't care whatever you're saying.
Bro.
This is what the best, most prestigious economic college in the United States says. They said that if we would have gone with Kamala's tax plan, we would have reduced the deficit to under $200 billion. And you're over here telling us doing backflips for Trump's idea to crash the economy to refinance the debt he created.
Because you're
just fucking dumb.
You're trying to pretend like we wouldn't have to pay for that shit either. So when you raise corporate
You
taxes,
think it would have been more than 10% what Trump is doing? 10% flat tariffs on all these fucking countries?
it would have lasted longer. So an effective tax rate, effective tax hike, yes, on them would have cost me more over the next 10 years because it's permanent.
This is
Well,
on
it's
all
more
goods.
permanent.
This is on all goods, not just giant corporations. All goods.
Well, listen, man, I'm trying to tell you that there's two sides to this coin. You just, based on everything that I said, you just brought this up and said Kamala's plan was better. That's
It
your
is.
belief. I understand that. But I'm trying to tell you that that's it, over time, you would have just been taxed more, and we would have been down this trajectory of.
Trump is taxing you more. Trump's raising your taxes, bro.
No, he's not. He's lowering the taxes.
No, you're
He's trying
not.
to find ways to lower American.
He's going
tax
to.
rates.
No, he's not. He's raising taxes and tariffs, and he's trying to pretend like it's not a tax on you, and that it's a tax on the exporting country, which is a giant lie. And I have to keep reminding you guys that it is a lie, and you have to pretend like that's not what he meant. But he is. He's raising your taxes in the form of tariffs, and he knows that his rich friends can get around it, and that we're stuck buying consumer goods, and it is in fact a larger tax on us than it is for them.
So what would have been your alternative? Status quo, continue to fucking, go into debt to pay our bills, $2 trillion deficit each year.
Dog, that's what Trump is doing. Trump is going into fucking debt.
No.
Trump is exploding the debt. Kamala is not. That's not the alternative.
What are you even pointing to there? When 2034, this is a 10-year
This is the effect of Trump and Harris's policy proposals on the federal budget. Harris would have reduced the deficit. See the blue lines shrinking towards the right? That's in 2034 when the deficit would have reduced.
I understand.
And then the red is where it would have exploded. That's what Trump is doing. He's exploding the absolute fuck out of our deficit. And you're sitting here pretending like this is the best way to do it.
That is projections based off nothing, because there is
Based
no
off of-
fucking permanent.
based off
there's
of
no
math.
There is no permanent tariff. There is no permanent tariff.
Okay, then the tariffs don't do anything if they're not permanent anyway.
They do something.
What do they do?
They allow for cooperation from people who may have not been incentivized to cooperate.
Okay, and how long do they have to cooperate? For as long as the tariffs are up?
No, I mean you could do trade deals. You could create new. You could.
And who the fuck wants to do a trade deal with somebody who just broke the trade deal they made with Canada and Mexico? Who the fuck wants to do that?
I mean them, because they obviously rely more on us than we do on them.
And the second Trump is out of office, you think they're going to flip the switch and go back to the way things were? Or you think they're just going to honor it because Trump just might come back?
Well, I'm just praying Marco Rubio run for president. So I think he'd be pretty much in line to keep everything in place if it's working. So hopefully, they run him toward against Kamala or some crazy shit.
Yeah, okay.
But again, you have an idea that you could just tax people to death, and that they're going to be okay with it. Let's just tax the wealthy. They already pay 50% of our bills. They already do. And that's the 1%. We know how small of a number that is, compared to everyone else in the country. So
All right, but they're hoarding all the fucking wealth.
We're not hoarding anything.
Yes, they are.
Bro, they're creating wealth in one generation. Wealth is not something to be hoarded. It's a revolving door. It's literally a revolving door. The statistic is most wealth, people who have wealth, their family loses it within 3 generations. That's why people can move from the top echelon to the bottom, and from the bottom to the top in this country. It's a revolving door. You're trying to pretend like there's just some static millionaire and billionaire clubs that people can exist. It's not fucking that way. It just doesn't exist that way.
It is that way. We can literally look at how a long time ago there was a certain race of people that were a lower class than regular citizens, and they're still feeling the effects of not having generational wealth. You're just pretending like it's not a thing, and it absolutely is.
Like Jews, like Koreans, like Iranians.
Sure. All of those horribly marginalized people, yes.
You don't want to use those people as an example.
Did we do those things?
Yes, we did. We had Japanese people in internment camps.
Yeah, and we paid what? Reparations, right?
No, we did not.
Yes, we did.
We did not.
Yes, we did.
Again, Iranian women make more than white men. Indian women make more than white men. You trying to pretend like there's some fucking racist, people in control that just make sure that specific people are poor? Then why don't they make black families poor? When black households have the same poverty rate as every other white family, 10% about. You think that they're just let's be racist against all black people and all color people of minorities except families. No, that's just not the case, bro.
Ooh.
I'm not. I'm not out
Alex,
of touch.
I want you to know that my chat hates you, and they paid to kick you.
Your chat hates everyone.
Reagan, thank you for the $25 to kick. And Phil also said something. Thank you for the dono, Phil. The top 1% has 32% of the wealth. The bottom 50% holds 2.6 of the wealth. Give them a break, guys. They could use more. Hello?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, are you a Trump supporter?
No, I just appreciate how you try to handle that guy. I hate when they do the both sides, and it's not a both sides thing. But love what you do. I don't want to waste your time and space. I wanted to cook that guy.
It's all good.
But yeah, enjoy your day.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Sergio,
Yo,
how's my big boy?
how are you doing?
Doing good. How's my biggest big boy?
I have some trans questions, but I don't want to ask. I'd like to ask someone that has experience with it, so I can, you know what I'm saying? Like I want to ask someone that has direct experience with it to actually understand how it is for them. Because otherwise, it's just gonna sound disrespectful if I'm just saying it to you and all that. Hello?
Let's see. Do I have any people? Do I have any in chat that want to come up? I don't think so. No thanks. I mean, you can give it to me and see if I can.
I mean, you just had someone else up here that you brought them up.
Yeah, they all went on lunch.
I mean, all right. I just won't say it then.
Okay.
Well, it's not say it. It's more just have a debate about it because, like I said, I can talk about it with you all I want. Are you a trans person?
No.
Okay, neither am I. So we don't have the experience that they would have. So
I
you get what I'm
guess.
saying? What do you mean? I guess.
I mean that's true, but I can advocate for them. Oh, there we go.
What's up? I just got here.
So I just had a question about like the passports and just what's going on with all that.
Yeah, so the State Department put down a directive after Trump's executive order that said that trans people have to, if they apply for a passport, they will only be given passports that match their birth certificate.
Oh, good. Nice.
Sorry, hang on, I couldn't hear you for a second.
I said good.
Oh, okay. Why do you think that's good?
Wait, so are you able to like leave? Would you even be able to leave the country or no?
Well, I could get a passport renewed because mine is actually out of date right now. I thought we'd have a little bit more time, but he literally did it on day one. He was so jazzed to like fuck up our lives. So if I were to get one, it would say male on it. So that would not comport with my current state. right? Because I changed all my phenotypes from from male to female. So I don't quite look like I did 49 years ago.
Why are people in the comments saying, "Why am I so full of hate?" What have I said that is so hateful?
I mean, you said good.
I said
Like
not
that was.
good.
Oh, not
I
good.
said
Okay.
not good.
You were here
I don't.
yesterday, and you were kind of an ass to me.
I understand that, but to this, I don't know. I can't. All I see is defense. I
You can
haven't
call
said
me
any-
Lainey.
Laney. Feel like I haven't said anything rude to Laney. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't. People are
No,
saying I'm being disingenuous.
all I
this
heard
and
was
that.
good. So you know, I don't know if
No,
that's
I
what they
said that's
heard
not
as
good.
well. So maybe you cut out or something, but that's what other people heard too. So that's what we thought.
Well,
But in any case, yeah. So if I were to travel, if I were to get that passport and travel anywhere, including countries in which it might be not so hot to be trans, I mean, like this one, essentially, then I would basically have to out myself, like at every place where I had to show identification.
Would that be a problem to out yourself at every place?
I mean, not everybody responds well to a trans person. Right, so
I mean,
say
I understand that, but you clearly have the
TSA
courage.
would be like, okay, you're a male, so then a male TSA agent is going to feel you up now, right? And it's just not good. A bouncer at a club, you know, in some other country, you know, whatever, like bartender, and then they pass word around to their like, you know, transphobic buddies that like, hey, this person's trans, and then I get followed out of the venue. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Has that happened before?
of course it's happened. Trans people
To
are
you?
four
I'm
times
saying
more
to you.
likely.
I'm
Trans
saying
people
to
are four
you.
times more likely to be assaulted.
I'm saying
So,
to you personally, has
no, it
that
doesn't
happened?
typically. People don't normally like read me as trans like out in my day-to-day life. But if I had to out myself, that would put me at risk. Just like
I mean,
the
you out
like
yourself.
bathroom
You out
bans and
yourself online.
that the bathroom bans and stuff like that, like, you know, if I'm forced to go into a men's room, it's not a matter of if I'll get assaulted, it's when and how often.
Yeah, but you just said not a lot of people perceive you as trans, so I don't understand.
But if I, looking like this, had
yes,
to go into men's rooms or had
you
to
don't
show
need
an
an ID. You don't need
identification,
an ID. You don't
or
need an ID to go into bathrooms.
yeah, I know, but like
So
if
what's
it's
the issue with the bathrooms
illegal,
then?
Sergio, if they make it illegal for trans people to go into the bathroom that aligns with their gender identity, somebody could just decide that I.
There's no way that would happen though. It's not like every.
It's all they can talk about. You mean?
It's okay. It doesn't just because people talk about it doesn't mean it's gonna happen. Not
Several
every
states have, you dork. Like it's happened many times, and they are trying to. They did it in the Capitol building. The House of Representatives made a resolution that it's now illegal for trans people to use the bathroom that aligns with their gender identity in the Capitol.
How are they going to prevent
and
that?
federal buildings?
Okay, so what bathroom would you go into?
I go into the women's room. But
Okay, the women's.
in
So
certain
let's say-
places, like when I go to visit my family, it's basically illegal for me to use the ladies' room in the airport.
Okay, so
because
explain
that's state
how
property.
it's illegal. How is it illegal? Are there people checking you at the bathrooms? How is it so illegal?
No, some Karen decides I look too tall. It's actually happening a lot more often to cisgender women.
Okay, I was just gonna say. So technically, this is like you could still be cisgender and someone thinks you're too tall as a woman.
Yeah,
so
it happened in Florida very recently to a cisgender woman who's 6'4" as an employee of Walmart, and
so
a
you would-
man.
so-
Shut up!
Why are you saying? Why are you getting?
Because
so
your
mad?
sentences are starting in the middle of mine over and over again. Like you can't listen if you're talking the entire time that I'm talking.
Bad. Jesus. Go ahead.
Thank you. So just recently in Florida, a cisgender woman who is 6'4", who was an employee of Walmart, went to use the bathroom. And then a cisgender man followed her in there, started screaming at her while she was in the stall on the pot.
Okay,
And
what
she
does that have to do with
cowered in there
What does it have to do with transgender people?
because he was yelling at her because he thought